What is going on? What is going on, everybody? What's up? What's up? Welcome to another Freestyle Friday, and this one's going to be very special because, as y'all can see by the title, we are celebrating today. And we are not on the live stream channel like we usually are every single Friday because it had to be on this channel, it had to be on the main channel today. Because on this channel, I have officially hit 400, hopefully soon or somewhere in the future, I hit 40,000 subscribers on this channel. It's been a long time since I have gone live on this channel. A very long time. I think it's probably been over a year since the last time I went live on this channel. But I'm going to wait a little while, a little bit for some people to get in because I know sometimes it's a slow thing of getting in. With YouTube, they don't like to send out the notifications like that. And I don't even think they sent out the notifications for this at all. So I have no clue how many people are actually going to be in here. But let's see. Javar, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Dana Aquarius 79, JB Easy Darlene. How is everybody doing? And thank you everybody for the congrats on the 40K. Hopefully it'll be way more down the line. And JB Easy, you said I deserve more. I believe that as well. I truly believe that as well. Let's see who else do we have in here. Coco Hugh 7, CJ, Jerome, Gary, Gwen, Nightfall Drop, God of Vengeance, Golden Leopard 87. And it's so good to actually be in live streaming over here because I know some people are not too familiar with my live stream channel, that the Rain in Real Time, that's on the other channel that I go live on every single Friday at this time. So, it is what it is. Like I said, I haven't gone live on this channel in so long. It's been a long time since I've done it. Let's see. Shelby, Robbie, Dee, what's going on, everybody? I hope everybody's having a good Friday. I hope everybody had a good week. It was extremely hot here this week in particular. Like every single day was just hot. But today just felt like it was the worst. Do you say I didn't get the notification? Don't feel bad because I don't think anybody got the notification. And usually, like when you have something set for a live, YouTube will send out the notification, oh, this person's about to go live at this time, and then it'll send another one out saying the person has gone live. They didn't send one out on my way, so if they didn't send it to me, I know you didn't get it either. Let's see. Oh, we got our first set of donations. Shout out to Sean from the Shy. She said, "What's poppin', nephew? Auntie listening from the bushes. Appreciate you." Robbie Wilson sent some donations as well as always showing love, brother. I appreciate you. Let's see, who else do we have in here? CD Till, Grandma Coles. I was about to say Coles. Nino Black, Mark Stewart, Joy 31608, the Boobot Committee. Gary Graves. Oh, you already said what's up to you. Constance. And B. Okay, I'm seeing some people say now that they have received the notifications. Well, that's good. And thank you to everybody who's saying congrats on reaching 40K. It was not easy. What's going on? I'm guessing that's Lovely. That says, what's up, been enjoying your content. I'm glad that you are enjoying the content. There's more to come. Black Voltron Reloaded. Shout out to you. JJRHH1983. Congrats. Thank you. And we got another donation from Mark Stewart. Keep it 100, Torian, always. And I appreciate the donation. Okay, I was right. Joseph Washington. Thank you. Nightfall dresses love the fact to use the messenger notifications. I have to, because with how this algorithm works on YouTube, if I didn't use it, a lot of you wouldn't get notified at all. That's why I always suggest that if you have a Twitter account, if you follow me on Twitter, go to my page, and it's a bell that you can click on Twitter, and it will notify you for every post that I make, no matter or every tweet that I make. And I always share my uploads on Twitter first before I send it anywhere else. Those are like the first places I send it to. Let's see. CJ says 40K and rising. Leonard, shout out to you. Janesta, shout out to you. My Sasser, thank you. Nina said the shadow ban is real. Don't I know it? Joy says congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, everybody who is here so far. I know it's still early. People are still, gathering in. Some people may be getting off work at this time, so I can understand if they're not going to be able to come on, or maybe they're just listening, but they can't type in the chat. My sister said, I can't hear because I'm on the train in Chicago. Appreciate you. Anyway, at least you're here. Let's see. We got another donation. Code Red. Congratulations, fan B1. Thank you. Darlene says she got it. Okay. Because I know that the notifications don't go out like they should. And I know with YouTube, they know that they said they like send out the notifications only out to a certain amount of times per day. That's why I upload 3 videos a day. Let's see. Tony Metler, thank you for the congrats. Nightfall Drop says you must be teaching critical race theory. I'm not teaching it. Widener says, congrats, bro. I subbed from when you was on For the Record TV. I appreciate you. I'm glad that other people from other channels are finding out about me and they come over and they, listen to what it is that I have to talk about. Cedar says, how big was my previous channel? My original channel, my original Torian Rain channel, it got up to 15,000 subscribers. And then I had did a commentary about the mass shooting that happened in Vegas with Steve. I think his name was Stephen Paddock, and they had gave me a strike on one of the videos because of the title of the video, not because of what I said, but because of the title. And then that was the second strike on my channel. And then I woke up the next morning and I couldn't log into my account because they found another video that I had did earlier in the year. And they struck that, and then it got removed from the platform. So they couldn't wait to get me out of here. And believe it or not, this channel almost got taken down too, because this channel came out after the Torian Rain channel, and they had gave me like a strike or something almost instantly. So I was on their radar and still am. Let's see, who else do we have in here? Because I missed some people. Intelligent Cycle, shout out to you. Akbar Beya, shout out to you. Nina Blesses, PBT is how I got hip to this channel years ago. Shout out to Professor Black Truth because he's actually one of the people that helped my channel grow just from him highlighting me in his commentaries. Jamal Bay, Thomas Friday, Darlene Kimberly Frazier, GZ. She said, thank you for using your skills to fight abuse of Black women and children. Please unsubscribe from abusive content on Black women and children. Your comments are recorded forever. We got another donation. Shout out to Grandma Cole. She says, thanks for content I can use. Sundown Town Series and Petty Pendergrass Productions. I appreciate you. Shout out to Kingdom Afro Isaiah, Hood Mistress Reloaded, PBH Big Dog, Jess Lee. See, I'm loving all of this love and support that's just rolling in right now. We're not even 10 minutes in yet. Because this, like I said, is still a Freestyle Friday. So I will open up. I will drop the link eventually if people want to come up and, just hang out for a couple of hours, because this is a celebration. This is a milestone. This is the largest my channel has grown. It would be definitely way higher if I still had my original channel for sure. Who knows where it would be at right now? The world may never know, unfortunately. Yeah, everybody loves the Triple Ps in the Sundown series. As a matter of fact, I recorded a Triple P yesterday that I'll be uploading tomorrow. And I recorded this Sunday's Sundown Town series that I'm going to upload on Sunday like I usually do. Before I turn this on, and I also got another commentary I have to record most likely after this live is over. So yeah, like I said, I get a lot of content on a lot of topics that people want me to discuss and talk about. But I'm cool with it. Like I said, just people out there, just be patient because I still have a commentary that I have to upload about Larry Elder. Now that's coming soon, and I recorded that one like almost 2 weeks ago, or whenever that story just like came out. But like I said, I had so many other stories that are ahead of that, and it is what it is. The Diabetic Traveler of 1970, appreciate you. Maximus, Royalty, shout out to you. Light Visions, I know even though I know your real name, but I'm gonna just call you by your screen name. Shelby Thompson, shout out to you. Jamal says, I love your Black Excellence videos. I love doing those videos as well, even though I don't get as many of those to talk about because unfortunately they're not highlighted, and that's by design. The Story Princess, she said, just wanted to hop on and congratulate you. You are doing an amazing job. Keep rising. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Everybody, just thank you for the overwhelming support. But I really should be thanking you in specifics because y'all are the ones that helped my channel grow. I hit 40. Y'all don't know this, but I hit 40K on this channel like 3 weeks ago. I just decided to wait until this Friday to do the stream. So I'm actually over 40K now. I'm at like 40,006 something now. So I've been at 40. It's just that y'all can't see it because I don't have my subscriber count on the page where you can actually see it. John's son, thank you. Thank you for the congrats. Appreciate you, Smoke Yankee Buffalo Soldiers. I appreciate you. But before I actually get into the dropping the link and letting people come up and everything like that, I wanted to share two videos that I could have did as a regular commentary, but I said, nah, let me wait until this Friday to talk about it because I know y'all are going to get a kick out of it. And I know everybody who's in this chat right now most likely has already seen it, at least one of them. And that's the video of what happened at the Pittsburgh Steelers Stadium last week. Hold on. All right, sorry about that. I had to take that call. But yeah. So the first video I wanted to show y'all was about the black man who pretty much gave a nice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 piece to this Kyle at the Pittsburgh Stadium, at the Steelers Stadium, because of what his Karen decided to do. And shout out to Amara Woods for the donation. She said, "What's up, Torian? Good work on 40K. Keep it growing, brother. I appreciate you." And shout out to you, Amar, because you always donate. Every time I do a premiere video or go live, you can't do it on my live channel because that was not monetized. But whenever I do a premiere style video, you always donate, like every single time. And it's not like I expect you to do it, but you always do it every single time. So shout out to you. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen. And let me cut the audio on. And we are going to watch the video, even though we have all seen it by now. And this video was uploaded on the 22nd. So it actually was this week, earlier this week.
She hit him first.
Yeah, she slapped him in his
Get his
face.
glasses. Somebody get his glasses.
Okay, so y'all saw right there. Like I said, by now we have all seen this video, and we all know who was in the right and who was in the wrong. So you had this Karen who decided she was going to take it upon herself to get in the face of this black man and slap him, and thought he wasn't going to do nothing back. And you can tell he showed a lot of restraint not to swing on her, because he prepared to launch into her face. And the only reason she got hit when she did was because he was going after her man. And in the crossfire, she got hit. Now, what's interesting is that her man did absolutely nothing leading up to this point. See, here he is sitting right here doing nothing. And she's in this man's face doing all of this shit talking. And it wasn't until right around here when he started to get up, when he wanted to get in this man's face. Like, he did absolutely nothing to restrain her from hitting him. But when he gets bucked at her, and rightfully so, then that's when he wants to get up, and that's why he got his ass knocked out. That seat turned into a recliner. I said that on almost every comment section I saw about people who talked about this video. And you know them seats at football stadiums are hard as hell. They don't have no kind of padding. That's why if you come, you got to bring your own padding. He literally got that seat turned into a recliner. Boom. Reclined. Sleep. He almost looked like he got shot. You know how someone gets shot and their body just kind of shakes all over the place from getting hit by the bullets? That's kind of what it looked like right here. And to everyone's coming in the chat, make sure that, of course, that you like the stream, and shout out to everybody who's saying congratulations and all of that good stuff. It's kind of hard for me to see the chat because I have to look at my phone to look at the chat and look at the screen at the same time. And that's exactly what he gets. Both of them, that's exactly what they get. And see, this is the type of response that we all have to have when it comes to dealing with Kyle and Karen, especially Karen in particular, because she's the one. That is the one right there who thinks that if she can put her hands on any person, especially a black man, that she can get away with it. I think Phil on his channel, he just uploaded a video today on the African Diaspora Network channel about this white woman thinking that she could just go over and touch this black man's hair just to see or feel the texture of it. Shout out to you, Prince of Paraphernalia, for the congratulations. Again, shout out to everybody. And he gave a response like, are you serious? Like, don't come and touch my hair. I'm like this, because as y'all know, I get my hair done in cornrows, or I have, a lot of hair. The only person that's allowed to touch my hair besides me is the one that I'm paying to do it. Because we don't know what people have. And we are in the midst of a pandemic. People out here are sick in the mind and in the physical sense. And now we hearing all these stories about these white celebrities coming out talking about they don't bathe and don't shower and trying to make it a trend. Nah. We ain't doing that. I like to be clean. But that's exactly what she gets, and that's exactly what he gets. And I'm glad that they let this man handle his business without anyone breaking it up. Now I'm going to transition over to another video that some of you probably did not see because it didn't get as much widespread attention as this one right here. I don't even think this one made it past Twitter. And that's this video right here. It says, you can tell by his frustration that he's tired of her ass, and this happened before. SMH. And this was on TikTok, and it looks like it made it to World Star. It says, man goes off at his wife after she kept harassing a black couple. So I'm going to play this. And then I'm going to break it down. Shout out to you, Zelda, for the donation. Says, congrats again, bro. I appreciate you.
You don't know him. You don't know her. Fuck you. Get in the car. I'm about to.
Aaron, get your stupid ass in the car. Get in the car, Aaron. Get in the car, Aaron.
You do not know him. You do not know her. You don't know anybody around here. You are not special. Get your stupid ass in the car. No, he is not.
Oh.
What? Because he's driving a fucking Buick?
You said crack.
What? Wait. You cross-check that shit in your fucking head? Hey, I'm sorry, y'all. Hey, if you see that bitch in the road, no, she can't handle no goddamn thing, man. If you see
Aaron, get in the car, Aaron. Aaron, get in the car, Aaron.
I know y'all were, dude. She's a fucking asshole. No, she can't handle no goddamn thing.
You drug dealer, bag.
Okay, so now I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna play it for y'all just in case y'all didn't catch what was being said.
You don't know him. You don't know her. Fuck you. Get in the car.
Now this is his wife right here. This guy that's going off on this woman, this is his wife that he's going in on. This isn't like some random, because he says to get in the car. He tells her to her face, fuck you, and get in the car. She has this look on her face like, how are you going to just talk to me like this in person? And then when it gets to the reasoning as to why, you'll understand.
Aaron, get your stupid ass in the car. Get in the car, Aaron. Get in the car, Aaron.
You do not know him. You do not know her. You don't know anybody around here. You are not special.
And the fact that, like someone said, like in this in the caption, she's done this before. You can tell by his frustration levels. You can tell she's done this before, and he was over it because it's an embarrassment. He's embarrassed by her.
Get your stupid ass in the car.
He said, "Get your stupid ass in the car."
No, he is not.
Okay, let me go back.
He is not.
Hold on. I didn't go back far enough.
Get your stupid ass in the car. No, he is
If
not.
you didn't hear that, she said he is a fucking drug dealer. She made this wild accusation that this black man who's driving this car has to be a drug dealer. He has to be a drug dealer. There's no way that he could have got this on his hard-earned money. She came up with this wild accusation that he sells crack.
What? Because he's driving a fucking Buick?
You said crack.
What? Wait. You cross-check that shit in your fucking head?
Now see what she just did? Look at what she just did. She just had a typical little girl tantrum. I don't know if y'all caught that. But when he told her, about herself, she walks off and takes her cup of whatever drink she had in it, which was probably coffee or something, and throws it to the ground. Like, let me rewind it back a little bit. Boom, right there. You saw that? She took her cup of what was in her cup and threw it on the ground like a little girl and walked off.
Hey, I'm sorry, y'all. Hey, if you see that bitch in the road?
Now, this is what's so funny about it. Not only is the husband checking his wife, he's calling her all kinds of obscene names. And shout out to Helene Wortham for the donation. I appreciate you. He went from fuck you, get your stupid ass in the car, now he has called her a bitch. He says, you see that bitch over there? Let me rewind that.
Hey, if you see that bitch in the road? No, she can't handle no goddamn thing, man.
And he said she ain't gonna do a goddamn thing.
Aaron, get in the car, Aaron. Aaron, get in.
Oh, and by the way, that's the one recording is this man, the one in the purple. That's his lady, and she's the one basically instigating. And she says, "Get in the car, Aaron." And then Aaron comes back and says, "Fuck you, bitch."
In the car, Aaron.
I know y'all were, dude. She's a fucking asshole.
Now, hold on. I want y'all to hear that next part with what this guy says. Y'all probably didn't catch it. Hold on, let me go.
video with, dude. She's a fucking asshole.
He has called. He says fuck. He has called, said fuck you to her. He's called her stupid ass, dumb ass, a bitch, and a fucking asshole, all within a minute.
No, she can't know goddamn thing.
You drug dealer, babe.
Okay, so that's the whole video right there. I think they mentioned something in there about running over or something like that. I can't quite make it out what he was saying, but yeah. The reason why I showed that is because it is so rare. It is so rare that you actually see or hear of a white man checking his woman like that. And it's not surprising to me because I've actually seen it before. Some people may not have seen it, but where I work at, it depending on the event. If it's a lot of white people there, and I've seen like white women get like drunk and belligerent in public, like loud and everything like that, their man will check them on the street. I've seen it with my own eyes. Just because it's not recorded like it was in this video doesn't mean it's not happening. And people love to say that uh, white people, whether it's man or woman, are more suitable mates. You just saw two white people in a relationship with each other where the man had to check his woman because she was making outlandish remarks about a black man driving a certain car and accusing him of selling drugs or being a drug dealer to get the car that he has. That's probably why many of them don't want to be with them right now. This guy's with a whole Karen. She's a whole Karen. And by the way, I just dropped the link into the chat if you would like to come up. Be sure you have that right if you would like to come up. Because like I said, this is a 40K celebration, but still at the same time, it is still Freestyle Friday. So I'm allowing everyone or anyone who wants to come up and talk, they have that they have the ability to do so. I will drop it again because I know that with me being on this channel on streaming, that this chat moves a little bit faster than you know what? This is what I'm gonna do. Pin it right there. So I pinned the StreamYard link there so I don't have to keep posting the link over and over again. You can just click the link right there and come up if you would like to. Jay Asa, congrats on the subscriber. Great content. Appreciate you. Black Voltron said, "This is my first time hearing about this story." Yeah, like I said, this is the first time many of you have seen it because it didn't go viral like the Steelers one. That video that you all just watched came out after it, and I don't think it really made it past Twitter, at least from what I saw. But I said when I saw this, I said I definitely gotta show the family this video because y'all gonna love this. And like I said, it's very rare that you see something like that happen. Oh, my bad, Amari. You said I think you. I'm not even gonna lie. I really did with that name. I did. Forgive me. Forgive me. What's going on? You hear me?
Yeah,
Okay. How are you doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Congratulations, man.
Thank
That
you.
takes a little bit. That takes a little bit of work, for sure, for sure. But you never know.
Right.
I was enjoying that video, although I've seen that one before.
Right. Like I said, a lot of people
that's-
haven't seen that video until today.
Oh, really? I guess I watch too much YouTube. Absolutely, absolutely. Anyway, I just wanted to say congratulations. I didn't realize this was actually a streaming video as well. I've only seen people do their live stream voice and so forth on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, my brother. Well, keep up the good work. We appreciate you.
All right. I appreciate you.
All right.
All right. Appreciate you. That was, very brief. Like I said, you don't have to come up and stay a long time. If you just want to come up and say congratulations and hop off and get back in the chat, I'm perfectly fine with that. If you want to come up and just have a conversation, those of you who are on my live stream channel know exactly how we do it on the last Friday of every single month. Dolores Meek says, a question, do you have more men on your channel? And congrats. Based on my analytics, there are more men who are subscribed to me than women. I think on my analytics, it says 56% of my subscribers are men and 41% are women. So that should answer your question. Appreciate you, JLJ504HD, for the congrats. Marie, thank you. Dewani, shout out to you. Oh, we got somebody else. Joseph Washington, what's going on?
Hey, congrats on the 40K subs again.
Thank you.
And onward to 50K, 60, 70. Heck, you may even hit 100,000 before this time next year.
We'll keep our fingers crossed.
Hey, and man, I'm just happy that despite the craziness that's happened this month, I'm glad Tariq was able to raise $1 million for his Hidden History Museum campaign. The initial $1 million goal has been reached, and donations are still being accepted because they're still in the process of getting the land to start the foundation for the Hidden History Museum. I'm just looking forward to when it's finally built. I'm saving my change to get a plane ticket and actually see it. That's on my bucket list.
That's what I said. I said I wouldn't mind going out there myself to actually go see, because I've never been to the West Coast before. So I would, I would definitely, like to go out there and see it, like when it has its grand opening and whatnot. Before I go any further, shout out to Mike Malish John for the donation. He says, happy grand 40K Torian. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just saw something on Instagram, and you probably may do a video on this later on. Have you heard about this transgender person allegedly having a secret relationship with Colin Kaepernick?
No.
I saw that on my timeline and I was like, wow. Just on the heels of him releasing his own mini series on Netflix, this thing comes out.
This is my first time hearing about it, and I highly doubt that it's true.
That's what I said. But, if anyone else kind of pecks at that flash on the screen, is there any chance you may do input on it?
I might. Like I said, this is my first time hearing about it.
Oh, okay. And Candyman is out today. Any chance you're gonna see it after this live stream, or are you gonna save that for tomorrow?
I actually went and saw it last night, and I'm putting my review up tomorrow.
Oh, okay. I may have to catch all these movies I miss on these streaming platforms, because I'm still, cautious about going to theaters.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's understandable. Let me see. Another one, Amara. Shout out to you for the super sticker. Appreciate you.
Yeah, but hey, I'm glad that you got 40K. Thanks for this time on Streamlabs. I'm gonna head back in the chat.
Okay, I appreciate you coming up.
No problem.
All right.
All right.
All right, shout out to Joseph Washington for coming up. Like I said, the stream link is pinned to the top. If anybody would like to come up, you have the opportunity to do so. If anybody else would like to come up, I know I saw 007 Spidey saying that he was going to come up, and he never misses an opportunity for this day. This is one of his. And speaking of, I spoke him up. I just spoke you up. Like I literally just said your name, and you popped up right here at the bottom of the screen. You're muted, Spidey.
Oh, sorry. What's going on?
How you doing? Can you hear me?
Congrats.
Thank you.
Congrats on 40K subscribers.
I
Yep.
appreciate you.
Hey, going back to yep. Hey, going back to the museum, is it too late to send money to Tyreek's museum project?
I don't think so. I think it is still available, if I'm not mistaken, because I know that people were still sending money after the
Oh,
campaign had reached its goal. So you might still be able to send money over.
and what website do we go on again and do that? I'm just wondering.
Hold on. Let me see. Indie is an Indiegogo site.
Okay.
Um, yeah, it's the Hidden History Museum, Indiegogo.
Okay. Thank you.
Hmm.
But yeah, can you believe that 20 years has passed? Like literally a full, like, well, maybe not a full, but well, yeah, a full 2 decades since Aaliyah has passed. That's just amazing. Or well, not amazing, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I had saw that. I had posted that up on my Twitter account. Yes, was it? Yeah, no, not yesterday. The day before yesterday. I can't. Yeah, I can't believe it's been 20 years as well. Because I was 12 when she had passed. And I remember where I was when I found out. I was on school because I was in middle school. I was in the seventh grade. School had just started. Like school had
Mm-hmm.
just started like that week or maybe the week before. And I remember
Mm-hmm.
I was getting ready to leave to go to school, and my dad had told me, he said, "Did you hear about what happened?" He said, and I said, "No." He said, "Aaliyah died in a plane crash," and I'm like, "What?" I'm like sitting there in complete disbelief. And then that's what was all over the news, like all day, like MTV, VH1, BET, even local news and world news and stuff like that. And when I got to school, that's all they kept talking. That's all they kept talking about. But yeah, that's pretty much how it was when I found out.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't discover Aaliyah until like literally later on, because well, I'm kind of showing my age when I say this, but I was only like 5 months when that happened. So yeah.
You said you was how old?
5 months.
Oh, wow. Oh, you real young. 5 months. So you was born in '01. So you 20.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
okay.
know a lot though. I know a lot though for my age.
That's no hey, it is what it is. Learn as much as you can as young as you are. I wish I knew a lot of the stuff that I knew now when I was 20. But it is what it is. And
Yeah,
also
and then of course,
before I go any further, Nubian DNA, I got your Cash App. I appreciate you.
yep, and of course, next month is going to be also 20 years since 9/11.
Hmm. Yeah, I was in school uh when that happened. So it was like back to back, tragedies. So yeah, I was in school because I went to school, of course, in the DMV area. So I remember how that happened. I was in school. It was early in the morning. Like we had just like got to our first class. And I remember going to the restroom. I asked one of my teachers, can I go to the restroom? And I went to the restroom, like, just like a normal day. And when I'm
Yep,
walking
yep.
back to my classroom, all I heard was this loud booming sound. And I was like, what is that? I'm like, what sounds like a bomb just went off? I'm like, what is that? And, not knowing what was going on, just go back to the classroom and, just do whatever. And I think the teachers and the staff knew what was going on, but they didn't want to have the kids, us, panicking. And then all of a sudden, you heard over the intercom, so and so is leaving for early dismissal. Okay, you hear one person leaving, that's not unnormal, not unrealistic. But it did feel kind of weird that kids was leaving school early and we just got to school. It's not like they were there for a couple of hours and they left like in the early afternoon or like after lunch or before lunch, anything like that. We're talking about we were only there for like an hour or so and kids is leaving early. So, you hear one kid leave and you don't think nothing of it. Then one or two more come on. I'm like, okay, maybe that's not unusual. But then by the time it got to the fifth and sixth person, then it was like, okay, something is not normal going on. Hold on. Shout out to Jill B for that huge donation. She says, congrats and thank you for introducing me to the Black media. Started watching you first, then you mentioned Harvey, Lisa, Jason Black, and PBT. Well, thank you. And I'm glad that, me mentioning those people led you to those great, awesome individuals as well. But
Oh yes, they are
yeah,
great. They are great individuals. Yeah.
yeah. And I just remember we were just sitting there. They didn't have TVs on. They didn't let us watch the coverage or anything like that. Because like I said, as kids, they didn't want us to be traumatized by what we was watching. So by like we was in there and like the kids kept leaving school left and right, left and right, left and right. And then eventually they just had everybody just leave school early that day. And then when I got home, that's when I saw it on the news because at the time my grandmother was staying with me and my family. And it was right there on the news. That's all they talked about. And it turns out that loud booming sound that I heard was when the plane hit the Pentagon. And the Pentagon, from where I'm at, is relatively close. I would say driving wise, minus traffic, from me to the Pentagon is probably about 20 minutes, 25 minutes. So if I can
Wow.
hear
Wow.
that from right there all the way where I was at, that was a heavy impact. And the thing is, the plane crashed from the airport that I used to work at a couple years ago. So, and the thing is, the airport is right next door to the Pentagon. So it did not even take off that far before coming back down into the Pentagon.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I remember that
Well,
day
that was
vividly.
yeah. That had to have been something. That had to have been something else for you to have experienced.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and going back to Aaliyah, don't you find it strange that literally coming up on her 20th anniversary, all of a sudden that's when they choose to have R. Kelly's trial?
Yeah. It's something real fishy about that.
Yeah, and you just know the man is going to go to jail because look at how the media is hyping it up. They keep saying, "Oh, well, shocking evidence, this and that, this and that." So,
Mm-hmm.
Especially now that Cosby is out, I feel like R. Kelly, they're definitely not going to let R. Kelly have a win. That would be too much, and that would make the
Mm-hmm.
feds look bad. Because remember, unlike Cosby, he has federal charges. And see, here's the thing: this is not his only trial that he has to worry about. I believe he still has to go back to Chicago to have his trial. So he has a
Yeah.
lot on his plate. So,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah,
Hey, Robbie Wilson, you can feel free to jump in like whenever you feel like it.
I'm not holding up.
All right.
I'm not holding up
No, you're good.
anything, am I?
No, you're
No,
fine, man.
but go ahead, Robbie, if you had something to
Yeah.
say.
Oh no, I was just gonna mention about something totally different though. But well, first off, I want to say congratulations on your 40K.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course. No, this is just like a side note for everybody who's black, who's in this chat and this whole stream. For those that may or may not know, um, melanin is a very it's called like a master molecule, right? And so there's a group of Europeans, right? There's people that meet every 4 or probably 6 years, and they'll meet in like Tucson, Arizona, and there's folks from Asia, Europe, anybody who's not black who's invited to these whole meetings, and they basically just study about melanin and how it affects the body. There was a study done that where I'm not sure if this is true or not, but they were saying that the scientists are trying to find ways to be us, to look like us, to be darker. So what they're doing was that they were taking black dead bodies, and they were pretty much taking like the all the organs out and basically experimenting. I don't know how true that is, but it kind of explains why there's like a high case of black men and women dying too. So there's a few books that I do have, and so I can probably just like shout them out to you, and just read it though. But it's very interesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything else, or was that it?
No, that's pretty much it, man. That's all I have right now. But I might jump in later on though. That's it.
Okay.
All right.
Cool. All right.
To add on to the death of Aaliyah, they say that they're now saying they want to create a whole nother album with Drake, Future, pretty much nothing that had nothing to do with her at the time, like with Aaliyah at the time, in the music.
Yeah, they're just trying to they're just trying to make money off of it. They're just milking it at this point, but I don't know how that's going to work. But I mean, I don't know I know that they're trying to make money off of it while at the same time, in a way, trying to keep her legacy alive. Although I think we've been doing a pretty good job at it, because it's not like we don't know who she is. It's not like she's faded into obscurity.
No, here's the catch. The catch is like the family's not having a say to do with the music. Somebody in the industry is having a whole. Remember, most artists don't own their masters. They don't own it's somebody else who owns their masters and publishing. If you own your publishing, you can do whatever you want. You can send it to movies, whatever. But the minute you give up that publishing, you don't have entire. I'll go as far as this. That's why some people try to sample some music that the hope that person's alive, or that person of the estate, to being able to get that sample cleared. If they don't have that person alive to being able to have that sample cleared, they can't do nothing. They're basically shit out of luck.
Mm-hmm. Right.
This is an example. And this the Aaliyah situation. Oh yeah, you ever heard of JoJo? And what happened? I don't know if I'm saying her name right. She was this white girl who was signed to Barry Hinkerton. If I'm saying that right.
I know who she is.
And she was heavily exploited by the uncle. Like the uncles, it was so bad she had to write her music. She had to do everything all over again. Like scratch her new. She had to do all the music. And it wasn't the same as a rich, because she can't do nothing because he has a hold of the music. And from where it's looking, some company. No, this is before the whole. They now wanted to release Aaliyah's music. Barry Hinkerton sold the rights. He was losing money to some company, to some third-party company. I don't know what it is. To now, whoever has the idea to do some, and that's why how Drake was able to hope I'm not sounding all over the place, because I always get the whole you sound all over the place thing. But that's how Drake was able to have his one song. I know many people complained about it. It happened like 8 years ago, I think, where he was able to take one of Aaliyah's sample and record over it. That's how. But to make a long story short, well, this is what leads up to the point of a possibility of her music being re-released. Well, not re-released, but unreleased stuff. What basically incomplete stuff. Like, both, I'm getting the sense that Miss Elliott ain't gonna be a part of it. Timberland ain't gonna be. Everybody that was in her circle, I don't think is gonna be a part of it. But that has nothing to do. Oh, and congrats on the 40K subs.
Thank you.
Oh yeah. What?
I was saying, I said I can believe, all of that because if you notice, like in like maybe like commercials and in movies, they'll play people's music and stuff like that, and a lot of the times that music or belongs to people that probably don't own their material. Not saying all of them don't, but a lot of them do. So it's a messy industry. I will say that.
14 minutes left. That shit going fast as fuck, boy. Well, I got a question. What did you do to how do you have the excitement to keep doing these YouTube videos? Like, where do you find the excitement? Where do you find the excitement to doing the YouTube videos?
Because I genuinely actually love doing this material. Like I enjoy it. It's not like I don't get bored doing it. Hold on right quick. All right, I'm back. But no, what I was saying was like I genuinely enjoy doing it. It's like I said, I don't get bored doing this. I'm consistent. And that's one thing a lot of people, when it comes to something like this, they lack the consistency to do this and then wonder why their growth is not there. So that's pretty much it.
Another thing with YouTube, what people feel like, some people feel, if you're looking at, if you're looking at expecting to grow fast on YouTube, I mean, you're gonna want to quit immediately. But sometimes it may take you 5,000 videos to get to what you at right now, or it might take you 500 videos or 1,000 videos. No, with like the YouTube, but
yeah. I mean, it is what it is, but the thing is, also YouTube is very saturated now. It's a lot of people on here. YouTube today is way different than it was even when I first. Yeah, because back then, you didn't have a lot of celebrities on. You didn't have any celebrities on YouTube at all back then, like you do right now. Like they're popping up with their own channels left and right. News networks have their own YouTube channels. At one time, YouTube was just like for your regular, average, everyday person who wasn't a news personality or a socialite or a celebrity. But now it's become and taken a life of its own, and now everybody uses it. So it's very saturated.
I'll go as far as this. Back then in YouTube, you could private, like you could have like a private call where your subscribers, like the subscribers, could talk to you privately through YouTube, like during 2007 and 8. Many people may not remember that. I remember that, like MySpace and all that. When I was in MySpace, when I was using MySpace, I was in like middle school, like 07, 08.
Yeah, I wasn't on YouTube back during that time. I didn't get on YouTube until like 2010 when I was in college, and that's when I had created my first channel. If I still had my original channel, y'all would have been able to see videos on there from when I was in college, because I had videos on there when I was in school, like from 2010 going, like I think you said that was my junior year and my senior year of college, and y'all could have saw videos of me back then. Y'all would be like, wow, like the growth is way different, or how I was then is way different than how I am now. I wasn't, of course, talking about what I was talking about now. Back then, of course, when I was in college, it was just whatever. But it was definitely way different. Then the whole system of YouTube was different back then. Back then, YouTube wasn't owned by Google. YouTube was its own private owner. Like they owned themselves. Like it was just a standalone thing. Google had no deal with them until around a couple like 2010 or something like that when they bought them, and then that's
They
when
bought
people
them in
were able to.
2008, 2007. It was bought about in 2007. YouTube.
Okay, you said Google bought them in 2007.
Yeah, in 2007.
Okay, so they probably, but as far as like the monetization and stuff and people making money, that didn't come until like a little bit later. So
No,
and
there
then I remember
was.
when,
It's just that some people was able to get it, some people wasn't.
yeah, and I remember when YouTube, the video lengths weren't as long. I think at one point like the longest video that you could make on YouTube was like 5 to 10 minutes, and then but now their servers are so big you can make as long as videos as long as you want. They didn't have back then. They didn't have live streaming. You just had to make regular videos. Like they have live streaming capabilities now. Like I said, YouTube is way different now than it was back then in its inception.
And it's definitely true. I will go as far as this. If you had your original channel, you had a little bit more subscribers by now. You may even have like 100,000 subscribers by now. If you had your original channel.
Most likely, possibly, yeah. But it is what it is because now I've surpassed that point. So I'm proud of where I'm at right now. I know that a lot of people, and even myself, feel that I could be even higher, but I know why I'm not. But I'm not like losing sleep over it either.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing about YouTube and like in certain YouTubers who I don't even like talking about this. Should I talk about this segment YouTube?
If you feel that if you feel you shouldn't, then don't.
Well, I'll just say the dysfunctional side of YouTube. YouTube seems to reward that rather like
it's the algorithm. The algorithm likes that.
All right, I'm gonna talk about it. I don't even like talking about these people, but you ever heard of
Wait, hold up. Hold up. Don't mention any names. Please don't, because I do not want any drama coming to my channel. Please don't do that. And please
well,
don't do that.
I'll just say you have these divisive channels where if you don't if you don't go, it's this, I'll just say it's a spear, right? If you don't literally, I've seen this with every one of those. I even have like I only have like one screenshot of this happening. Well, if you don't talk about, or if you don't how should I say this? If you don't go get subscribed, like if you don't, how should I say this? If you don't get his referral, or you don't get his help, and you get your subscribers by yourself, that person in that spirit will try to do something to your channel, even if you say something. I seen it in the past. I seen it. I know I've been watching a whole lot of drama stuff instead of focusing on my stuff at the same time.
I try to stay away from that. I don't want any unnecessary drama. That's why I had to stop you before you dropped any name, because this is the main channel. This is the main.
Oh, and with the fact that I even said it, and the fact that I even said that, the fact that you even said that proved my case. The fact that you even had to stop me proved my case of what I even had to fight saying it. I have to bite my tongue even saying
it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I let them have all of that over there.
Why nobody talking? You guys could talk.
Well, I didn't know that, man. You having a whole conversation, so I was trying to chill, listen to you. No, but I see a lot about YouTube right now, man. I'm not too comfortable with like talking right now because I know what they're doing, so it's kind of like affecting a lot of.
Yeah, you know what I realized about these channels. I'm gonna just say only the two genders, the male and female side of these channels. They don't talk about people being forced to take the Joker.
Mm-hmm.
all the time about what this person is doing or what that person is doing. Oh, because what this person is born to. I remember that the last video, well, a few videos ago, we talked about women saying why men are even talking.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you have those crowd, but then you have the the females this, the female. But I say all that to say, it's so crazy. They talk about all this other stuff, but they ain't talking about the forced poker. They're not talking about how the truckers are being forced to not drive, and how a lot of stuff is not on the shelves. Everybody's talking about, and then you have people talking about this winter's coming stuff. This winter's coming stuff. I'm like, what the hell?
Oh yeah, they're
But
talking.
you're not even.
I know
Yeah.
what they were talking about with that.
But I say all that to say, like, people are giving these distractions, but they're not like, yo, all right, what can you do to help this, or what can you do to help that? All right, if you see this, talk about that, or if you see this, do something to that. I don't see none of that. All I just see is, if you see this person, just, I don't know, be out of nowhere rude towards them or whatever.
Right. Hey, listen, I'm a cycle some more people. I'm gonna cycle y'all out and cycle more people in because
Let
there's
them.
some more people that want to come in.
Oh yes, congrats.
All right, appreciate you. But appreciate you coming up. All right, so I have two more people in here. Hold on, oh shit, I just lost one person. Okay, what's going on?
None really. Congratulations on the 40 subscribers.
Thank you.
I mean 40,000. Oh yeah, have you heard
Uh,
about? My bad. Have you heard about this story with Mott Lamont Hill defending Dylan Roof?
if he did, I'm not surprised.
He literally said that Dylan Roof do not deserve the death penalty.
I'm not gonna say if he did. Like if he actually said that though, I would not be surprised because that's the type of person that Mark Lamoist Hill is. On that whack BNC channel, that's not even black owned. What's going on, LVZ?
Congratulations, my brother. What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, man, what's going on, man? Mark Lamoy's Hill. That sounds like a move he would do. I just had to say congratulations to my brother, man. I'm out here in the middle of this storm, doing God knows what. I'm getting ready to go see a movie about the head of the Swirlington Coat Factory, Candyman.
Oh my God.
We get ready to go see the Alfonso Ribeiro story, Tori.
I saw it last night.
It's the story of Alfonso Ribeiro, the old version. Is Alfonso Ribeiro was the original Candyman.
Yeah, I saw it. Like I saw it last night.
Oh, you did? It was good.
I'll let you be the. I'm gonna put my review up for
Good.
it
I
tomorrow. I'm
trust
gonna
your
let you be the.
opinion.
I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you. See it, and you give your take on it. But I'm gonna put my review up of it tomorrow.
Bet. I'm gonna check it out. Man. But shit, man, congratulations on 40 G's, man. And we gonna make it 80 G's. We still gonna keep riding on all of these coons, white supremacists, sellout Sambos, buck dancers, butter.
You kind of going in and out.
Monkey. Congratulations.
Hey LVZ, your connection is bad. Like you keep going. It's like you're glitching. Probably because of this storm. It sounded like we just lost them all together. Nate, you can jump back in if you want to.
I'm sorry.
You good?
I mean, about that. Yeah, I never understand it. Like this guy remind me of a democratic version of Brandon, Tatum.
Mm-hmm.
Like I notice how both of them they always have this excited face as if like they all and they like talk the most coolest BS I've seen in my life.
Right.
I remember one time like Brandon Tatum actually defended like a white Karen for for hitting that black woman in a clothing store, and
Mm-hmm.
he called the black woman a Karen and said that black woman was wrong as well. They were both wrong. I'm like, what?
Yeah, he's an interesting character.
I mean, I really don't have really anything to talk about else. So I guess I
Okay.
see uh, a good time having me on.
All right. Appreciate you coming up. All right. Gnome King, I saw your comment in the chat. If you want to come up now, you can click the link. If you're still in the chat. Yeah, but I didn't know that Mark Lamont Hill said that. But I wouldn't be surprised if he did. Hey, shout out to Lisa for the donation, for the super sticker. I greatly appreciate you. Your name came up a couple of times earlier in the stream. I appreciate you. But if anybody else would like to come up, I have pinned the link to the StreamYard if you would like to come up and just talk for a little bit about whatever it is that is on your mind, you can do that. Gnome King, if you're still in the chat, you can come up as well. What's going on?
Hey, salute, brother Torre, man. Ain't
I appreciate you.
nothing much going on this way, man. Uh, I'm late. How much did I miss?
What time did you get in?
Maybe 10 minutes ago, if that.
And you missed pretty much like the first hour.
Oh man. Well, cause I ain't even looked to see what you was gonna be discussing this time. I just seen that I was late, and I was like, oh man. I, I'm just glad I didn't miss the whole thing though. But I
You
heard
good?
heard you got 40K subscribers, man. Congratulations, bro.
I appreciate it.
I'm glad to see your channel growing um like it should, cause I mean I ain't trying to compare you to nobody, and I heard you say don't drop names earlier, but like I want to see your channel get to where where Phil shit is. You know what I'm saying? I want to see your joint get big like his.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing I notice ain't nobody talking much about as far as the other black content creators is the whole shit going on in Afghanistan right now. Like ain't nobody, the few people I talked about with it offline, when they heard what I had to say, they like, man, damn, I didn't know you really looked that deep into it. Because I asked people, what do y'all think the Taliban is really doing over there? You know what I'm saying? And the analogy I use for the comparison is hella funny. Cause not too long, like 9/11 been 20 some odd years ago. Like I know you remember it, like, because we around the same age. I was in the 6th grade in math class when
Mhm.
the principal came on the intercom and just told all the teachers, turn your TVs on and to go to channel 6. And the
Mhm.
news was on. You just seen what I'm saying, all the smoke. You see the plane flying to the building.
Yeah.
You know, supposedly, because all the architects and engineers that took part in designing those buildings, like I heard a lot of them say like it's no way in hell those planes hitting those buildings could have demolished them, and those structures would have went down the way they did. They swearing out, and nobody really pay much attention to what they say. But after working in the trades for just a short while myself, when I hear them guys saying it's no way in hell those planes could have did that, like I believe them, because I know what it takes to put a building up, to put a commercial size structure up. Like I know what it takes. So when them guys are saying, it's no way in hell those planes could have knocked the buildings over, I believe them. But that's another aspect of it. Um, but when it comes to the Taliban just going wild, like the U.S. making it seem, it's like, okay, y'all been there for 20 some years, man. Like y'all should have had the Taliban, Al Qaeda, or any of the rest of them groups eliminated. You know what I'm saying? That's what kind of make me think they probably working with the U.S. in tandem when it come to certain things. Because 20 years, we've been to other countries before as far as giving foreign aid to their militaries, and it only took like 3 to 5 years in a lot of other countries that's a lot smaller landmass wise, military and population wise, and we like reinforced their military tenfold. They no longer have the problems they had. But it's
Mhm.
like, why can't y'all do that with Afghanistan? You know what I'm saying? But picture picture, I don't know how much of a gamer you are, but I'm assuming, you know what I'm saying? I know you got some kind of game console. I don't know what your preferred um system is, but picture, you created a team, and you got the story mode campaign going, you know what I'm saying, a tournament, and you towards the end of that tournament and you about to win, and your game freeze out the
Mhm.
blue. You know what I'm saying? Your game just freeze. And you remember back in the old days, we had them Sega Genesis and them Nintendo 64s with the cartridges. We could just
Yeah.
pull out the cartridges and blow on them. you
Right.
know, and the game back like normal. But you can't do that with these new systems. When your game freeze, you got to restart it. And I tell my homeboys that I did talk to about this situation in Afghanistan, when the United States got there, that's what happened. The game froze for the Taliban and all these terrorist groups. The game froze. The U.S. froze their game when they got there after 9/11, and it's been froze for the last 20 years.
That was a great way of
So,
explaining it. No, that was a great way of explaining it. Explaining it.
yeah, see, I'm not done. See, check this out. Like I say, what do you do? I just told you the logical answer for when your game freezes, what most people do. But what do you do when you rage quit? You know what I'm saying? Like I say, you in the story mode campaign now. You at the end of the tournament, you about to win, and your game freeze. You ain't just gonna restart like normal. You gonna rage quit that motherfucker. So you probably gonna throw the remote across the room. I done seen some people knock the TVs off the stand, and then you got some people that just get up, they walk up to the console, and they don't even just press the power button to restart the game. They press that power button, they hold that bitch down for them 3 seconds, and they reset the game. That's what the Taliban is doing in Afghanistan right now. They resetting the motherfucking console. They got up, and they held down that power button. Cause see, look, the United States, like, yeah, foreign aid to their military is what they supposed to have been doing over there. But instead, they over there completely dismantling the Middle Eastern way of life, which is, men being men and the men being in control, which is what the United States was, you know, a couple generations before we came into the picture. People like me and Torian age, because the shit you see going on now, the way females talk to men, the way they look at men, the way they interact with men in the workplace, females even being in the workplace, like none of that shit wasn't going on all of this time ago. But it's here in the United States now, which most brothers don't have a problem with. What we have a problem with was it went from women just getting equal rights and being paid equal and being able to do the same jobs as men to them entirely having a leg up. And I done looked at certain statistics, and it's, what I'm saying, you see them in magazines, in the grocery store when you're waiting in line to check out. Like, they getting paid. 90% of men get paid less than females in the workplace. There's no longer like where they getting paid more, where we getting paid more than them. Like, this goes across the board with all races too, at least here in the States. So it's not a white woman getting paid more than the white man thing, or black women getting paid more than, the black man. Nah, females in general, they getting paid more than fucking black men, Latino men, Hispanic, whatever, and some cases white guys. But in Afghanistan, no, none of that shit wasn't going on. The men ruled that bitch with an iron fist, and the United States been over there completely dismantling that. They got women with position. They talking about giving women positions in government over there now. Females having bank accounts. That was non-existent before the United States got there. And then the way that women dress and act obviously is the big difference, because chicks walk around half naked everywhere over here. They didn't have that shit over there. Y'all know that. Y'all know how them went, they keep them covered up with the burqas. They cover head to toe. The only thing exposed is their faces. Yeah, but you got women walking around over there like they do over here now, and that's completely against their moral code. It's against their religion. It's not the way they get down. But you know how the United States go. I told my homeboys, when they deploy to a country, when they military go somewhere and set up shop, they never leave. They go there, they build bases, and around the bases, they start building towns. They build restaurants, they build gyms, they build hotels and car dealerships, all kind of shit, man. But that's what the Taliban is doing. They resetting the game.
Well,
they putting shit back to how it was pre 9/11. My bad. Go ahead. What was about to say?
Well, yeah. What I was about to say was, I don't know how big of a study of I don't know how big of a studier of history you are, known, but this kind of all reminds me of what happened, of what went on in Vietnam. Because I don't know if you ever learned about that war. You were in there for a long time, and a lot of the similar stuff that's going on or went on in Afghanistan and Iraq kind of already happened over there, because we barely accomplished anything in that war. And let me tell you something, we were getting our asses handed to us in that war. Go back and look. We may not have said that we lost, but if we went on, who knows what would have happened. I just had to put that out there.
Nah, that's right. And the same thing. Vietnam, or Korea, you know, every time you got to look at the invested interest of not necessarily the military or the government, but who's controlling the military and the government. You know what I'm saying? Pre 70s and 80s, during, you
You're
know,
kind of going in and out.
I'm sorry about that. Pre 70s and 80s, you know, when you know with Korea and Vietnam, what were we bringing back? You know, because when the 80s, the late 70s and early 80s hit, boom, out of nowhere, you got the war on drugs. But same thing, they cleared out Vietnam, they cleared out Korea. Where else was they gonna find them poppy fields to keep harvesting that opium? The Middle East. Boom. And a few years later, just like not too long after Vietnam, you had the war on drugs, shit getting out of control. But back then, in them days, you know, it was us, it was our
And
people, black folk.
and you still like kind of fade. You still kind of
Yeah,
faded.
you're still kind of fading out.
You know, I think it's somebody freaking called me, man. Like while you was talking, like somebody called me and I didn't answer, but my shit started messing up after that. Like, I don't know why. But let me see. I might try to just come back out because
I
come
can
out
hear
and
you a
come
little
back
bit
in.
better now.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
But yeah, they brought back drugs each time.
Now you faded out again.
See, that's getting on my nerves. I might try to just go out the
Yeah,
stream and
yeah,
come
yeah,
back.
yeah. Go out and come back in.
All right.
All right. All right. So we have another person that just joined the stream. P Tech Micro.
What up, bro? How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Fantastic. Thank you. I just I just wanted to congratulate you on your 40K subscribers. I listen to your videos a lot. You have good perspective on issues, you, you know. And
Thank you.
I was tripping right now because of how much all these niggas know about Al Qaeda and Afghanistan and shit. It's like what, bro? That's the thing y'all worried about, you know? I
Well, it's
don't
it's
know.
a
I,
reason to
I I
worry,
just see it a
brother.
little differently.
It's a reason to worry, brother.
Okay,
When it
I
comes to us,
understand
and I'm not talking
niggas
about as
do it,
far as
but
Al
the
Qaeda.
thing
I'm
it's like y'all, like who to
I'm a
tell those
veteran.
people how to
Okay.
run their country?
That's what I'm getting at. See,
But does that give you
I'm a vet.
authority to tell those people to run how to run their country?
Exactly. See that I wasn't getting clear where you was headed, but now you know what I'm saying. Now I see you right.
Yeah,
Like that's what I was getting at. Like the Taliban is over there resetting the game.
yeah,
They putting things back to how it was before the United States got there. The United States been over there pushing pretty much
that's
their
their
way of
business. You know
life.
what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah, pushing their way of life onto the Taliban. The Taliban, not the Taliban, but just the people in general of Afghanistan.
And
But they,
let
you
me
know,
add
they go ahead, Spidey.
sorry to cut you off, but let me add this. We got all this money.
Yeah,
We got all this money to fund these damn wars and shit. Where's the stuff at for our
I
people?
don't got all this money.
Where's the money to put? Where's the money to put? Give us reparations or put trays and coding, like Kwame Brown
That's what I'm
said.
saying. I
Shout,
ain't got
shout
all
out to
this money.
Kwame Brown in the schools. You know what I'm saying? It's just like some bullshit. We ain't got no motherfucking business over there. We're nothing but just when it comes to shit like that, we're nothing but just a oil, crazy oil, murderous oil, bloody driven country. You know what I'm saying? You know, money rules the world. You know that this is what capitalism does to you.
And that's why they put "In God We Trust" on the back of every dollar. The God they talking about on the
Yeah,
dollar bill ain't the God. It ain't the God we thinking about when we go to church. They God is gold, oil, and drugs. God. That's the God they talking about on your dollar bill. Like I said, when you brought up Vietnam earlier,
They got
when I put together Vietnam and Korea, it was the same thing. They brought back opium. They brought back
Yeah,
opium.
yeah, because they saw what we did in Japan. You know, that was a success. Oh, so they said, oh, let's do the military-industrial complex. That's why they love presidents like LBJ, Nixon,
they
Trump,
got
and,
is white
and Cheney
Jesus, man.
and Bush and
That's
all
a
of them.
that's the symbol of their dominance. White Jesus
Yep.
hanging on the
Before y'all
cross, man. That's
hold on.
the symbol of their
Before y'all
dominance.
go any further,
Wherever they go and they dominate, they put that plus up there.
all right, before y'all
Hmm.
go any further, let me acknowledge this super
Sorry.
chat by Dwayne Coleman. He said, "Happy 40K RIP to the Marines, Black people first." I appreciate you.
Salute, brother Coleman. But yeah, I'm glad y'all started heading the way y'all going. You brought up the Kwame Brown, what he said about the money aspect, and that's another thing I got from brother Scott's channel. You know, he broke down the expenditure, the military expenditure over there, and they done spent. Think about this; these numbers about to blow y'all mind. They've been spending $300 million per day, every week, every month, every year for the last 20 years in
Ever since,
Afghanistan, in the
ever
Middle
since,
East.
ever since 2001.
Yeah, ever since 9/11.
So basically, ever since I was born.
So
Wow.
$300 million per day, you know what I'm saying? So the mathematicians in the chat, calculate
They
that
said,
shit.
I think they said that that's like a couple trillion that was spent over the last 20 years, but claim that they don't have the money. Well, whenever the topic of reparations comes about from Black people, specifically Black people who are born from America, that they don't have it. But this is where
Yeah,
you've been
we
sending. This is where you've been sending all your money for the
That, that's
last 20 some years.
yeah,
that's what I
we
said
can't
before,
give y'all no
Dwayne. That's what I
money.
said before.
We can't give y'all no money. We got to study it first. You know what I'm saying? But we can give 50 million to the Asians real quick. Boom. You know what I'm saying? We can give money to the Jews, 4 billion to Israel every single year. But now y'all black people, we got to study y'all shit first. We can't
Who
give y'all
knows?
no
They
money.
might. Who knows? They might have also given money to the Irish and the Italians.
And
Yeah.
before I go any
They give
further,
money to
shout out to Two
everybody
Trip.
except us, bro.
Shout out to Two Trip for the cash app.
But
Now,
yeah,
now,
three
now they
hundred
about to
million.
drop the remainder of the Afghanis on us right now. All the people that made it on the plane, there was some on the wheels that fell off because they knew they were in trouble because they were traitors and they knew that people was coming after them. So they was like, we got to get out of here by any means. They were even holding on to the wheels of a plane, bro. How desperate do you got to be to do that?
It's a reason for that. I can break it down. Like
That's crazy. That's like certain
this,
death.
the reason they so desperate is because over those 20 years, you had a new generation of people to come into play. New births, like you said, like Spidey said, he was being born,
Traitors.
since this time. No, they not traitors. This what I'm getting to is they haven't been living under the original guise and way of life of the Afghans before the United States came there with their interference. See, they got used to the way of life of how things were while the United States was there.
But if
Because
they
they've been,
people
like I
wasn't
say,
traitors, they wouldn't have been introduced to that. The only way you get introduced to that is your people before you are traitors.
Let me add this though.
And I'm not taking sides in that. I'm just saying they traded against them to the other side. And they knew that once the United States left, the other side was coming back. So they holding on to the bottom of a plane.
yeah, they wasn't expecting that other
That's
side to
crazy.
come back. They wasn't
But
expecting the
what
Taliban
else
to
do
come
you
back.
what else you
let
do
me
with your traders? I mean, what are you supposed to do with your traders? You know, people. I mean, the United States don't let no traitors slide, do they?
They, you know what I'm saying?
No,
But
no,
them
they make him
people,
president. They make him
Does anybody
president.
know the United States let traitors slide? Because I don't think they do.
but it's, you know what I'm saying?
So
They didn't. Those people
man,
not intentionally wanting to just abandon their way of life. You know, their way of life has been completely influenced by the West. And now that the
Let me,
United States is pulling out of there and the Taliban back in control, you think about how much of a, you know what I'm saying, a culture shock that's going to be for them,
let
to the
me,
little females over
it's
there.
because
That's
their people was traitors, though. If they people wasn't traitors, then they wouldn't have been raised like that.
but here's something
I
important to
think
think about,
you
though.
pay for your forefathers' sins. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, in a sense,
You know that
but
saying. You know that saying. You pay for your forefathers'
yeah,
sins.
sins of the fathers. Yeah, but the kids
Yeah,
necessarily,
exactly, and
they just
that's what's happening.
the kids are just kids
That's
though.
and
Like
it's sad. I don't want to see nothing happen to
Here's something to
anybody. You
think
know what I'm
about,
saying?
though.
That's not. But it's like, what do you expect them to do? You know what I'm saying? What do you expect those people to
Guys,
do with their traitors?
go ahead, Spidey. My bad. Go ahead.
sorry to interrupt your conversation, but I just have something really important to add, and here's something really important to think about. Yeah, they might be bringing them over here, but don't get too excited about that, because here's the way I'm looking at it. And let me tell you something. They would no. When I say this, neither the liberal or the conservative, but especially neither the liberal element would want me to be president, because I would have told those people they got to wait, because I see that as another group of brown skin people getting a chance to leapfrog over the black community. And let me tell you something
That's
about
right.
these sanctuary. Let me tell you something about these sanctuary
About it
cities.
at all? Yeah,
Because
I ain't
Milwaukee is
excited
one of
about
them.
it. I ain't
They
excited
have been
about it.
milking the black community for years, man. They
They
got
already
these
done took three
they got
hundred
these
million a year. Now they coming for more.
they
What
got
else
these
y'all got?
rundown stores and these rundown gas stations here in the Milwaukee area, and you can just tell that they be rude to you. That's why I don't even go in them. You know, I'm not discriminating. I'm just telling it what it is, man. I don't want to give them no damn business. I'll put that out there right now. I don't care.
And before y'all go any further, Black Voltron, I know you've been trying to get in, like you was coming in and out. I don't know if it was a connection issue, but is there something that you want to say could be about the conversation that they're having right now, or could it be, or is it something else that you just wanted to talk about?
Oh, sorry about that, Torian. Sorry.
I mean, no problem. Y'all was like really, really, really deep into the conversation. I don't know if he's away from like his device or if he's muted or whatever the case may be.
His mic's still muted.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, he'll just have to jump in whenever he's ready.
Hey, here's the main two things I wanted to get out. Uh, Number one, Torian, I told you that there was a small possibility, although I haven't seen the movie yet, but according to your review, I told you there was a small possibility that Marlon Wayans was gonna pull off Ted White, because yeah, I figured he might do something magical in that role.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like I said in my review, I really enjoyed his performance. He did a really good job. Like he wasn't the Marlon Wayans that we're used to always seeing, and that's him being funny and everything like that. So it just showed right there in that role that he has range. And I've said that
Yeah,
about a lot of comedic actors, that if you
yeah,
give them the
yeah,
right material, they can do drama if
yeah.
it's the right material.
Yeah, because like you said, man, if you think about it, a lot of comedians over the years, whether they be black or white, they have impressed us, man, with their dramatical performances.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and another thing,
Especially the
last thing
black
before we
ones.
continue on with the conversation,
Very dramatic.
did you see that No Way Home trailer? I was kind of blown away. I'm excited, man. I hope they don't delay
Yeah,
it.
yeah, I saw it. I'm excited about it as well. And it's so crazy. A lot of people like when they started to announce like phase 4 for the MCU, a lot of people was kind of like, oh, I don't know how this is going to be because it's not going to be like the first 3 phases. I'm like, of course it's not going to be like the first 3 phases. They're trying to move forward. The Infinity Saga is done, so they're moving on to another stage. And I think seeing between this trailer for Spider-Man No Way Home and even the one that they did for Eternals, I think that is getting people excited to see what's about to come with the future of the MCU. So I too am excited, and it was a nostalgic feel, seeing that Green Goblin bomb and seeing the original Doc Ock. So it's like that took me back to my childhood.
Right.
Just seeing those two things like took me back to because when the first Spider-Man came out, I was 13. I remember seeing it on my 13th birthday. I remember it.
I was 1 year old.
Yeah, I saw it on my I saw the first one on my 13th birthday, and then I saw the second one. The second one came out 2 years later, so I was 15. So I'm definitely excited to see what that movie is going to contain and what it's going to do, because I already know, just looking at the trailer, what it's going to lead into. Is going to lead into the next Doctor Strange movie for sure. That's pretty obvious. And that's actually one of my most anticipated movies out of Phase 4. That and to see what they're going to do with the Black Panther movie. I know that's got to be stressful. I'm not even going to go into that rabbit hole. But I'm excited to see what they're going to do going forward. And like you said, I hope they don't delay, but I don't think they're moving anything. And thank God Venom has nothing to do with the Spider-Man.
Don't even talk about that franchise.
I'm not even gonna lie though, I was actually like looking forward to seeing it because they casting Woody Harrelson as Carnage was perfect. He's gonna pull that. He's gonna pull that off. So I wanted to see what they were going to do with it. Huh?
I said he's too old now.
Here's the thing. Like the Cletus Cassidy character, he wasn't like a young guy either. So I'm curious to see how I'm curious to see and the thing is, Carnage could be any age. He's a symbiote. So I'm like, just looking at it, I said with him playing Cletus Cassidy and then it transfers over to him being Carnage, I think that was like perfect casting because he has that presence. He knows how to do facial acting. He can sound crazy. He can look crazy, and we know that character is a serial killer who was about to be put to death until the symbiote of Carnage stopped it. So I'm looking forward to it. I truly believe they should not have delayed it. I don't know what the people over at Sony were thinking, delaying it for 3 weeks. Like they should have kept the original date. Huh?
This is Sony. This is Sony that we're talking about. And let me tell you something. I still can't get over the fact that Tom Hardy is Venom. I'm not a Tom Hardy fan. I'm sorry. I think he's kind of he's pretty much an overrated actor. In my mind, he's totally miscast. I preferred what's his name? Topher Grace from That 70s Show. I thought he did a better Venom. That's just me though.
I think it's because this is a different type of role for Tom Hardy. I liked him as Bane, when he was in The Dark Knight Rises. I like when actors really get into their role, not just on the acting side, but on the physical side. Like when he played Bane in The Dark Knight Rises, he put on a lot of weight, like a lot of muscle to fit the role. He took speech classes so he could get the voice down, because Tom Hardy, he's British. So Bane doesn't have a British accent. So and neither does what is his name? No, not Tom Holland. I'm talking about Eddie Brock. Eddie Brock is not British either.
Oh.
Eddie Brock is not British. He's American. So he had to have his American accent as well. So I like I like method actors when they can really get into a role to the point where you forget that's who they are, because you don't want to see a movie where you see the person supposed to be portraying like an adaptation of somebody else, whether they're fiction or non-fiction, and you just say, oh, this is the actor, because then that means that they really didn't go all the way in. I mean, look at Heath Ledger. Awesome performance as the Joker, probably one of the best. I don't think anyone I was sitting there saying to myself, I hope that he doesn't try to be, because I don't want him to be like
let's not
I didn't
forget
want him
Jack
to be like
Nicholson.
Jack. That's what I was getting ready to say. I said I don't want him to be like I don't want him to be like Jack Nicholson. I want him to have his own way. And I think what he did was he took Cesar Romero, who we all know was the first person to play the Joker.
Yeah, I was
He
about to
took
mention him
he
too.
he took Jack Nicholson and he kind of fused them together while also throwing his own spin on the role. And I was reading like, how he would stay in his room and like he stayed in his room and went over different variations of how he was going to play that role for like a good month before they started filming. Like he went over the script, he went over different like how he was going to do facial expressions, how he like what the voice was going to sound like. And it came, and this is what the product was. It's just unfortunate he got so lost in the role that he ended up taking his own life. And he wasn't able to
That's
see
Hollywood. That's Hollywood.
it's just unfortunate he wasn't able to see what what is possibly one of the best roles he would have ever played in his career. And from that, who knows if Heath Ledger was still alive today, who knows where his career would have been at this moment. He would have been like in another world somewhere, because he really killed that role. And I truly believe that's why The Dark Knight did so well, because everyone kept saying and praising his performance, and then his death on top of that made people want to go watch it. And I saw it went back in 2008 over the summer when it had came out in 2008, and I remember just like having chills after the movie was done just at his performance alone. Like I said, yeah, he bodied that role, and I don't think
Yeah.
that we're gonna find another person that's going to play that role quite like that, because they tried to do that with what's his name, Jared Leto, but it didn't really hit like that. And that's not taking anything away from him, because he's a very good actor as well. But
Yep.
Heath Ledger, he
Speaking,
definitely played that role to perfection.
yeah,
Your performance was incredible, and you inspire an idealist to go out and do a mass killing, because you remember when uh, not too long after when they come out with The Dark Knight Rises, before the movie release, you
yeah,
remember
they
you
shot
had
up the
the
movie
movie
theater.
shooting in
Yeah.
Colorado. Yep.
Yep.
Did,
Yep.
did you see that? Did you see that guy? You can't tell me he wasn't a damn Joker lookalike. He might have not had the face paint with the smile, but did
He
you
looked
see
more like he looked more like Cletus Cassidy, who was Carnage, because he had the red hair and everything
yeah,
like
the
that.
orange hair.
So that's what
Yep.
he reminded me
But
more of him.
but speaking of villains, I don't going back to Marvel, I don't care what they do, but uh I hope that eventually we get one of my favorite villains, Galactus. I gotta see that character be done right. That'll be awesome
I
to
think
see.
I think Galactus is coming, since they are about to introduce the Celestial. Well, they're not so much introducing them, because we already saw a glimpse of them in the first Guardians of the Galaxy. We saw
Right,
one of
right.
them in We saw one of them in Guardians of the Galaxy 2, who was Star Lord's dad, and now we're getting ready to see them again in the Eternals. And I think now people are going to get into a backstory. The thing is, it killed me when I was watching people react to the trailer, and people thought that that being was Galactus. I'm like, no, that's a Celestial. I said I knew that right off the bat when I saw its face. I said, yep, that's a Celestial. And I don't know who has a lot
Think
of background noise.
think about okay, and let me give you an idea about casting. Whatever you may feel about him from what came out about him a few years ago, I personally don't think that's his mindset anymore. But what do you think about Liam Neeson playing or voicing Galactus? That would be amazing in my opinion.
You said Liam Neeson voicing Galactus.
Yeah.
They
Despite
lost cool points with me if he doing it.
because I know where you headed
I don't
with that.
like him.
I was getting ready to hit, and I was getting ready to say this. I was getting ready to say the
I
same
don't
thing.
like him. Cause you remember he was on that woman show. Cause I guess one of his friends had got
Yeah,
attacked by a
that's
black
what I said
person.
before. That's why I said before, like, yeah, a few years ago, he said those things, but he said that was back in the day. I'm sorry, but I personally don't feel like that's his mindset anymore. That's just my observation of the whole thing. That's just my opinion. He could still be that way, but that's just an idea, guys. I just had to put it out there. My apologies.
They don't change, man.
That's just
They
that's
don't
just like
change.
that's like how for me and also before I even get continue on, shout a shout out to they fell off. But what I was going to say was that's like for me, if I watch, the only way I'm going to see the second Aquaman movie is if Amber the Turd Heard is not in it,
And you
because
know she's gonna be
that,
in it.
I
well, then
agree.
they not. Well, if she's in it, I'm not going to go see it. And the thing is, I like the first Aquaman movie. It was really good.
And
I was very thoroughly impressed with how they pulled off the underwater effects. That was my
right,
main concern with the
right.
movie, was how they're going to pull off these underwater effects, and they did it brilliantly. But I said, if she's in or has any type of attachment to the second Aquaman movie, I don't care how good it is. I'm not going to watch it because that
And
woman is extremely toxic.
and
She
that
she
kind of
she helped
reminds me. That,
she helped ruin
Johnny
Johnny
Depp.
Depp's career and his
I
reputation.
was just about to say that
That kind,
she
that,
destroyed Johnny Depp. Yep.
that speak
You
and yeah. Sorry, I'm cutting y'all off so much, but so many things are like literally popping up in my mind. But that kind of reminds me of what I'm gonna do with this forthcoming the Batman movie. I'm not gonna see
Hmm.
that since you know more than likely since what's her name, Zoe Kravitz is in that movie, because you know she was on that long list of coons attacking Cosby. So you know I can't support her ass, and she's playing one of the most iconic characters of all time, Catwoman.
So who would you want as Catwoman if you had to choose?
well,
Bring back
as I'm
Halle Berry. Halle Berry.
Oh
That
man, you lost cool points, man.
that Catwoman movie wasn't good. I would say she looked good in the movie, but the movie was not good.
Michelle
Yeah,
Pfeiffer.
man. She no, nah, I'm not with
Catwoman,
that.
the Harley Quinn show.
What was that?
No, I said Catwoman, the Harley Quinn show. That was a good Catwoman, but I would say Michelle Pfeiffer.
Yeah, Michelle Pfeiffer was a very good Catwoman. I was actually looking at some behind the scenes stuff when they were talking about the making of Batman Returns, and Tim Burton, he was behind that. He was saying how that part where she comes back to life after she gets pushed out of the window and the cats bring her back to life and she goes back to her apartment, that freak out scene that she did, they said that was completely improv. They said none of that was in the script. They said, like, when she freaked out like that, they just like said don't cut the camera, let it roll. And I think they did all of that in one take, like her freaking. I said, and that was perfect, because you got to think, the Selena Kyle character, she was always this meek, weak, and docile character that really didn't stick up for herself, anything like that. And Catwoman is the complete and polar opposite of that. And you got to think, she just got pushed out of a window. She's always been walked over. She's never been taken seriously. No man really wanted her like that. So now to go from that to this, they said when she did that scene, it wasn't in the script. Like, they just looked down, and when it was over, and she it ends with her in the cat suit, and she switches up her tone of voice. I think they said when the movie came out and audiences saw it for the first time, they said people were just like applauding like crazy just in that one scene alone. And that just shows you how good of an actor or great of an actress Michelle Pfeiffer is. I think at that, I said, when I saw that, I said, why in the world didn't she get like an Oscar nomination for just that scene alone?
Anne Hathaway wasn't attractive enough for Catwoman. Just my opinion.
I will say this about Anne Hathaway. Right, she wasn't attractive enough to be Catwoman, but I will say she did not give a bad performance. As she did better than I give her credit for. Like, she actually did way better than I thought she would, because I've seen stuff that she's been in, and Anne Hathaway's always played this quirky type of person, and that goes back to what I was saying about comedic actors. Where if you give them the right script, they can pull off a certain type of role. In this role, she was not being the type of person or actress that she's been known to do in roles that she's always been playing up to that point. She was playing a very well-known comic book character, and she was playing a very important, pivotal role to a very iconic character alongside another iconic character, which is Batman. And I think minus the parts when she was on the bike. I think she did a lot of her own stunts, except for when the bike parts came up. She did not do those.
My favorite part was when she was in that room with Bruce when he was walking on the cane, and she went from the maid to like he was walking with the cane, and she kicked the cane from under his leg, and he fell. Like that was my favorite part.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like
Yeah.
that's a perfect, and that was a perfect example right there when she was being the maid or pretending to be the maid. She was like acting like a certain type of way, and then all of a sudden her voice tone switched up, and I said, "Up there it is." And then she kicked the cane from underneath him, and he fell, and she jumped out of the window. I said, "That's like real." I said that's something Catwoman would do because that's the type of person that she is. She'll act innocent 1 minute, and then she'll turn on you the next.
Yeah, Bruce Wayne in the beginning of that movie was basically like Fred Sanford. That's kind of what reminded that's kind of what he reminded me of in the beginning of that movie with the cane and everything and how he walked.
Yeah. Because you gotta think, because this was after the Dark Knight. He was on the run. He had stopped being Batman for a number of years, so like his body was not in the shape as it was before. After he helped bring down the Joker and Two-Face, so he was just basically just chilling. He wasn't working out. He wasn't training or anything. He wasn't, Alfred was just there bringing him his meals, and that's pretty much all he was doing. He was in hiding, basically because Commissioner Gordon, he destroyed his bat signal.
Yeah, you would think not working out and eating, he would have gained weight, but apparently he kind of stayed, somewhat skinny. I don't know.
Yeah, he basically became like a shell, like so to speak. Like he was just like he just didn't want to like deal with being Batman anymore, especially with after what happened with Harvey Dent. Like Harvey Dent was seen as the quote unquote White Knight of Gotham, and then the Joker. Let me just say this: that last monologue that the Joker did, it was two things in there in the Dark Knight movie that really cemented for me that Heath Ledger was the best Joker. The one where he's in the interrogation room with Batman,
exactly.
that whole scene right there, he literally made Batman get out of his comfort zone and get out of his element. You could tell Batman probably wanted to kill him, but he said he's worth more to me alive than dead. And I actually heard that when he was punching him, it was Heath Ledger's idea for Christian Bale to really actually hit him with as much force as he could. This was not him just faking the punch. He was actually hitting him in the face, like hard. He said, I want you to make this as real as possible. I want you to really hit me. Can you imagine how much that had to hurt his face? Getting not only hit with that much force, but to get hit with that much force while he's in the Batman costume. That's that's like getting hit with like that's like getting hit probably like with almost like getting hit with a brick, because that's a lot of hard material he's getting hit with, and you gotta think he's got padding underneath that and everything. But that scene when he's in the interrogation room, and that last part when he's dangling upside down and he's telling how he said I brought Gotham's White Knight and brought him down to our level. He said something about gravity. All he needed was a little push. That scene, those two right there, cemented for me that he was the best Joker, because and it goes back to the writing. That was a very well written. He had some of the best lines, and he actually he had a lot of gems that he dropped in that movie, like that part when he burnt the money, and he said he slid down that mountain of money. He said, "I'm just burning my hat," and he threw that cigar into that money and burnt the money and the guy that was sitting at the top of it. I said, "This guy,
the Asian businessman,
the Asian guy at the top of the money." Yep.
That movie has so many lines and so many gems as far as like monologues, like you said before. Like, those monologues have to be some of the best, almost next to what Michael Corleone said in Godfather Part 2. If history has taught us anything, you can kill anyone. But another one that I wanted to bring up is like earlier in the movie when Bruce Wayne and Harvey Dent and them were having dinner in that fancy, luxurious, bougie restaurant, if you will. He said a line that I feel like can be applied in life. He said, "You can either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become a villain." And immediately one of the most historical figures I feel like that can be applied to is Dr. King. Think about how we celebrate him today, even though he wasn't celebrated at the time of his death. If he would have went on, that would have gotten worse, because at that time he was one of the most hated men in America back in 1968.
When they showed his approval rating back then, it was very low. Like, he had a very, very low approval rating. It was terrible. Like, I said, if it could get any lower, it'd probably go into the negatives. But they really did not like Dr. King like how they claim to like him now. They only like him now because it's for them to push a certain narrative against us. But at one time, he was very, very much hated by
that's what I was gonna say. It fits their narrative.
I know what the narrative is. We saw it at that Steelers game when that woman slapped that dude, that brother with the dreads. I thought it was Takeoff from the Migos. Takeoff started them throwing them haymakers, man, and knocked out her boyfriend. That's the narrative they want to push.
As a matter of fact, that was the video.
Takeoff on that Darren.
Go ahead, TR. What you about to say, man?
What I was saying, I said that was actually the video that I had showed at the beginning of the stream. Was that video right there that you was just talking about?
Oh, you showed Takeoff taking off. Salute.
Yeah, Takeoff took off on that Darren.
See, we need more content creators like TR out here, man. Like, cause that video been making the rounds, but you don't see as many people showing it as it should. And then, like, the sad part about it is, that's the narrative they use from Dr. King. They want that black people forever being peaceful no matter what. Like, they want to keep us that way. Docile and stupid. People smart enough to defend yourself.
Yeah. And like I said, I hope y'all.
No, these Karens and Darrens, they picked the right one. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Yeah, sorry. And like I said,
no, go ahead, sir.
I hope y'all found that connection I did with Dr. King and Harvey Dent to be deep, because I really felt like that there was that could be applied there. I don't know what you guys thought about it, but I felt like I just kind of made a deep point, and that's what I was kind of going for.
I saw where you was going with it. You live long enough to see yourself become the villain. Like, all his life, Dr. King was on the peaceful tip. And, he saw eventually that it wasn't getting us nowhere. And then he came out and said, I integrated my people into a burning house. Exactly. But then he started clicking up with Malcolm X. And when he started seeing shit the way Malcolm did, that's when they killed him.
And look what
when he went to go, and when he said, "I'm coming to get our check," that's when that was at that point where they said, "Look, now we got to get rid of him. He can't go on another day, another week, another hour. Now we really got to," because they knew he had the influence of a lot of black people, and it was like, they figure a lot of black people are very heavily influenced by people. So they said, okay, we got to get rid of him, because then they'll really start getting ideas. He's going off script. He's falling off the sacred timeline and going off into the multiverse of madness. We got to get him back in line, so to speak. Mm-hmm. And how did they do that? They had to kill him.
Yeah, and look, and let's not forget.
That's why we can't rely on people who just talk well. We have to rely on themselves. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's okay.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I wanted to make also this point. Let's not forget the media's role in this. They vilified so many black people, so many black men over the years who talked about money. Like, think about it. Whether they be celebrities, activists, or anything. Any black man that talks about money, notice how they either go after or they just mysteriously die. Look at Michael Jackson before. With him and his publishing and his what's the word? His music in general. He wanted to own it, and he was trying to promote that to black people, which equates to money. Look at how they went after him in the media with that whole how did they take a black man down? Like Harvey says, they do a sex charge or murder or something like that. Then, of course, when that didn't work, all of a sudden he died in 2009. Now, I will say this, and I don't mean to go too far, but I do believe he was whacked, as the mob would say. Just saying.
Right.
Well, yeah, you got to think about what kind of size catalog Michael Jackson had, man. Like, when he got them masters back, and then Prince did the same thing. And then you start seeing more of these artists today doing the same thing. I think Chris Brown was one. He brought his masters back. But his wasn't nowhere near the size of a catalog like Michael Jackson's, man. You talking about billions, billions of
Sam
dollars,
Cooke.
man.
Sam Cooke.
Sam Cooke, you see what I'm saying? Like they not trying to give up that money, man. When we can fight, we can have people marching, protesting, doing this, that, and the third, creating this kind of organization all day long. That don't bother them. But when black people start going after money, man, they got to take you out. That's just
Oh, and
that's
here,
a
Yeah, that's
SOP,
what I
folks.
I brought
Go
up
ahead.
I brought a point in the private chat. Basically, we just need to do for ourselves. Like we can't rely on a person who just speaks well. I mean, look at Brothers Polite or Dr. Umar Johnson. They're saying a bunch of shit, but they're not. Oh, excuse my language, but they're not doing anything. So I'm like, for one, we probably need to like build a trade, have people do a bunch of trades so we could build a city. I was talking about like or in the middle of Wyoming or North Dakota or somewhere. For two, make sure we build those skills, build our own schools. We don't need to rely on people who just talk well to build our
yeah,
schools, so we get our own education. Like I heard a video from Seiji Hito, shout out to him. They were like in Atlanta school, they were segregating the black students from the white students. I'm like, good, all right, as long as they teach our own doctrine and not teach us lower quality education. So I'm like, we should need to build our own education.
Oh, he fell
yeah,
off.
Dang,
Wonder what
brother
happened.
disappeared.
yeah. He disappeared, but yeah, it was true what
I,
he
I
was
saw
saying.
when he I saw when he put that in the private chat, but I immediately came back and told him, you know what I'm saying, like we for the stuff you talking about to happen, we got to have unity, man. And as a collective on a global scale, like black people, we don't have it. We don't have it, man. Like it's so much
Yeah,
stuff
that's
that we
why.
separate from each other on.
That's why even though this kind of goes back to entertainment, I was kind of proud of Tyler Perry when he did his own studio, even though I do have issues with Tyler Perry. But yeah, something like that. He can't be the only one. There has to be other people putting down money and building their own damn thing. We need more of that, man. And there's been many like him who have done it before, who have tried to do it before, tried to make it bigger. But like I said, something mysteriously happens to them. They get whacked. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Hmm. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Like when you're trying to do your own thing, sort of like what Tariq was talking about. It was a black organization that was out in LA that was trying to buy this mall. I think in Crenshaw, and they had raised a lot of money. Like they had the highest bid. I think they said hundreds of millions of dollars. And when they went to go pay up to get that spot, a white organization came in and they underbid and they gave it to the white group over the black group. And I said, so that lets you know right there, it's not about the money, it's about who, because they're in the process of gentrifying. And if black people come in and they do that, it throws a wrench in their plan.
Yeah, like and gentrification is heavy. Like they nobody talking about it, but I don't know about certain other places, but I know in the Carolinas, man, that shit is out of control. Like, and I live on the coast, you know what I'm saying, and here in Bladen County, like I'm watching the cities of, you know what I'm saying, Wilmington and down in South Carolina, Myrtle Beach, like they doing so much building in them places, man, that they running out of room. Like they running out of
Mm.
room in Wilmington and Leland, and they coming further and further back inland. And so I've been telling black people, like, man, y'all better start finding some shit to do with all this empty land that's sitting around y'all that y'all not doing shit with.
And
No,
Cause
that
that's what I
you're
was
right.
saying. Wyoming and like North Dakota, there's like plenty of land over there. You know, when I was trying to talk about solutions, you two kicked me out the chat, right? Y'all seen that?
Exactly.
Like I
I
was,
saw that.
they kicked me out twice.
No, what'll
That's
happen is no, what's going to happen with that land is you'll probably have some black people will find the land, then they'll go to the store and get a bunch of milk crates and build a pyramid and climb over it, or try to.
oh yeah, yo,
Yeah.
I seen that video of that kid that dude was climbing it, man, and that young brother went and did the roundhouse kick and kicked his ass off of there, man. Like people was laughing at it, like he shouldn't have got his ass up there. I'm just looking like, man, I know
I
that
said on
dude broke.
Twitter. I said on Twitter, if I ever do or engage in that, I said y'all have you have my permission to roast me like to the high heavens because
And
like I should not be doing anything like that. And I saw like it was a post on Instagram where they said a medical expert came out and said that doing that challenge is hazardous to your health. I said, well, duh, you didn't have to tell us the obvious. We already know that.
and a father set his baby daughter up to do the crate challenge, and she fell as well. I'm like, this is the foolishness that we wanna start and whatnot.
Watch. I said that crate challenge is going to be in the 2024 Olympics. Just watch.
It's the dumbest. Like every one of them challenges I seen come out online has been the dumbest shit. Like the cinnamon challenge, people getting big ass tablespoons of cinnamon, eating that shit raw, knowing damn well that shit can hurt you. People doing the ice bucket. With the ice bucket challenge, out of all the, I'll say that like if I was to ever do any of that stupid shit, that would probably be the only one I would do because it's just cold water. With some ice in it, but darn, all the rest of that shit is dangerous. Like I seen one, it's a girl, like everybody, and it was during the time of the ice water challenge. Her brother was in the kitchen, you know what I'm saying, had got some food left out of there, but he didn't see the pot on the stove. The girl had some water boiling, talking about hot water challenge, and she threw boiling water, bro, on her
I
brother
saw
back.
that.
Like,
I saw that.
man,
You guys,
it's
do
people.
you guys remember the? I'll let you continue. Sorry.
The knockout
People,
challenge.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
they
You
people
guys
doing
remember
the
the knockout
dumbest shit.
challenge?
Yeah.
If they would have pulled that shit on me, ain't no telling what I would have done. I'll just say that was the dumbest thing ever. Because you're
Yeah,
hurting other
I know a
people.
video. Yeah, I saw that video. I was like, I wanted to jump through the screen and choke her or hit her with that pot because like he was outside and she came out with that pot and she literally just took it off the stove. I don't even think she turned the stove off
She
and
didn't.
threw that water on his back. I know he had to like I know he had suffered some degree burns from that.
Second degree. She didn't cut the stove off, and the water was boiling because she put the camera over the pot. Like I seen the water bubbling. It was hot, and and the brother didn't have no shirt or nothing on either. So that scalding water hit his bare flesh. You know, sometimes clothing and you know what I'm saying, if you got a shirt on, a beater or a t-shirt or a jacket, sometimes that stuff can help. You know what I'm saying, when it comes to certain injuries because I've been trying to work up at this house like it used to be my grandma's,
Did she get
and
charged?
I almost cut my thumb off like 2 weeks ago with a machete. You know what I'm saying, cutting shrubs, hedges, cause my aunt let the yard grow out of control. You know what I'm saying, but I'm looking back like, damn, this shit hurt. But I just think like, what if I didn't have my gloves on? You know what I'm saying? What if I didn't have the glove on and I hit my thumb with that machete? Like I probably would have lost it because it hurt. It hurt, but you know what I'm saying, not too bad where I feel like okay, I need to stop working. So I tried to keep working, and the thumb was hella sore, so I couldn't use the hand but so much. But then I seen the glove was red, so I'm like, okay, this thing it must be bleeding
Wow.
bad. I pulled the glove off, man, and that thing was pouring. I'm bleeding like a hog. I say, man, oh shit. I had to stop and wait for it to stop bleeding, but you know, that's just I gave it a little tiny whack with a machete, man. I don't compare that to that brother getting scolded with that boiling water, man. Like I knew
Did
because
she get
my
charged with
thumb.
that?
No, she didn't nothing. But it's baffling, like that our people, black people, because y'all know where most of these challenges is coming from. Y'all know what group of people is coming up with most of them. Y'all know that.
The
So
silhouette
Exactly.
challenge.
yeah, to see black people participating willingly in a lot of this stupid shit, especially those that can result in bodily harm and you not even getting paid. Y'all doing this shit for some likes, some clicks, some views and comments. Like, if we could get black people on a wave where, okay, we got a challenge, don't donate money to a Black Business Month challenge, or go patronize a Black Business challenge, or
Crickets.
yeah,
Build a black business month. Build a black business challenge. How about that?
Yeah, build a Black Business challenge, or go, you know what I'm saying, or a
Move
fitness
in silence challenge.
Exactly.
I'm tired of this cloud culture. Everybody want to be quiet. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Exactly. Vanity. I seen this movie the other night. Like, it was called Bedeviled, and it was like one of the movies where you got a piece of tech that's gone haywire. Like, it was an app. It was like 5 teenagers. They downloaded this app, man, but the app was like a living entity. The thing found out what they were scared of, and it started scaring them to death, literally. And I'm just like, yo. But the app came out and eventually said why he was killing them. He was just like, somebody got to remind y'all of who y'all are, because all of these apps, all of this technology, y'all lost y'all fear. Fear is what drives y'all. So I got to bring y'all back down to earth and scare the shit out of y'all again. Because everybody think they gods now. Nobody worships a higher power. Everybody on social media worshiping themselves. Everybody taking selfies all day, on fucking TikTok dancing all day. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I looked at this, I'm like, damn, the app might be a
OnlyFans shaking
villain,
their
but
Let me tell you something. They're letting us do these challenges so we can hurt ourselves, or even worse. Because and actually, Torian, you actually just premiered the video the other night. Their numbers are dwindling, man, and they're scared by that shit. And once they get us out of the way, they figure it's gonna be more of them. They can have more
You talking about
babies.
you talking about the
that guy was
Tucker
shook.
Carlson one?
Yeah,
was
the
shook.
Fucker Carlson, yeah.
I still didn't watch that video yet. I got to check that one.
Yeah, but I have like I said, I have a lot of videos that's coming up. I have so many. Like, it's crazy. Like, the amount of material that people have been sending me like the last week or so. Like, it's just been
Yeah,
coming like left and right.
that's why we applaud you though, because you
Was that,
put in
I've
work.
been watching you and Seiji Hito like left and right. Like y'all like neck to neck right now. Like Seiji Hito, he dropped like 24 videos in like 24 hours or something. Like, y'all killing it.
Yes, TR
Y'all
and Seiji, like, they the two most profound as far as the grassroots, as far as the brothers concerned anyway. Like, the two brothers that put in the most work definitely is Tori and Rain and Seiji Hito. And I say maybe for the females it's Lisa Cabrera and what's the other sister, the fine sister during Nicole. Yeah, Nicole and Lisa
Lisa's pretty good
Cabrera.
too.
Yeah,
Shouts out to
they
her
hold it
family.
down.
I hope she gets through her situation. Shouts, prayers to her family. Nicole, I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because we like I said, me and Nicole, we friends on Facebook, so she's been keeping us updated with her husband's condition. I think the last thing I saw, I think she said that, and I think she said that he is out of the hospital. He still has some kind of like some lingering side effects from getting the virus, but they're just taking it one day at a time. And like I said before, that's why you haven't been seeing her post lately on her channel, because of that, and that's like completely understandable. But I'll definitely keep y'all updated, because like I said, she posts pretty much every single day with an update of her husband's condition.
Hopes up to her
Oh
husband.
wow.
Hoping she
So
fast recovery. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
her husband ended up contracting COVID.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
he got it pretty bad too. It wasn't like a mild case; it was a pretty serious case. And I think, I think when she said like he had got it, they had like got it taken care of, and then all of a sudden, what they thought they had taken care of, it just kind of like came back, and it came back even heavier. So, I don't know, he might have caught that Delta variant. So,
That's what it
but
sounds like.
Yeah, he probably caught the Delta variant, but I think she said that they're doing a little bit better now, but he's just like taking it easy, of course, because that's something that just has to take its course and get out of your system. Because what else can you do?
And you know what? Speaking of these, you remember when a couple months ago when the numbers was out of control, how the media was basically pleading for the nurses and doctors, the people in the medical field at the hospitals, and telling people to take extra precaution because the hospitals was overwhelmed. You remember a couple of months ago they was doing that, but it's like today, it's like the times that they need to do that, they completely silent. Because my mom's like every night for the last, I'll say, couple weeks, she been coming home. Like I can tell she be entirely drained, and she talking about how like the hospital is like a madhouse. Every night she go, they got so many COVID patients that the regular floor is completely occupied. They don't have no beds.
Your mom works at
They
a
got it.
hospital?
My mom.
Oh, well, salute to her.
Yeah, I'm hoping and it gets under my skin because she been there over 30 years. She got the time in to retire, but she don't have the age. So my mom got to work another 4 or 5 years before she can really retire. Even though she got over 30 years, she got the time in, but she don't have the age because she's still young. She ain't even in her 60s yet. But yeah, she say they don't have no beds on the floor, and they've been having to move COVID patients, into the trauma unit in the surgical wing where they do the surgeries at. So guess what? The trauma surgeons ain't like, at least as far as her hospital goes. I don't know about the other ones in North Carolina, but at least at that one, the surgeons don't have room. They don't have nowhere to perform their procedures, so they can't get paid because a surgeon is not like the regular doctors where they can just treat patients and prescribe medicine and stuff and still get paid. Trauma surgeons and like the other surgeons, the cosmetic ones, they don't get paid without doing procedures, and they have nowhere to do them because the hospital's so full, the regular floors completely occupied. They got to move patients out of the trauma unit and do like makeshift quarantine areas in the trauma wing because they don't have no damn beds. Like it's ridiculous. And the worse it gets, the times when the media should be telling people to take the extra precaution with social distancing, wearing your mask, taking the vaccine if you want to go that route. Like the times they need to be telling people to do that stuff, they dead silence like crickets. They ain't saying nothing. And there's nurses quitting, nurses everywhere. Like I just at her hospital, but I hear the same thing from certain females. I used to fuck around with that work at Cape Fear Valley. Some they leaving the hospital in Fayetteville. They leaving the hospitals in Raleigh. They leaving the hospitals in Charlotte because they overwhelmed.
Yeah, I was working at CNA in the thick of the pandemic, and a lot of females had to rely on me because, I mean, I'm a male. I'm a bigger dude, stocky, and I had to pick up patients everywhere. I was like, I took the vaccine by then too. I was like, man, I ain't trying to risk it. And then I took the vaccine. I got back home like a month later, and my whole family, my kids had COVID. My wife had COVID. I was the only one that didn't. I was the only one that didn't get COVID, but it was bad. I wanted to quit, but I quit for like different reasons because I just became like 100% VA disabled, so I was already getting money from the government and stuff like that. So I was like, I don't even have to work. But it was absolutely terrible. It's too much work. There was no beds. I was based in Vegas. I worked at CNA in Vegas, and I worked in Colorado Springs, and it's terrible over there too. We just Vegas just started back to mask mandates now because more of these people come from California and they all got COVID or dusted or whatever.
Yep. Yep.
And
I've been hearing about that too for the people in Vegas. A lot of y'all cases coming from outside of state lines, either from the south, they coming from Mexico, or they coming from California. I pay attention to what's going on across the country. I mean, I might watch local news here and there once in a blue moon as far as what's going on in North Carolina, but I be listening to what's going on everywhere else, you know what I'm saying? And so I can definitely verify what you're saying. I know you're telling the truth because I've been hearing it, you know what I'm saying? And that's another thing, like as far as the border issue, I don't want to get too heavy into it, but it's like people complained about Trump, this, that, and the third, but damn man, at least when he said he was gonna do something, he tried to. Building the wall might have not been the most brilliant method to get the border situation under control, but he tried. You know,
I mean, I see it like even when I was in Vegas, I worked as I did some security and stuff like that when I first got back home from the service because I was active duty, and
Oh, if you don't mind me
like
asking, which branch? If you don't mind
I
me
was in the
asking.
army. I was in the army.
Oh,
I'm in reserves
uh,
now.
salute to you. Thank you for your service.
Oh, there's no problem. But yeah, a lot of workers that do the toilets, the plumbing, the grass, they're all pretty much, I guess, illegal immigrants. Some do have their green cards, but most of them don't. So I was like, a lot of these people are lying, and they all worked on mansions too. 'Cause I worked in a mansion, like all of them working in the mansions and stuff. People, the guy who owns Station Casinos, Steve Wynn, who owns the Wynn. So I worked in that affluent property,
You talking about the
and
conservative?
a lot of these rich people or the Oh, go ahead.
I said you said Steve Wynn. Are you talking about the conservative donor?
Yeah, the guy who owns the Wynn, like Encore Wynn in Vegas.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
used to own like a yeah. A lot of these rich folks be capping and saying like a lot of legal immigrants don't get money. They do get money.
Oh
Like
yeah.
I see people IDs. They be living in the suburbs in Vegas and or Henderson and stuff like that. I was like, they probably do pay tax, or they probably don't get paid that. They get money under the table, but they be getting money. They get more money than us, or they be getting grants, especially in California with that DACA or the Dreamers, whatever you call it. Well, ADOS, African Americans, don't really get none.
but that's decent.
But yeah, they kind of got down with the mask mandates back here again because I know with the gym that I go to, they had kind of scaled back a little bit, like where you had the option to wear it, of course, if you had the vaccine and whatnot. But now they put the signs back up on the door and saying that masks are required whether you have it, whether you got the vaccine or if you did. And that's pretty much everywhere now, like the gym that I go to, or any type of store or restaurant. That's basically like they're going back into it. See, they thought they got out of it, but then that variant popped up, and it was like, nope, you're still in it. But now you're dealing with another version of this, and it is what it is, but we know who's like the ones who's like really, really upset about the whole situation. I got a question for y'all though. Do you think that we could go back into another lockdown?
You said what?
Do you think that we could go back into another lockdown?
It's possible. I hope not. It's possible.
Sorry, my baby's crying in the background. Yes, I think that it'll be another lockdown.
Okay.
But let
But
me tell
yeah, I
you.
was go ahead.
Sorry to cut you off, but let me say this though: if black people, I'll say, if we pull off something like we did back in 1955, 66 years ago, if we pull off something like that, like with the Montgomery bus boycott, and stop spending money with certain people and stop spending money for 1 week, you talk about the economy would be bad. It would tank, man. It would tank. It would flop worse than the movie. I'm telling you.
That's facts. That's all it'll take. Not even a week in certain states, just a couple days, man. But people don't have the decent, like they don't have the temperament, they don't have the patience. Everybody want that instant gratification, and you know what I'm saying. They don't want to wait to reach that main goal of, you know, alleviating discrimination in certain establishments, stopping, you know what I'm saying, redlining in certain areas. Like if black people did what you just said on a mass scale, like you said, like they know for sure they would have to fix some shit because it would crash the economy overnight.
Right. I'm
Welcome
not even
back,
gonna
Black
lie.
Gold Twine.
I don't know if he's trying to get his mic situation or whatever the case may be. But what I was going to say was when we was in like quarantine last year. I'm not even gonna lie. At first, I was like the fact of being stuck in the house for like days was turned into weeks, then turned into months. I was like, this is gonna drive me insane. But you know what? It wasn't really that bad to be. Well, for me, it wasn't really that bad. You know, it allowed people to like get some work done that they probably couldn't do when they were like constantly on the go. It allowed people to pick up maybe a new skill or something like that. But it really wasn't that bad. To me, it wasn't.
True
I
that. True
concur.
that.
I agree.
It got like when you say it got back, it got people doing projects that they wouldn't be able to get to before. Yeah, I can concur. Like Dome said to that part at least, but yeah. But what were you
Yeah,
saying? No, my bad.
it wasn't that bad for me because I'm already an introvert. Like I already pretty much stay close to home, stay in the house. Like when I'm out, it's I'm either going to, you know, a homeboy's house, a family member house, in which most of my family where I'm at, they in walking distance. Like my cousins, them, they live right behind me. My brother, he only like a 10-15 minute drive away. So like, and then, you know, I had already lost my last job. The last plumbing company I was working for, them motherfuckers fired me right before COVID hit. It's funny too. Like y'all ain't gonna believe this shit, but the boss that I was working for, like I remember it like yesterday. The last day I came in, I used one of my head coverings that I got when I was in the military, so a piece of the frog gear. Now this head covering is, you know, you put it on like it's kind of a hoodie. You pull it all the way over your head. It covers your neck, your face, your head, and it's got like a mesh on the top because most of when you overheat, your body overheat. Most of your heat comes from the top of your head. I don't know if y'all ever been to a football game during the winter season, you know what I'm saying, the cold months, and you see the dudes on the bench that's fresh, their heads be smoking like matchsticks. You know what I'm saying? That's their body heat coming out the top of their head. But this head covering, like it was made like that, but it had a pull down face mask. You know what I'm saying? And I saw that and I said I can use this at work because, you know what I'm saying, that's that company I was working for, they did commercial plumbing. So they do plumbing for like hospitals and churches, restaurants, and car dealerships, the big stuff. And so it's a lot of cutting and mixing concrete, which if y'all ever been in them environments, y'all see when they spray in that foam installation, the insulation, when they spray in that
Yeah,
insulation or if they
yeah,
cutting
Yeah, I seen
concrete.
that.
Yeah, you breathe that shit in if you're on that work site all day. So I was like, I'm gonna start wearing this to work, and I can it can keep my head warm, and then I can pull the face covering up when them guys start cutting the concrete, so I won't be breathing that shit in. But I came in that morning and the boss seen it, and he's like, "What is that you're wearing?" I was like, "It's a head covering." And he's like, "Well, what is it for? What you got it on?" I'm like, "I got it on because for one, it's cold as hell in the workplace, and we don't have no heaters in there because it looked like it's just look like an open warehouse before the project really start to take off. Before the framers get in there and start putting up the walls and all of that stuff, like it's wide open.
Did you did you
But
did you at least like the work that you were doing? I just thought I would ask that.
kinda not. Like I like plumbing, but I like the service side better. The service is more the maintenance and repair type plumbing. When you actually go in somebody's house that got a problem and you kind of troubleshoot, see what they got wrong, and you fix it. But commercial and all that stuff, like that's you pretty much starting anew. But I was telling the boss, I'm like, yeah, this thing is cold in them places, and you can't wear hats. Some dudes like you can try to wear a boggin or whatever, but in them commercial sites, you have to wear a hard hat because it's pretty much construction. And you can't have that shit on. You can't have hats and shit on when you got to wear your hard hat because that's an OSHA violation. You know they'll pull your ass off the site quick if they see you violating safety protocols. So I'm like, I wear this because it keeps my head warm, and then it's got the pull up face covering on there, and it stopped me from breathing in that insulation. And when they cutting up that concrete and shit, all that dust, I don't want to be breathing all that shit in. You know what I'm saying? This because that job, y'all don't have no damn medical insurance. Y'all don't have no damn workers comp. Y'all don't have no 401k and shit. Like that's most jobs are going that route now, where you just working for a check and nothing else. So I'm like, that's what I have this on for. And he's like, well, I don't want you wearing that. It inhibits your peripheral. I know, don't wear that in the truck. Don't have it on the job sites if you have to leave the ground. Blah blah blah. And I'm like, oh, okay, man. But man, as soon as I walked out of that motherfucker, I put my shit right back on. I'm like, man, fuck you. Your ass sitting in the AC in the goddamn office on the computer all day. I'm the one on this job site, fucking manning the jackhammer, swinging the
You actually
sledgehammer,
told him
busting.
that? You actually said F you?
Nah, I just fucking when I walked away, when I got outside, I put my shit back on because I'm like, motherfucker, you ain't there working. You not there working. You not out there in the heat, in the blazing heat. You not out there in the freezing cold. You know what I'm saying? You not swinging sledgehammers and up and down ladders all fucking day long. You not mixing concrete and breaking concrete all day long. You don't have the torch in your hand 30 feet up in the air on a flimsy ass ladder trying to fucking braze and sort of fucking copper pipe. You know what I'm saying? Because that's the kind of shit you doing in commercial plumbing. So you know what I'm saying? Like, but I got back that day and they fired me. They didn't say why, but I know it has something to do with the mask. But lo and behold, that immediately following that next Monday, boom, coronavirus hit the news. Now everybody got to wear a motherfucking mask. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I just thought that shit was so funny because he practically fired me. He picked a reason, which was the mask I was wearing, and now everybody got to wear a fucking mask. I just thought that was hilarious.
That sounds
And he
so
probably lost a good worker, and probably
For
a bunch of
sure.
people probably quit.
Should have made a
A
mask.
bunch of people probably quit.
Should have made a mask for the required
I don't.
He fired you.
Yeah, I don't know who stayed and who left after I left, but I didn't really look that far into it because that's one of them places that's got a high turnaround, which is pretty much all the jobs in the trades. They all got a high turnaround. That means somebody always quitting, they always firing somebody, and they always need people. So
Sound like
and
Amazon.
yeah, and that's when I look for jobs, like that's the first thing I ask about, like how is y'all turnaround with employees? And a lot of the white people try to play stupid. They go, what do you mean turnaround? How often do y'all fire people? How often do motherfuckers quit because y'all don't pay enough? Turnaround. How often do y'all gain and lose employees? And when they don't want to talk about it, that's a red flag. And like I done got up and left interviews before. When I hear people fucking say, well, yeah, we do a lot of hiring and firing, or yeah, people walk away a lot. Okay, y'all have a good day. I'll leave the interview right then because I know how it is. This will be a job I'll probably keep for a month. I probably won't even hit my 90 days where I can get a raise. So I don't even stay in interviews when I hear people got high turnarounds. I get up and leave. It's a waste of fucking time.
You're not in the plumbers union, no, Key?
Oh nah, this North Carolina ain't one of them places like that. This a right to work state, man. They can fire your ass because they don't like you. They don't have to have a reason.
Damn.
Yeah.
You got no employee protections with the plumbers union? Nothing like that?
Not with any job in a right to work state. No, we don't have unions. We don't have no service reps. We don't have nothing. Like you had the
really
employee.
gets down
Georgia
like
the
that?
same way.
Yeah, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, like pretty much everywhere down south. Now, when you get on the other side, you get past Tennessee and Alabama. I don't know, but as far as on this side of the East Coast, yes, it's right to work state, so they don't have to have a reason. They can just get rid of you, and that's what pissed
Listen,
me off because I'm like, how y'all gonna fucking fire somebody with no reason, or y'all bitch at people want to hold their last check when they give you their 2 weeks notice and they decide they don't want to stay for the 2 weeks. Oh well, you left us on short notice. We got to find somebody to replace you. You put us in a bind. Y'all don't think y'all put motherfuckers in a bind when y'all fire them for no reason with no warning, and we ain't got no other checks coming in after that. We got to scramble to look for another fucking job. Y'all don't think y'all put people in a bind? Man?
But
You
like
see
Big
what I'm
Pooh said
saying?
on
See,
Friday,
that's why we gotta do for ourselves.
listen, we can talk about the South all day, but up here in the Midwest, and I know Justin Green, shouts out to him, my fellow Milltown brother in the chat, who I just met last week here in the chat. He I bet he'll tell you too. The Midwest, especially here in Wisconsin, we got a special kind of racism here. And just also another thing that Harvey said. I mean, look at who we got represent. One of the people we got represented us here in the Senate, Ron Johnson's ass. I hope we can vote him out next year. I just hope my state pulls through.
Yeah, I believe
Um,
you. I heard a lot of things about the Midwest. I believe you 100%. I'd have heard some things, man. So I believe you.
all right, before we go forward, we actually had someone else that just came into the to the chat. Nino Black, if you want to get in and say something, you can go right on ahead.
oh fam, I ain't had nothing in particular I want to talk about, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. I messed around and had to take me a little nap, so I came in a little late. I woke up when y'all was talking about them challenges, and somebody pointed out something that I could be wrong, but somebody pointed out something that I found interesting. Do y'all remember any of these challenges going, like black folks engaging in this many challenges or anything when Trump was president? Because if
No,
I'm not,
no,
because
that
if
was
I'm
Nope.
me
not
that said
mistaken,
that.
okay, yeah, because
Hell
if I'm
no.
not mistaken, all that stuff was happening under Obama, and then when Trump got in the office, niggas had the fear of God in their heart, so they knew not to be engaging in that dumb shit. But now Biden in office, niggas done got comfortable again. Now we back on the dumb shit.
Yep, yep.
The
Listen,
silhouette challenge where you
listen.
use a certain. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, you can finish your point, then I'll go on ahead. I'm
No, no,
sorry.
no. Go ahead. Go ahead. It wasn't something too important.
Yeah, listen. I'm not dismissing what y'all are saying. I agree. We can harp on Biden and them and the Democrats and them. Don't get me wrong. I am not endorsing them in any kind of way. But let me tell you something. I had to be part of that effort to get Trump out last year. I mean, not to put too much of my business out there, but I had to get him out because Trump was so dangerous, man. I mean, like he messed this whole pandemic up,
Is
and
the
plus
Biden administration handling any better though? Because if I'm not
a little
mistaken,
bit, a
it's
little bit.
for who? Let the media tell it. Black folks still the most affected by it. Let them tell it. It's
Okay,
because
okay, okay.
because at the end of the day, man, when folks keep, and this is the same discussion I had with my family. I come from the military family, and my family was saying that same thing. We got to get Trump out. We got to get Trump out. Oh, who is we? Because at the end of the day, what is Trump doing to us that hasn't already been done? So okay, now that Trump is out of office, what has Biden done to benefit black folks? And that's just
He
my
did. He
questions.
he did more to hinder us because with that the API. I'm not going to say the actual what they actually are, but um they're saying that we doing all this stuff, and I'm like, me come from the West Coast, I have not witnessed no
And
African on API crime coming from the West Coast. But I seen the opposite. I mean, as far as Trump and Biden goes, yes, I understand Trump had to get off the office, and
and
but Biden's not that much better. He's more of hidden racism. I like
yeah,
my shit in from
And
my
that's
face.
that's not that's not better to me though, because at least with an open races, black folks for the most part
I agree.
we was
I
on
agree,
cold.
Nino. I
You
agree.
know what I'm saying? Like, but with Biden in office, the sneaky racism back in office, folks, like you said, we back doing these damn stupid ass challenges. You know what I'm saying? Folks thinking, oh, with Trump out of office, everything gonna be good now. Man, I'd rather my snakes being open, man.
Exactly.
Listen. I don't disagree. I was just putting my little opinion out there. I actually, in some shape, form, or fashion, agree with all y'all, but I just felt like I had to do what I had to do. And another thing, Gnome King, you and me and the other brother that had left the chat a while ago, um, we was talking about military and wars and conflicts. Trump would have, you talking about that? Trump would have made that shit worse, man. He's like a war hawk. The elite would have had him going crazy, man. He's like the perfect war face. That's just my opinion. I just had to put that out there. Not to
I'm
offend
so,
anyone.
I'm sorry. I
I'm
don't
not
see any
offended, but my
difference
thing is, for the
either
most part.
Trump. Go ahead, brother.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, man. I didn't hear you.
I just don't see any difference between Trump or Biden. I mean, what specifically has Biden done for foundational Black Americans or Black Americans, period? We see the AAPI, they got a bill. Gays, they got a bill. Latinos, they got a bill. Over here in the San Francisco Bay Area has the largest Afghan population in the United States down in Fremont. That's about, maybe 30 minutes away from me here in Oakland. They got about 100, 150,000 Afghans down there. I can guarantee you that a lot of these Afghans that are coming in here, 50, 100, 150,000, they bring over from Afghanistan, will come straight to that community because they already have an established community there. They got resources, they got infrastructure set up for them. I mean,
And they're gonna get a check too. Best
yeah,
believe they're gonna get a check too.
And they dropping all them Afghan
yeah, they
refugees in
check.
black
Don't let nobody
neighborhoods.
fool you. I
They're
mean,
gonna give them money to
no,
buy.
not necessarily.
They're gonna give them money to buy businesses, and then they're gonna
Oh,
run
no
us.
doubt. Well, no,
That's why I
they
said
get
way
more than
before,
that. They
man.
get
If they
business
bring him
money,
over
but they get
here,
living money too. They get AFD. I mean, they get the TANF. They get the food stamps. They get they get in addition. They have separate organizations like Afghan benevolent society organization or something like that. For example, that will kick them down some additional cash that you won't even hear about. And those are like non-governmental organizations that are getting cash from the government.
And
So
they're gonna
there's
be
a
the
whole
first
bunch of
ones talking
hidden
about
money
some,
that you don't get it.
and they're gonna be the first ones looking down on black folks and be like, we came over here with nothing. We came over here with nothing.
Exactly.
How
They
can you
And
make
already
it
do.
better?
y'all got money from the government.
Exactly. It's not just
Y'all, I
Afghans.
can't believe
It's East
y'all
Indians.
trashing.
It's the it's the Russians, Ukrainians, Eastern Europeans, Asians, Latinos, illegal immigrants got more money and more benefits here in California than black folks. All right, everybody's getting benefits from the government except for black people. Please tell me what
And
is wrong
notice they call
with
it,
Biden's
and
growth.
notice they
I
call
don't
it
see
benefit,
it.
and notice they call it benefit, and notice how they'll title it, like when it comes to benefits or the subsidies, how they'll title it when it comes to them, but when it comes to black folks, it's called a handout. They try to make it seem
Correct.
like it's so bad. I'm like, have you
right?
seen the amount of welfare fraud that goes on in the
Oh
tri-state
my
area, and who is
gosh.
the faces of welfare fraud and the millions of dollars that they rack up in it? And I said that's why I scope those type of stories out, because I know
Oh my
mainstream
gosh.
media is not going to talk about it, and if they do, it's going to literally be a blip on the radar, or they're not going to talk about it the way that it should be. I think the last time I
Exactly.
talked about welfare fraud, he came out of New Jersey, and it was dealing with like four white people who were considered to be, Jewish. And I said, this story
Oh
is
yeah.
not going to have any legs. They're going to talk about it one time, and they're not going to talk about it anymore again. Like, they racked up in millions of dollars of welfare fraud, but will have the nerve to say a whole bunch of stuff about black people and them milking the system. I'm like, do you
They
need to
milk the
pull up a
system more than
stat?
anybody.
Yeah, there's a. I think you. Turner, I think you told us also a story down in the south that Yakub's also ran a welfare fraud down there in Georgia as well.
Hmm.
So I
You can
think it
see it
wasn't the
here in
first time you covered the story. No, I
you can
said.
see it here in the San Francisco Bay Area. It's out of control. I mean, that's just an
Y'all ought to be
ongoing joke.
ashamed of yourself. Y'all know how President Biden is helping black people, man. They got to study. They doing a study, man, for reparations. Come on, y'all.
Oh, a whole study.
Still
Oh
waiting.
my God! Thank you, thank you,
Still
thank you,
waiting
man.
on King. Still waiting.
Thank
But what we need to study for? What do we need to study for? Just give us the damn money. We're entitled to it.
Man, and one
I
thing
ain't
that
care.
I was
I
trying
ain't
to
care
bring
what
up
money. We
too.
should just do for ourselves. Fuck them or screw
No, I'm
them.
saying we definitely should do for ourselves in the meantime, in
We
between
should
time.
do
But that don't
both.
mean that don't mean that we need to take the pressure off of them to do what we to do what they owe us. You feel me? Like in the meantime, in between time, yeah, do for self.
So
But
what the AAPI did and the Latinos did, they got their own money. They build up a person, a representative, should I say, a politician, to bring those policies to Joe Biden. We just have coonsters. We have coon people up in the office that just block back the earlier conservatives or Democrats. We need grassroots, our own politician, tell them our grievances and bring them straight to Biden.
man, I've been in communication with a council member. I'm debating if I even should say his name on here or not. But
No, you
it's a
don't have
council
to.
member. Yeah, but it's a council member here in Atlanta, and he fancies himself to be a part of the grassroots online. Like he be associating himself with Dr. Umar and some other folks. Man, I've been in communication with him about some policies and stuff. Man, he keep trying to do that little legalese shit too.
Listen. People be. Or sorry, Nino.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah. Listen about Umar. I had respect for him before, but now I don't know. He's starting to sound like Boyce and all these other
Like I said,
so-called
he's just a Negro that talks well. I'm tired of people that of Negroes that pretty much just talk well. We need people that's about the action.
right. And see, people were attacking Tyreek Nasheed. Tyreek is actually doing something. He's actually sticking to his word. Meanwhile, you got Umar Johnson and many others. They talking about, oh, we're gonna build this, we're gonna build that. Where the receipts at, bruh? Where's the building? We don't see crap. Like going back to what I said about Boyce Watkins. He says he has his black business school. Like,
Moist Watkins.
yeah, Moist Watkins. Thank you.
Moist Twatkins.
But as I was saying, he said he got this black business school. I never heard about anybody going there. I never heard about people saying, oh, I wouldn't be where I was at if it wasn't for Boyce Watkins. But Boyce Watkins had all that vitriol for two black men, Kwame Brown and Bill Cosby, which sticks out to me. And we've heard many people say over the years that Cosby helped him out. I
He
just thought I
said
would
something
put
about
that out
Cosby.
there. Yeah, he was
Yeah,
on that green
he
train too.
did. That's why I have a lot of respect for Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I think me and Torian had talked about that on a different stream like this that he did, where I said when Dr. Boyce said the things he said about Dr. Cosby, I'm looking like, okay, this is another man with a doctorate degree, just like you, PhD, just like you. And you know damn
And,
well the kind of work he had to put in to get to where he was, because
and
you
let's
one of
not
those
forget
same
about
type of educated black men. So the things that Dr. Boyce was saying about um, Bill Cosby, man, like I said, that stuff like that should have been beneath a man like Dr. Boyce Watkins. But he he's just falling in line with
Man,
everybody else.
I ain't gonna say too
listen.
much because this is Torian channel. I got my own thoughts on Boyce, but Boyce be doing some real suspect things for clicks, and I don't like that, man. As somebody who's supposed to be a pillar in the conscious community, bro, you gotta stop doing shit for attention, dog.
Listen, and let's not forget about Michael Eric the Coon Dyson. Let me tell you, man, some of the black individual class, some of them be pandering and be benefiting from the lowest common denominator in our community. And the reason why they attack Cosby is because Cosby called that portion of the black community out who don't want for nothing, who don't want to build nothing, who want to kill other black men, other black women, and now our children. Look at the crime in our community, man, the laziness in our community.
I don't disagree with you, but can you elaborate on who would benefit from the lowest common denominator? Because that actually makes a lot of sense. But can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
You said what? I kind of couldn't hear you.
I was saying, can you elaborate on what you mean by folks benefit by those who are part of the lowest common denominator? I don't disagree with you, by the way. I just kind of want you to elaborate for maybe folks
Like what I
listening.
mean by is well, it's kind of a complicated thing, you know. It would be kind of hard to follow. I'm sorry.
I mean, I get what you're saying. I was just hoping you could elaborate on a little bit more. But I totally agree with you. I think it's some people who feels like, you know, basically the ratchets, the hood rats, and you know, the baby boys and all that. Man, that's an integral part to their income. And without them, they gonna fall off. So I totally agree with you.
Or okay, you say elaborate. Okay, here's an example. Like, you know, like these intellectuals, you know, they think they claim to be so smart, but here it is, you know, they make excuses for some of the coonery and fuckery that goes on in our community. I'm like, wow, you say you're the smart, educated man, you're supposed to be pushing back against this shit, man. We're not supposed to be giving excuses and you know, giving passes to the criminal minded, the ratchetness, like you said, and the thuggery that goes in our community, and the self-hate, man. You know, I'm just sick of hearing that shit.
I'll give you an example. This milk crate challenge and stuff. I mean, how many of these silly ass Negroes are out here doing this milk crate challenge and ain't got nair bit of health benefits? How you breaking your leg, breaking your ankle, breaking your arm, dislocating your shoulder, falling over, you know, a bunch of milk crates when you ain't doing nothing productive? I mean, you know, especially I'm talking about the middle-aged people and the older people doing this. How is that setting an example for the youth by doing this stupid ass milk crate challenge? You know, it makes no sense to me. And that part is the lowest common denominator, the dusty class of Negroes. I'm not gonna bite my tongue. You know, I'm sick of looking at that nonsense out here in these streets. That's bullshit.
Man, that shit is embarrassing, bro.
That's why I said that kid that ran up and did the ninja kick while that dude was at the top of the like. I kind of understand. Like, well, I don't know. I think it was something personal, but it's like,
Shit, which
man.
one? I've seen a lot of videos of them kicking folks off them crates. I seen when they kick the cop off them crates. I ain't gonna lie, I kind of cheered for them.
Well, I only seen one, and I think that one particular video, like it was like y'all said, the guy that was going up there was older, and he was a tall dude. So like, but when he hit the ground, his chest cavity like landed right on top of one of them crates. Man, I was just looking at that shit like, oh my god, I know he broke. Yeah, I know he broke 2 or 3 ribs, but when he stood, fast as he stood up, I was like, nah, okay, he okay. But still, y'all putting yourself at all this kind of risk. Y'all ain't getting no kind of paychecks. Ain't nobody sending nothing to y'all.
And probably don't have any like type of health benefits or health insurance. I'm like, why would you even risk doing something like that? And you know that when that hospital bill come, you probably gonna have to create a whole GoFundMe to try to get money to pay for those injuries, and the people are gonna be looking at you, and you probably won't even get. I'm gonna be honest. If you don't have health insurance and you do a challenge like, first of all, I got health insurance and I wouldn't do it. But if you ain't got health insurance and you do that and you put up a GoFundMe because you got injured, I'm not donating to stupidity. I'm not. You have to find somebody else to help cover whatever medical bills that you have that's about to accrue, because they are going to stack up. And it's like those are long term effects and injuries that you're going to have. I kid you not. I saw on Instagram the other day, like passing through somebody's story. They literally had that set up like they was at some kind of a tournament. Like they were outside in the the sun was starting to go down, so it was getting dark, and they was in a park. It looked like a park where they play baseball at or something like that. Had the crates stacked up like they're doing right now. People was outside with their phones in the air recording in the lights on the phone. I thought I was at a concert or looking at a concert, and the whole time they about to have like a whole crate thing, challenge, tournament, or whatever it is. And like I said earlier, for those who missed it when I said it, I won't be surprised if this crate challenge makes it to the 2024 Olympics.
Man, is there a prize or something at the end of this? Because I'm just not understanding why folks is doing this dumb shit. It got to be a prize at the end.
I don't know.
I know what kind
like
of.
someone said,
I know what kind of prize.
it's for like I said, it's for views, like views and clicks and everything like that. But what's amazing me though is like, where did people get all these crates from? Because it's like where did all these crates just kind of like pop up from? And I think somebody had posted a
Dropping them
picture
off in the
of them.
hood.
I think somebody said that they posted up a picture of a store. I'm not sure what store it was, where they literally have a whole bunch of crates, like literally near the front of the store, selling them because they know now that it's a quote unquote hot item to get.
I heard somebody online and they were saying it in a joking manner, but it making me question it for real. They were saying, man, they dropping the crates off in the hood like that, like how they be dropping guns off in the hood in Chicago, which I can vouch and say they really do that when I used to live up there. But I saw somebody sent me a video where it was literally was a truck that was just dropping off crates. And like I said, it started off as a joke, but now I'm trying to research the validity of that video and find out, like, for real, where are these crates coming from?
Mm.
I know what the cash prize is. The financial payout for these people that complete the crate challenge is the new digital currency. It's called WAP coin, and it was sponsored by Cardi B and Meg Thee Stallion. The WAP coin is new, you know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying, y'all fellas get up on that WAP coin, you know what I'm saying?
And it's funny, like, speaking like, talking when you said something about WAP coin, looks like winter's going to be delayed.
What you mean by that, Tony?
Well, initially the founder of OnlyFans said that they were going to remove sexually explicit content off of their channel or off of their site because of with the banks and everything like that. But now, a couple days ago, they announced that they're rescinding that and they're going to keep it up. I called that months ago. I said, why would you hurt your bottom? I said, why would you hurt your bottom line? I said, you a fool if you do that. You're gonna lose a lot of revenue if you do that. They tried it. Yeah, they're gonna be just like Tumblr. They might go almost the way like how Pornhub is, because I don't know if y'all heard about it, but like Pornhub, they removed a lot of their content off of their page, so this kind of like started to go down. And then here comes OnlyFans and everything like that. And the thing is, initially OnlyFans wasn't for the content that they put up right now. It was supposed to be a competitor with YouTube, but then when people started posting what they're posting now, what it's known for in there, and that's how it became popular, they just kind of stuck with that formula. And I said, why would you fumble your own bag? I mean, I know what you're trying to do with the banks, but notice that they came back. So I think the banks realized they were going to fumble their bag too. So they're like, you know what? Let's keep this up here. And it didn't take them long to change their mind. Like they literally said, like on one day, we're going to remove sexually explicit content off of the site. And literally like a couple days later in the same week, they say, oh, you know what? We changed our mind. We're going to keep it up. We're not going to take anything down, because they knew that a lot of their revenue was coming from that. Like they literally became probably $1 billion corporation because of that, especially with what happened with the pandemic last year during quarantine. And that's when OnlyFans really started to see a growth. And because people couldn't work, they needed to find a way to make money. And the crazy part about it is I knew about OnlyFans way before the pandemic happened. I knew about this way before I said OnlyFans. I'm like, what is that? And I looked into it. It's like, oh, so this is a site where people are paying to watch people have amateur porn. Is basically what it is. And then when the pandemic kicked off last year, I said, people gonna flock to that website and they're gonna see a huge revenue boost. And I said, if OnlyFans becomes public and they end up on the New York Stock Exchange, it's a wrap. I said, I have a feeling that's another reason why they decided to rescind that, because they probably trying to go public, or they might try to go public in the future, so they can make even more money and have investors and all types of stuff like that.
Has there ever been a case of a website or a platform that got their bread and butter off of sexual content that got rid of it and they still flourished after? Because I can't think of not one.
I can't think of one either. Like you said, when you mentioned Tumblr, like that was a perfect example, because Tumblr did the same thing that OnlyFans is doing right now. It started off one way, and then people started uploading porn clips to it. And then when they removed that off of their site, no one really messes with Tumblr like that anymore. As a matter of fact, I think they probably put more restrictions on it than anything. And then I think OnlyFans realized that. And not only that, OnlyFans also is other sites out there that literally are dedicated to just if you want to put up that type of material, that type of content. And I think OnlyFans realize that if they do that, they're going to lose or they're going to get trampled over by another company. So in order to stay relevant and to stay in competition while the kind of leaving the others in the dust, so to speak, they realize, okay, we can't just completely do a whole 180 or a complete 360 and try to go this morality route. We have to keep this thing going. This machine is like a well-oiled machine. Why stop it now?
If they smart, they'll
Like
do a
like I
spinoff.
said.
What was that?
Oh, sorry, Nino.
Oh, I was just gonna say if they were smart, because they're gonna want to go public one day. But in order for them to go public, they're not gonna be able to have that central content. So if they were smart, they would have like a spin-off website. You know what I mean? Like just strictly for the sex. If they were smart, because like you said, if they got rid of that content, man, they get in the bags of all their competitors, man, just handing it over to them.
Well, see, that's the thing now. It's too late for them to even do a spinoff site because everybody has flocked to this site. And now that the CEO came out and announced that they're not going to do what they was going to plan on doing, now more people are going to run to the site because people was getting ready to start deleting their pages. Like they was getting in prep to start removing their content. And I think some people probably did, and they started to see that decline and they saw the numbers drop and they got shook. And it's like, okay, we need to go back to the drawing board with this one. See, the thing is, they've locked themselves into a corner. They back themselves into a corner that they can't get themselves out of. So now they're stuck with what they have, no matter what. Like this is what OnlyFans has now become. What it was supposed to be is not what it is. Like I said, OnlyFans was supposed to be a competitor to YouTube, but the minute people started putting porn on the site, that went out the window, and then more people started to do it, and it kept going. And then when last year hit, it was over. It just was an influx, and they couldn't stop it. And they saw them dollar signs, and they saw a lot of them, millions of dollars, and they saw the people were starting to like literally make livings off of this. Like people was able to quit their jobs just doing this, and now like they said we can't go that route. We're just going to stick with what we have. So like why shoot themselves in the foot?
What like I said though, like I said before, money rules the world, especially here in the United States of America, with a double K instead of a C.
Triple K.
And even
not forever. Not forever, because that WAP coin gonna shut it down, baby. Everything going digital, man. WAP coin, son. Facts.
Y'all know that Catch Me Outside girl, man. You know she brought in $1 million her first month on OnlyFans.
Yeah, because she had dudes that was fucking with her before she hit 18 that was waiting on her to turn 18. That's where most of her money came from.
Oh wow!
See, they should learn from Twitter, because Twitter got a whole underground community of sex on there, but they act like they don't see it. OnlyFans.
Oh yeah, they do. Yeah. Oh yeah, they call it freak Twitter.
They call it what Twitter?
They call it freak Twitter.
And it's amazing to me that they got algorithms that can find out if you mention the woo-woo virus, whether if you type it, whether if you had a screenshot of it being mentioned, whether you say it in the audio. Like think about on Instagram, anytime you mention the woo-woo, they put a disclaimer at the bottom
on Instagram
because the algorithms pick it up. So you can tell me we got that type of technology floating around here. Yeah.
Even on Instagram does it too, because I don't know if y'all noticed in the stories, they have something called close friends. So it's like if you're on Instagram and you see everybody's stories, but if you're on somebody's close friends list, you'll see a whole separate story that everybody else who's not on the close friends list can't see. And it's like highlighted in green with a little star next to it. So they might post something explicit on there that the rest of the public can't see, and it kind of bypasses the algorithm. So that's how Instagram does it.
Hold on, I got something to say. My neighbor's being raped right now.
That's the encryption, pretty much, what you just said, TR.
Right.
Well,
So
Tori,
they have ways, like I said. So like I said, they have work. They definitely all of these social media sites definitely have a workaround.
now
But
if
the point
if
that
the
I was
payment
making was
processors stop,
that,
taking OnlyFans as money, what are they gonna do? Because OnlyFans is basically a slave to the payment processors like Visa, Mastercard, and all the other and the banks and stuff. If the banks
Mm-hmm.
decide, no, we're not doing this because I don't know if y'all know, but Jason Black did a really good write up on the founders of OnlyFans,
stock
and the
market
president
crash.
is like a fucking pedophile. He was posting child molestation videos and shit. So if
But
that gets out and they try to take it public, they're done. Ain't nobody gonna
but
support that.
they already know though. That's just like the dude that created Girls Gone Wild, man. That dude, man, he had a long rap sheet too, and they let him roam free for almost 2 decades,
And what's he doing right now?
sitting on money. But nah, I don't know. But the point I was
Yeah,
making about the algorithm was, if we got algorithms that can pick up whenever we mention the virus, you mean to tell me they don't have they can't write up an algorithm to pick up all this illegal porn? That's how like they know about all this illegal porn going around here, man. They
Yeah.
allowing it though.
And
they
that's and the
don't.
thing is that, and the thing is that stuff, like the algorithm picks up on that so much that it literally will spread very, very far. And don't let it be a porn star who actually was a porn star before social media or anything like that post something. It'll really, really spread like that.
Yeah, man, they know about all this degenerate stuff going on in the quote unquote sex worker community, man. They allow it though because they're making bank off of it. Like I said, they just
Of
turn
course.
a blind eye to it. Just like Twitter. Twitter know about all that crap that's going on in the background. They just act like they don't see it. They'll suspend my page for calling somebody a coon, but they ain't gonna suspend the whole page dedicated to back shots. You know what I'm saying? Like
Selective enforcement.
I don't get
selectively
how
enforcement.
dudes. I don't get how dudes is, how them sites generated so much money, man. Like dudes is spending their money on pictures and videos when you got so many working girls out here that's on the stroll. Well, with just a few WAP coins, man, you can get them in the sack. You know what I'm saying? Get you one off. You know what I'm saying? And then go on about your way.
They're asymptomatic.
Man, you killing me with that WAP coin, bro. I need to invest in that WAP coin, dog.
Oh, you already do that. If you take girls, if you ever took pre-COVID anyway, everybody, because we got raised to do that shit. We got raised to court, take them out, treat them the best, take them to 5-star restaurants, movie night, date night, bowling alley night, theme park night, all of that simping shit that we got taught to do. That's what everybody was doing. You know what I'm saying? That shit I was being sarcastic heavily with that shit, WAP coin. Like that's what our parents taught us.
I'm gonna start saying that shit now. WAP coin.
WAP coin to the moon.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't get it. Like, I'll be damned. Like, I'm sorry. Like, but that's what it was. You know what I'm saying? And you see females got used to that. Like, they got raised with the same mindset that our mothers and grandmothers did. That was, you know what I'm saying, for the most part, virtuous, honorable women, loyal women. Now, you know what I'm saying, these females that they ain't got, most of them don't have none of that kind of mentality, but they expect the same kind of treatment from every man, not just they man. They want 5-star treatment from every man. I done had chicks that tell me they don't even entertain conversation with dudes that ain't trying to take them to Olive Garden or to, you know what I'm saying, Outback or fucking, you know what I'm saying, Carrabba's and Chili's. Like, man,
Roof Chris.
Yeah, Roof Chris and Papa Do's and shit.
Or Cheesecake Factory.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, and you got to have this, and this. You got to have that 6-6-6 ratio. Brothers that don't have the 6-6-6, but they got money. That's what I call them dudes. Them your WAP coin investors because they willing to put their money up when they don't have to.
I got a better one for you. The WAP coin simps or the WAP coin Negroes.
Yeah,
Man, the
them
simps fucking up the market though,
Yeah.
man. Because the thing is, at the end of the day, if all men, got some standards about themselves, man, we can flip this whole culture on its head overnight. If guys just be like, man, I'm not entertaining that whole shit, man, they'll change their behavior overnight. But the problem is, we got too many little simp ass niggas out here endorsing that kind of behavior, dog.
That's what I'm saying. It'll never happen. And those the type of dudes they the ones gonna send WAP coin to the moon. But your regular brothers, you know what I'm saying, that don't have the 666. And if to the people that in the chat reading or listening to us that don't know what the 666 is, that's the ratio. 6 feet tall, 6-figure bank account.
I wanted to read some to y'all because like when we was talking about OnlyFans because I had pulled up some stats or whatever.
You getting a lot of
About the
calls.
site. I know it's probably and most of it is probably some like spam calls or whatever the case may be, but I pulled up some stats about OnlyFans that actually got posted a couple days ago on the 23rd, so it was very recent. And they broke it down. They said how many people use OnlyFans. They said there are now 75 million total registered users on OnlyFans in 2021. This is up from 30 million users in May 2020. It says how many content creators are on OnlyFans. There are now over 1 million content creators on OnlyFans. This is up from 450,000 creators since May of last year. How much can you make on OnlyFans? This is the top OnlyFans accounts can make about $100,000 a month. An OnlyFans representative stated that the most money made in a single day on their social media platform was by Bella Thorne, who made over $1 million in 24 hours. While it says while Belle Delphine recently disclosed during an interview on YouTube that she made over $2 million in 1 month. The revenue of content creators on OnlyFans follows a classic power law distribution. The fact is the top 1% of accounts made 33% of all the money on OnlyFans, while the top 10% of accounts made 73% of all the money. The average OnlyFans account, it makes $180 a month. Given the average OnlyFans model makes around $180 a month, and the average value of a creator's time is around $15 per hour. To break even, the average creator needs to spend less than 12 hours a month, which is 24 minutes a day, working and managing their OnlyFans content and engagement. Data from Google Trends indicates that the most popular premium OnlyFans creator currently is Belle Delphine, who charges $35 a month. OnlyFans keeps 20% of content creator subscription fees to cover the costs associated with running the site and apps hosting and payment processing. OnlyFans is a billion-dollar business and is quickly growing into a multi-billion-dollar business. Google Trend data indicates that OnlyFans has grown over 500% in 2020, with the global pandemic playing a major role in its growth.
Man, so look, I got a few homegirls who done porn, like professional porn. I'm talking about like Bang Bros and whatnot. And they told me that OnlyFans and that amateur shit is way more profitable for them than to sign contracts. Like that's why you've seen a lot of ex-professional porn stars trying to make a resurgence in the on OnlyFans. And that shit is just wild to me, man.
So OnlyFans
and they flicks be boring as hell too, cause they be done got 100,000 miles put on them while they was in the real porn business, and they in the regular porn shit, amateur dump, doing regular dudes. So they just them bitches be looking so bored, and the flicks be so boring. Like
they need some direction, man. Them niggas, they need help.
Sound like
now I noticed that like I'm looking at the private chat, and Dwayne Coleman said 75 million simps. That's actually not necessarily all of them 75 million being simps, because the users, like the people who create the content, are also counted in that 75 million.
And also, there's a whole black market of folks pirating OnlyFans content, bro. Find any girl you want to see on OnlyFans and type their name in on Reddit, boy. You'll find a mega folder with all their content in it for the free $99, or you'll find some dudes trying to sell it for cheaper. Like, there's a lot of users on there saving all these videos and reselling it for cheaper.
So with me reading all of that I just read off of there, why would OnlyFans try to do what they tried to do? I said you're fumbling your own bag. I said you might as well stick with what you got because that's clearly what's making you money. Like you became a $1 billion company in a year. That's not the easiest thing to do. Amazon didn't even do that. Like you did something Amazon didn't even do.
Yep.
Which by the way, Jeff Bezos and Amazon, they buying up a lot of shit. Then they just aren't they in talks about MGM, or they might have already bought them already.
I
I'm not
can't
sure.
count Amazon. I can't count it. Amazon literally is like the Disney of online businesses. Like they literally are snatching things up like Galactus and devouring it and adding it to its collection.
Thanks.
Okay, listen to me, y'all. Amazon, Jeff Bezos with Amazon, Mark Zuckerberg with Facebook, Elon Musk with Tesla, and Bill Gates. Those, like, I think I said this before, but like, if somebody thought about it, like, wouldn't those four be like the four horsemen of the apocalypse from the Bible? Because the motherfuckers come out of nowhere when everything else going to shit, making trillions of dollars. You know what I'm saying? Think about it.
You laughing, but shit.
And speaking of Disney, you can add them as like an unofficial fifth horseman.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, but those four men, they revolutionizing the planet as we speak. Because Jeff Bezos with Amazon, Torian just told y'all, like they pretty much changing the game for online shopping forever. You know what I'm saying? Amazon got it on lock. It ain't no other online shopping business that's gonna come close to them within the next century.
And
Yeah,
let me
like
tell you something. Let me tell you this. Jeff Bezos was probably proud as hell when the pandemic hit last year because before that he went through that very huge divorce with his ex-wife, and she got a lot of money out of that. And then the pandemic comes rolling right around, and he was like, light bulb moment. We're gonna push all this stuff that people need because we know that the stuff is gonna run out in the store. So people gonna need hand sanitizer, they're gonna need gloves. Like when you went onto Amazon's page last year, like right around March, April, what did you see on the front of their page? Hand sanitizer,
Toilet paper,
masks, toilet paper, gloves, all kinds of stuff like that.
Yep. Essential things
And people was buying it up because they knew that people could not go and they knew people could not go to the store because people was buying all of that stuff up, or they couldn't get it at all because it was sold out. And by the end of 2020, Jeff Bezos basically recouped all that money and then some that he lost in that divorce settlement.
Not by the end of 2020, by the end of the quarter, he made that money back in like 3 months, bro.
Yeah,
right.
by the end of the summer, early fall.
He made that money back by the end of the quarter, and as a collective, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, and Elon Musk together, they made more money as a collective, just the three of them, than the whole United States lost during the first couple months of the COVID during its peak.
Yeah,
so they made an estimated $23 trillion, 23 trillion, just the three of them dudes.
Yeah,
y'all remember all the CEOs stepping down? I'm sorry, go ahead, man.
Yep. I just wanted to say this, and like I said, Amazon's supposed to be buying MGM from what I read. So
it's becoming a monopoly. Amazon
it's a conglomerate. It's a conglomerate because Amazon they own Whole Foods. And Amazon is a huge reason as to why Toys R Us went out of business. Amazon is the reason why a lot of companies are going out of business because they are literally a one-stop shop. And I'll admit it, I am a Prime member. I am a proud Prime member. And like that Prime membership comes in handy when you need something delivered in a fast time. Like when you need something the next day. The only thing that Amazon does not have that a lot of other online stores have is a PayPal option. Like they don't have a PayPal option. Like a lot of like other stores online do. That's the only thing they don't have. But at this point, do they really need it? Like I don't think they actually need it.
They don't.
But that's just like with Bitcoin and stuff, man. I feel like, man, once they get the most value out of Bitcoin, that's when they're gonna start allowing you to use Bitcoin to pay for everyday items. And sorry. Oh, okay. But yeah, man. But the same thing with Bitcoin. Like once Bitcoin value peaks out, that's when we're gonna start seeing pay with Bitcoin option on everything, be it Amazon, be it Netflix, all that stuff, man. And I feel like it's kind of crazy how much control Elon Musk has over the digital market. All he gotta do is get on TV and say a couple words, and he can influence the market. Like that's
That's
not
what
illegal.
that's what I was getting at. Like those four men, the power that they have, like they revolutionizing the entire planet on a global scale with simple facets of our everyday life. They controlling that shit, and they gonna be for the next couple. You know what I'm saying? Them and their families for the next couple of millennia. Like Bezos, he got the online shopping market on lock. Zuckerberg, he got the social media world on lock. Elon Musk, he got the techno, you know what I'm saying, digital automobile, digital freight liners. He got robotics and computers
Robots.
on lock. They, and then he basically took the place of what's the guy from Microsoft? Gates, Elon Musk is what Gates used to be, because Gates done left. He done sold Microsoft. I seen somebody talking about he used to work for him. No, freaking, he didn't work for Microsoft. Gates used to own Microsoft, but he's left them. He completely abandoned technology. Now he's talking about medicine. And y'all notice he done bought up 75% of the farmland across the country. Nobody talking about that either.
And best believe that's not a good thing, because he's trying to he's trying to influence the food industry, which is terrible.
Exactly.
Processed food.
They already saying it's a food shortage about to start now. And I don't know if y'all been peeping it, man, but you might want to go ahead and start stocking up, because they about to force another shortage. And it's a artificial shortage of food at that. That's the crazy part. It's no real shortage of food, man. This shit is artificial, dog.
Yeah, water shortages over there on the West Coast, because they stay on fire every fucking summer, and they drain in the reservoirs, which is the dumbest thing you can do, knowing that y'all have immense fires that grow out of control during the summer. They drain in all the water reservoirs on the West Coast.
They didn't drain them. There hasn't been enough rain out here to fill them back up. So last winter, we're supposed to have our normal rain pattern, because we don't get rain in the summertime like y'all do, like in the Midwest, down south, and back east. So we got a rainy season that literally is from like October, November, going all the way to May. And if it doesn't rain in precipitous amounts, we ain't gonna have no water in the reservoirs. The rain literally falls out the air, goes to the ground, goes into the reservoirs. If they don't fill back up, that's just more people using more water, and they just get used up.
Well, that's what they said. Well, never mind. I believe you, but that was me repeating what I heard on the news. You know what I'm saying? But regardless,
they got to keep the streams and stuff going. You know what I mean? So to keep the
facts
and stuff like that.
And I'm glad you stated that those it's man-made. Like all these catastrophes we see are man-made. Y'all running out of water is, you know what I'm saying? It's not natural.
Well,
the hurricanes
real quick, building some more reservoirs, but they're not gonna do it. It's like the food shortage. They just, they can bring out all the rest of the food and the supply and the sundries and stuff like that they have in those warehouses. They just not doing it.
That's just like the gas shortage, though. Remember when there was a shortage on gas all over? Man,
when they shut down the pipeline a couple months ago, the cyber attack.
We have a whole storage of fuel that we haven't even touched yet. You get what I'm saying? All the fuel that we use at the gas station is coming from overseas. So whenever they say there's a shortage in fuel, that's just the fuel from overseas. We got our own fuel that we ain't never even touched yet, man. They said that'll last us about, 15, 20 years. So all this shit is manufactured, man.
Yeah, the strategic oil reserves out there in Texas and Louisiana and stuff.
Yep, that's where most of the oil fields are. Texas, Louisiana, mainly Texas. You know what I'm saying? But he right. The oil comes from over there, you know what I'm saying? And that pipeline shut down. To me, I don't think the Russians did it. They blame Russia, but to me, because it's so many different hacker groups that's tied into global networks. One came to mind when I seen that shit. Anonymous.
Man,
Anonymous was the first.
Anonymous been hella quiet the past few years though.
Yeah, they came to mind immediately when I heard about that shutdown. You know what I'm saying? Like, and
They
they like
actually
Rush.
came out. Actually, they came out last year around the time with I think it was with George Floyd.
Yep, they did say something. That's right.
They was targeting I think they was targeting like police stations and stuff, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because they got a hold of certain case logs where you had officers that get off. You know what I'm saying? But due to them tampering with the footage from the body cam, they can take it out of the mainframe, you know what I'm saying, at that particular department when the footage gets uploaded. But just like everything else, like as far as cell phones, laptops, and tablets, people that use the cloud instead of a fucking flash drive, that's, you know what I'm saying, the evidence depository for every police department is tied into a national database. And if you're a national, well, not national, if you're a global hacking network like Anonymous, you can easily find a hacker with the skills to pay the bills that can grant you access to that database where the footage would be hidden that would pretty much put an officer in jail that walked because footage was tampered and nobody knew.
Speaking of the cloud, though, have y'all heard about what they about to be doing with this new Apple update that's about to come out? Basically, they're gonna be scanning all the photos on your phone to see if there's any type of quote unquote child pornography and everything. And what folks don't understand is when you giving them that much access to your stuff, man, you think it's really gonna stop there?
Hell no. I never used the cloud. Like that's why I pointed out a flash drive. People that use the cloud instead of a flash drive. People lazy. They want to grab that convenience. They don't want to take the time to do shit. Like right now, I'm looking down at a box of tobacco and a box of tubes, you know what I'm saying, for cigarettes. Yeah, I'm a smoker. I'm gonna quit one day, but no time soon. You know what I'm saying? But
Man, I
the
started
difference
to get off that tobacco.
Yeah, the difference between me and the average person that spend hella money all week, all year, you know what I'm saying, is me making my own. The difference is convenience, time. People don't want to take the time to get the machine, to get the tubes, to get the tobacco, and sit there while they're watching Monday Night Football and make a pack. You can get 2 or 3 packs made in the time it take to watch a football game, but people don't want to do it. So they're going to go to the gas station and spend fucking a whole lot of more money a month because I spend when I stop buying cigarettes, I still do every once in a while, but when I made my own, I spend about 25-30 bucks a month on tobacco versus the 60 or 70 I did when I was buying cigarettes.
I mean, shoot, that's just like cooking your own food versus eating out, man. It's all about convenience. It's really cheaper to cook your own food than it is to eat out. But like you said, it's all about convenience, man.
Yeah, people don't want to take time. So when it comes to Google, and really that's the number one, you know what I'm saying? That's the number one conglomerate, I'll say, techno conglomerate that's going to overshadow any of the other 4 aforementioned, you know what I'm saying? Bezos, Zuckerberg, Gates, or Musk, you know what I'm saying? They might for them to be able to overtake Google, they're gonna have to combine source in every aspect. Because Google is the new damn Skynet. If you remember the Terminator movie, you know where I'm going with it. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's what Google is. You know what I'm saying? The cloud, think about that. And they accessing all your personal information. Like the other brother just said, you think they gonna stop at photos? You know what I'm saying? They getting your home address. They can go back in your phone and find out the first time you ever got suspended from school back in the 2nd grade. You know what I'm saying?
Y'all ever saw that movie Snowden?
Nah, but I'm familiar with Eric Snowden, but I haven't seen that movie.
I heard it. I ain't never seen it.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw that movie. It's actually a really good movie. I had wanted to see it when it had first came out, and it's a very good movie because, like, if you know his story and everything like that, and why he's currently over in Russia with asylum, because he cannot come back to the States. Like, you know, he come back over here, it's a wrap. Yeah, he did expose to me. He was like, he's a very smart man. He actually has a Twitter account. Like, he really has a Twitter account where he actually like tweets every now and then. He actually, he actually like does seminars, like actual virtually, like with people. Like he actually does seminars over there. And one thing that had got me when I was watching the movie was when he was with his girlfriend, and he had, I don't know if he was using a desktop or a laptop, but it was whatever it was that had the webcam attached to the computer. So I'm guessing it could have been a laptop. And he had the laptop up. It wasn't on or anything like it. He just had it up. And something just told him to
Put some tape on it.
put some tape over the camera of it. And it's a good thing he did, because he was able to figure out that he was being watched.
Yep. And
But you
guess
saw
who
they
else
did to
covers
John
up they
McAfee. You saw they
guess
did
who
to
else
John McAfee.
guess who else
Yeah.
covers up they webcam on their computer every time they get off, every time they log off? Guess who else does that every day? Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg covers up his webcam when he gets off the computer. And this is a man that runs, you know what I'm saying, the biggest social media platform on the planet. And he's covering up his motherfucking webcam when he get off the computer. So that
What
should
does that
let
And
you
he
show
know
owns
you?
something.
he owns Instagram too.
Exactly.
Exactly. So what that tell you, you know what I'm saying? He know we being watched.
Yeah,
Everybody being watched.
my pops taught me about that years ago. My pops, he real big in tech, and my pops used to always tell me, like, my pops would teach me about keyloggers. I don't know if y'all familiar about keyloggers. Keyloggers is basically, it's something that can record every keystroke that you make on your computer. And it's that technology out here is crazy, and folks be thinking that we just being paranoid, being conspiracy theorists, but no, this is technology that's already in existence. They not gonna advertise it, you know what I'm saying? They don't want to scare their user base, but it's already here. That's why you got to practice operation security or OPSEC. You know what I'm saying? You got to take the proper precautions to protect yourself, because they not gonna tell you what to do to protect yourself, because they benefit from it.
I mean, we
Yep.
can go back to Will Smith's Enemy of the State to see that. I mean,
Oh,
Yep.
that movie was
Yep.
so good.
That was
That
the
movie was so
movie.
good.
Yeah, my dad made me watch it.
What movie?
if you don't,
Enemy of the State.
with Will Smith
Oh
and Gene
yeah.
Hackman, if you don't,
Yeah, it's just amazing. Like it's just amazing. Like it was just amazing
Go
how,
ahead,
like,
Lord.
he was a guy that worked a very, very good, well-paying job, had a wife, a family, and then all of a sudden one day a person who had some information who he did not know just slipped something into his bag, and from that day forward his life just turned upside down,
And
just
like and
from that one incident.
what I liked about that movie is that, I felt like it was good casting that they cast Will Smith, because number one, he actually did some very good acting in that movie, and number two,
Yeah.
he's a black man. That's how they do black men in real life. That's what they did to certain figures when they were tracking them and keeping them under surveillance.
Exactly.
It's
Yeah, that was
Martin Luther
scary.
King.
it was really good.
Martin Luther King, good
It's
example. You gave
scary
him
how
earlier.
many people are clueless about what's going on, man. As a random person who's on the internet every day, they got a VPN. A lot of people don't even know what a VPN is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting
Another
one.
movie that was good. Another movie that was good that kind of reminds me of that. I don't know if y'all have ever seen it. It was called The Net.
I ain't
yeah,
never
I've been
seen
meaning
it.
to see that. Yeah,
I'm not familiar.
It was a movie that came out in the mid '90s with Sandra Bullock, and basically she went on vacation with I think she won a trip, or she just was going on vacation, and she went to an island. And she met up with this guy, I guess, who was very charismatic. They talked or whatever, had a couple of drinks and spent the night with each other, something like that. And then she discovered something about him. And then he tried to kill her, but she got away. But he took her bag that had all her information in it. It had her credit cards, debit cards, ID, all of her social security, all of that. And then what happened was the guy got away. And when she's trying to leave the island, all of her information was gone. He completely wiped away her identity. So when she tried to check out of the hotel or the resort, they was like, I'm sorry, this person does not exist, and everything like that. So when she gets back to the States, not only did he take away her whole identity, but they gave her a whole new one. And the new identity that they gave her was of a fugitive that was on the run that they were trying to get, and they gave her identity to some
Damn.
random woman. Like, this is a really good movie. Like, you gotta, like, when you get a chance, you gotta watch it. It's a very deep movie about identity
I
theft times 10.
I can tell. Of course, I can tell you. I can. I just thought of a TV show that kind of focused on that kind of technology, and it's actually a show that you've talked about before, Torian. A brilliant show called The Wire that kind of focuses on
Oh
that
yeah, that's a
technology.
classic. The Wire is a classic, and I think it hits close to home because it happened in Baltimore. Baltimore is like literally a 45-minute drive from where I'm from. So, and everything, the thing is about The Wire, it was so realistic because
Mm-hmm.
everything that they did in that show, if you went to Baltimore, you would actually see that environment is still there even to this day in those
And
parts of Baltimore where they shot it at. But before I go
and what
any, let me acknowledge the super chat. Shout out to T Washington. He says intelligent conversation building among the brothers is priceless. I appreciate you.
and 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 what I found to be brilliant about that show is that every season was different. Like, yeah, season one was about the basics of war on drugs, which is still going on today, and fucking up the black community. But anyway, season two talking about the economy and the dying port industry. Season three focuses on politics. Then season four on education, which kind of hits close to home for
That
me.
was my season 4 was like my favorite season.
Then season five, which I enjoyed, but it was kind of the weakest in my opinion. That focused on media, which I felt like could have been great. I felt like it could have been handled better, but
Mhm.
like I said, it wasn't a terrible season. Although I will argue it was the weakest. Just my opinion.
Wire was hands down one of the best series on TV. I mean, it surpassed The
Mhm.
Sopranos. I think the only one to me that came close to it was Breaking Bad.
Yeah, Breaking Bad, that's my shit right there. I ain't gonna lie to you.
You know what's so crazy about The Wire? When I was looking up like some information, they said that the showrunners for The Wire, they said they only had enough material for that show to go only 4 seasons, but the ratings for the show was so high and they kept getting higher every week. It became one of HBO's most famous shows after The Sopranos that HBO allowed them to keep
I
going.
still
And then they said, so they said they only had enough material for 4 seasons and the show ran for 8. So that's amazing that
it
a
actually ran for
show,
5.
it's, you said for 5?
Yeah.
Then they added on and I don't know where I got 8 from. Then they ran an additional season because they said they only had enough for like 4. So that's saying a lot, especially for a show that had a predominantly black cast.
A show I love that you know what I'm saying, people might say I'm weird or whatever for this, but I don't know how many of y'all ever watched it, but who remembers Stargate?
My
Nah.
dad used to watch all that.
I never watched
My,
Star. I never used to watch Stargate.
my
Yeah,
dad
I
used
used
to
to
watch
watch that back in
Stargate,
the
The
day.
Wire, every show y'all name in Oz. Y'all ever watch
Yeah,
Oz?
yeah. I was about to mention Oz. Oz is a shit too, man.
Oz was my
Yeah.
shit. Yeah, that was like
Hey, hey,
pre The
hey,
Wire.
I'll tell you. I can tell you two characters I love off the bat in that show. And by the way, sorry if I'm being loud, but I can tell you two characters off the bat that I love in that show: Saeed and Adabisi. Oh my god.
But
Oz
yes,
scarred
Forget
me because my
Kareem.
dad was watching it one day, and I just so happened to catch it, and the dude got raped in jail. And after that, that show scarred me. I was a little younger at the time. I was like, nah, I can't watch this. So I never went back and caught up on it.
For
but
me,
yes,
I used to watch, like I said, The Wire. Uh, Even in some shows now that I watch, like I don't know if y'all watch it. Do y'all watch The Boys?
Oh, that's my
No,
shit.
no,
The Boys,
I don't
yeah.
watch the boys.
That is like I'll never forget. Someone had
No,
said go ahead and watch The Boys. Like watch one episode and you'll love it. And
Yep.
they wasn't lying. I literally binge watched the whole first season like in a day. Like I had some downtime at my old job and I literally binge watched the entire first season from the beginning to the end. It's a show. It's an Amazon show. It's on Amazon. So if you're a Prime member, you
Yeah,
can
yeah, yeah.
watch it.
I've heard of
And
it. Yeah, I've heard of it.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's a really good. I can't wait for the third season. I'm really looking for. Oh,
But they bring a
did you watch
Soldier Boy in that
this?
third season.
No, but the second season, I was so glad with how the second season ended. I was so glad when they jumped Stormfront. That was the one we
Yeah.
was waiting for. That
Are you
episode
are you
right there was.
are you familiar with the comics? The comics that it's based off of?
I heard I heard of the comics. I never read it, but I heard the comics are even more graphic.
Oh, okay. So look, so that's how I actually got hit to The Boys because I've heard of the show, but I never checked it out. I had fell asleep with YouTube on one day, and this is one channel I follow where a dude be breaking down comic book storylines from beginning to end. And I woke up in the middle of the night and he was on and he was talking about the boys. Man, I ended up sitting there watching the whole synopsis of the comic series. Man, that was like a 4-hour long synopsis. I ended up sitting there watching that whole thing. That's how interesting it was. So I decided to watch the show after that. And yeah, the show is just as good, man.
Yeah, it is. Like it's a well adapted show because a lot of times when it comes to shows or even movies, they don't transfer well from the comic or the graphic novel onto screen. But with this one, they really hit on all the points. And the thing is, they could go even further because it's on a streaming platform, and they really be going in with the material. Like they don't hold back. This is one of those shows that goes beyond the realms of being politically correct. Like they go in. Like if you think Marvel and DC are doing something, then you haven't watched The Boys because they be going in.
But that's just like Invincible though. Invincible is real good too. I don't know if you sat there and watched that yet. Have you watched that?
I haven't watched Invincible, but I know a lot of people that do watch it.
Listen. Again, same dude that be breaking. It's a black dude. He be breaking down these comic synopses and shit. I sat there and watched the synopsis on Invincible. That's what made me check out the show. Amazon got some hits on it. Watch the first episode of Invincible and get to the very end. Like there's a post-credit scene at the end of Invincible. Because the whole first episode, I'm like, okay, it's like a run-of-the-mill superhero show. It seemed pretty, same storyline we always hear. Teenage boy gets superpowers. He's, learning how to use his powers, whatever. Watch to the end of the first episode, bro. You're gonna be hooked. It's just as good, if not better, than The Boys. But the reason why, to keep it back on what we talking about with the conspiracy and stuff, there's another show on Amazon. They canceled it after one season. It's called, it's not Euphoria. It's something like Euphoria. I can't think of the name right now. I have to Google it. But it's a show that talks about conspiracies and everything else in line with what we was talking about, with, like enemy of the state and everything.
I gotta
like
check that out.
They canceled it after the first season because they said basically it's too in line with everything that's going on right now in the real world. I can't think of the damn show. It's originally a UK show, and they came out with a US version of it. But like I said, after that first season, and I think Corona popped off right after that, it was just freakily in line with everything happening in the real world, so they ended up canceling. Damn, I can't think of the show. It's not Euphoria. It sounds like Euphoria. I have to Google it, but it got
a movie. What? Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Like, one movie that I did like though. Speaking of graphic novels, was Sin City.
Yeah, that was my shit. That was my shit.
Came out in 2005 with Mickey Rourke.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Around that.
Yeah, it was a lot of people in that movie. I liked how they had it with the black and white, so it literally looked like you was watching the graphic novel on screen. And that movie was amazing. Like what was his character? The Mickey Rourke character. I forgot what was his name. He was one of my favorite characters in the movie. I like Bruce Willis' character as well.
He killed the pedophile. He chopped him up and let the wolf eat him. Yeah, that was my shit. But that was a star. That was a star-studded cast, man. You had Rosario Dawson. You had Clive Owen. You had Mickey Rourke. It's so many, man, in that movie, man.
You had Brittany Murphy, Jessica Alba.
What's the little Asian chick down? Not Tila Tequila, but it's what I'm saying.
Her name Devin Aoki.
Yeah, the one that played Miho. She
was a beast. She was a beast in that movie.
Wasn't she also in the second Fast and Furious movie? If I'm not mistaken?
She was. Mm-hmm.
So somebody in the chat room just named the show I was talking about. It's called Utopia. That's the name of it. Thank you, 3M. That's the name of the show. Utopia on Amazon. Check that out. Like it's one of my homeboys. He's not even big on TV and stuff. He's a street niggas. But he told me to watch that shit. Man, I'm telling you, it's so freaky how in line it is with everything going on in the real world, man. And like I said, that's what caused them to cancel.
And let me say this. Since we're on the topic, now I'm not getting any younger. They better before I leave this plane in existence, they better do what we all want. All of us fans want, whether it be in this panel or even in the chat or anybody else. They better
flying cars.
They better give us a Marvel versus DC movie.
That's never happening. That's never happening.
Yeah, that ain't gonna happen, bro. Yeah.
Because it's hard enough to get them to do a comic. It's hard enough for them to do a joint comic together. Shit, Marvel.
DC. Well, and DC is kind of like all over the place with their movies,
They
while
can make
Marvel
they
pretty
can
much
make
has
that
the
work.
storyline.
Now Marvel can't even get control of Spider-Man from Sony. You think they're gonna be able to share a bag with DC?
Well,
Listen,
from what I've heard, well, we all know that Sony still has
right,
rights to
right.
Spider-Man, and basically Marvel is borrowing them. The MCU is
Yeah.
borrowing
Yeah,
them, but
yeah.
I think they said that they're trying to do it where they are trying to do an exchange where if Peter Parker goes back to Sony, they'll give them Miles Morales.
Man, they keep trying to hype up Miles Morales, but I'm just not a fan. And another thing that I
You
noticed
didn't
with
like?
Miles,
Hold on, wait a minute. You didn't like Into the Spider-Verse?
no. Into the Spider-Verse is probably the best Spider-Man movie ever. But the reason why I say I'm not a fan of the characters is because he's a 2-for-1 minority. Oh, he's black and Latino, and then they hype up that Latino portion of it, man. I don't know. It made me feel some type of way. Like, damn, why can't he just
Let
be
me
black? You know?
Salute to all the busty Latinos out there. Salute, salute.
Yeah, salute to all the ones shaped like
let me
M&Ms.
say this though. Let me say this though. I agree with all of what y'all are saying, but I think at some point, call me stupid. I think at some point Sony is gonna tank so bad because they're like the lowest ranking studio if I'm not mistaken when it comes to
Spider-Man, the
box
only thing
office.
keeping them up. Yeah.
Man,
Listen,
look,
man,
whatever Sony
Disney is
tank
going
at
to
when it come to movie production, they gonna make up for what the PS5, the PS6, the PlayStation, man, is gonna forever keep Sony
but
paid. Like,
PlayStation's the only thing keeping Sony
here's what I'm
relevant
saying though.
nowadays.
But sorry to cut you off,
No,
but
you good.
here's what I'm saying though. Like it's gonna get so bad where all Disney got to do is be like Vito Corleone and say hey, I'm gonna give you an offer you can't refuse, bruh, and they gonna give the whole shit back to them, or they gonna outright buy them out. I don't care what nobody says, man. So shit can happen because money talks, bullshit walks.
I don't know about buying them just because Sony, like I said, the PlayStation is Sony's moneymaker now. They used to
I'm
always
talking
play
about
them.
Sony Pictures, like the movie division, not the game, just like
Yeah,
the movie
I
division.
understand that, but like I said, I don't know, bro. I just don't see it happening. I personally don't.
Well, I'm curious. Well, like we had mentioned this earlier, but since we're like going right back around to the topic, I'm now invested into Phase 4. Now I'm in. At first, I was kind of on the fence, but now I'm kind of invested into it
Why is that?
to see exactly where they're headed. Because we all know how successful the Infinity Saga was with the first three phases of the MCU. And it was like pretty together. They had some bumps in the road, but we worked past that. But I'm looking forward to seeing this now because this is going into a whole nother direction that Marvel or the MCU has never gone before. And that's dealing with dimensions and time and jumping between time and all types of stuff like that. So I'm curious of how I'm seeing how it's going to work. And as long as it makes sense, that's all I want. Because I don't want it
Well,
to be to the point where it's like all over the place and it's like, okay, what are you trying to do?
it's really genius how they did it because ever since Endgame, that's have been the main theme. Time travel, dimensions, alternate timelines, stuff. With the exception of what is it, Captain and Falcon and Winter Soldier. With the exception of that, every single thing that has came out so far, that and Black Widow. With the exception of those two things, everything that came out after Endgame has dealt with timelines, dimensions, and all that other stuff. What is it, WandaVision, Loki. Right now, the What If series, and all that stuff. It's really genius. And now you see into the this new Spider-Man gonna be dealing with it, and then what is that after that? Doctor Strange gonna be dealing with it. It's really genius because that's gonna be their way of incorporating their newly acquired Fox Studio properties such as the Fantastic Four, X-Men, and all that other stuff.
Yeah,
I'm sitting outside.
because I was like thinking like, okay, if you look back at how WandaVision ended, it ended with
I still
and
gotta
no
watch that.
spoil.
I still have to watch that.
Oh,
It's
then
boring. It's boring.
then maybe do you think I don't? Then maybe I should stop talking. I shouldn't say anything because I was I was going to say spoiler alert, but I won't say anything. If you want to watch it, it's
Yeah,
probably
because the Disney Plus
I won't say
shows are
anything.
vital. Those Disney Plus shows are vital in order for you to even know what's going to be going on in the movies now. Unlike what was it, Shield, Agents of Shield, and all the other shit. that wasn't vital to keep up what was going on in the movies. But these new Disney Plus shows, they're absolutely vital because, in fact,
Yeah,
in Loki,
especially Loki,
yeah, in Loki, they just introduced the new big bad.
I
in
heard you
Loki.
guys like Loki.
Loki was good as hell.
I did. I liked it.
It was good as hell.
Especially like the last episode. Because
Yeah,
everybody was wondering was that character going to show up, and he did.
yeah. And like I said, it's really genius how they did it because that particular character, he's gonna be a different person in every movie he show up in, basically. If you're familiar
Especially
with
especially when he gets to the Ant-Man and the Wasp movie, like that's where they said he's really gonna make his appearance as the true form that everybody wants to see. Because we only saw a variant of him in Loki, but when we see him again, when we see him again, he's gonna be like that big villain that everybody's looking forward to.
Even in Loki, he warned. He said basically the other version of me ain't as nice as I am. Like
exactly.
everything that he was doing was to prevent that version of taking over. And like I said, so if you don't watch some Disney Plus shows, you're gonna be lost as hell in these MCU movies.
You can even say that I know you said WandaVision was born, but even with the last episode of WandaVision, especially with that post-credit scene, that's going to tie into Doctor Strange.
Yeah. Oh, most definitely. Okay, so when I say WandaVision is born, now let me add a caveat to that. WandaVision again is vital to understand what's going on in these movies from this point forward. But when I say it's born, I just mean the episodes leading up to the last two episodes.
Last episode.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Last episode was good, but all them little retro episodes was just boring as hell to me. And I grew up watching Nick at Night. I used to watch I Love Lucy and all that stuff. So it just was boring to me. I didn't care.
And she about to and Wanda, Scarlet Witch. We might as well say it now because that's what she is. She gonna be OP. She's gonna be OP like crazy when she shows up in Doctor Strange. And when you think about it, like how it ended with WandaVision, that post-credit scene with what she was doing, look at how Loki ended with the timeline, and then you look at the trailer for Spider-Man No Way Home. I wonder if what happened with that trailer and Peter Parker messing up the spell was that what kicked all of that stuff off.
Well, that's something to think about.
So look, they saying Doctor Strange in that movie is not the real Doctor Strange.
What?
That's what they're saying. Because they're saying that why would Doctor Strange do that dangerous spell knowing the ramifications of it? And remember even when Wong told him not to do it, he looked at Peter and winked at him. Like they was like the real Doctor Strange would know, like, nah, that's too dangerous to do. You know what I mean? So they're speculating that that's not really Doctor Strange. But
that's what I was hearing too.
And also with the new Spider-Man movie though, and I love how they're doing it because now they're gonna finally be able to incorporate, the good things about the old Spider-Man movies into the MCU. They're talking about incorporating Daredevil from Netflix is gonna be in that movie.
Yeah.
So he's gonna be his lawyer.
As a matter of fact, if you look at if you go back and look at the trailer, when Peter Parker is in the interrogation room and he's cuffed to the table, the person slamming the documents is said to be Matt Murdock.
Yeah, they talking about because of how hairy his arms is. But yeah,
because he's an attorney.
Yeah, and Daredevil was a great ass show. I feel like that shit.
It was way better. It was way better than the movie. That's for sure.
Man, that's for I know.
Let's not forget about Luke Cage though.
Luke Cage,
from what I heard, that was a great show.
I'm sorry, Luke Cage was ass. I'm sorry. It was so ass. Listen, it was so ass. They about to rewrite Cottonmouth and make him Blade. Mahershala Ali. Remember, he played Cottonmouth in Luke Cage. They about to turn him into Blade. Mm-hmm. So I think they're gonna probably rewrite some things at Luke Cage. I don't know how they're gonna do that one.
I like the Punisher.
Punisher was good. Yeah.
I tell you what movie Luke Cage was a badass in though. That movie with the cops where he was
I know what you were talking about.
He was badass in that movie, man. Freaking damn,
the one with Tyrese in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Luke Cage was a beast in that one, bro. Oh man, he got killed though. That was fucked up.
Wait, what movie? You talking about that movie where he, with the female cop or something that seen somebody?
Yeah.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I need to see that.
Dang, you still ain't seen that?
Nah, I mean,
I saw it.
I've been slipping on my movies. I've been slipping on my movies lately. I don't know. I just been real
Another
picky with the media I watch.
another versus movie they could give us movie they could give
Black
us,
and Blue.
although this is a different company. G.I. Joe versus Transformers. That would make a shitload of money.
I think they already did. I thought I heard rumors of them actually doing something like that, where they're gonna be combining all those not Bandai. What's the toy company that makes all them stuff? Still Transformers, G.I.
Hasbro.
Joe, Hasbro. Yeah, I heard they was gonna be doing like a Hasbro universe or something like that. But I don't know. I fell off on Transformers after the third. Whenever Shia LaBeouf left, that's when I stopped watching.
Yeah, me. That's when I fell off too. After he left, I was pretty much, and you know what's so crazy? Shia LaBeouf had like a very interesting, I guess you could say, movie cycle between 2006 and like 2010. Because I remember, I don't know if y'all ever saw this movie called Disturbia. You ever see a
Oh,
movie
it
called
was good as hell.
That movie was
good
so
movie.
that movie was so good. That was, I said, in my opinion, that was one of Shia LaBeouf's best roles. Every time that movie comes on, I always watch it.
Man,
And I said that movie was so good. And it's like, I think what made it so good is because that could actually happen in real life. Imagine you on house arrest and you just happen to like use your binoculars and looking across the street and you just see some questionable stuff from your neighbor, and you turns out your neighbor is a whole murderer. And then no one believes you because you on house arrest.
Man, I lived in the city, so I wouldn't doubt it was one of my neighbors was a murderer.
That man literally went from Evan or Even Stevens to
Even Stevens.
Transformers and Disturbia to Fury, which that's a good movie too. Fury.
No, you left one out though. The movie that really made people take him as seriously as an actor was that movie he did on Disney Channel when he played.
What about that essay movie that he was in?
He played that special ed kid.
Yeah. It was a Disney Channel movie.
That was, man, I ain't gonna lie, man. That movie made me cry as a kid.
Them movies, when actors play them roles, they make everybody take them serious. Cause that's when Tom Hanks became a mega star when he played Forrest Gump.
Yeah,
when he said don't go full retard though. Don't never go full retard.
That's why I always argue that the 90s and even the early through the 2000s, man, that was a golden age for that sort of. We were talking about Disney Channel movies. That was like the golden age for teenage, preteen or tweens and teenage programming. You know what I'm saying? Because you had like I said, huh?
I'm just thinking
now
of
it's the
old Disney
alphabet
movies.
community politics and the MC.
Yeah.
I seen.
I was a huge
listen.
Every day when I came home from school, it was me, the Disney Channel, and the famous Jet Jackson.
Jackson, boy.
That was my show.
Oh yeah,
that was my show.
And let's not forget.
Mine was a Proud Family.
Rest in peace to Lee Thompson.
Rest in peace to Lee Thompson, man.
And let's not forget Degrassi, probably.
No, I used to watch Degrassi.
I used to watch Degrassi. My god sister had put me onto that. One day I went over to her house years ago when she was watching. I'm like, "What is this?" And she says Degrassi. I'm like, "What is that?" And we just ended up. It was a whole marathon. By the time I left, I literally knew every single character. I knew all of their problems from beginning to end. And that's when we got introduced to Drake. Before we knew before he became Drake.
My female cousin put me on Degrassi.
Manny Santos and JT York, all of them.
Manny turned into a hoe, boy. She came to school with that little thong hanging out. Boy. Little thought.
Hey,
I don't know about that. That's
salute to the person in the chat. Salute the person in the chat that said they need to come out with a Mars Attacks reboot. Salute to that person.
Mars Attacks is a classic, boy. That movie's hilarious.
No, not no reboot. I'm sick of these damn reboots and remakes. That's the problem with modern day Hollywood.
Well, you know what old movie I watched the other day and I forgot how funny it was?
Yeah, Mulan sucked, Beauty and the Beast sucked. All these new ones, all these new movies kind of suck. Lion King, Aladdin.
See, I didn't watch.
Well, they try to make He-Man as She-Man basically. With that one character. He-Man was on the show for like 5 minutes.
So he LGBT now or something? I saw people talking about it on Twitter, but I haven't watched it yet.
Like for an example, they trying to remake they're remaking the Wonder Years. It's never gonna live up to the classic, man.
I don't know. I like the concept though. I will say that I saw the trailer. I like the concept because the Wonder Years was my shit growing up.
Well, I want to see Candyman. Damn it, the classic was good, but the new one looked just as good. I want to see that shit.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna bootleg that tonight. I'm gonna watch that tonight.
I saw it last night. I'm gonna put my
And
review up tomorrow.
Candyman has something to do with racism.
Yeah, he had that little
Candyman has
drama
something
beef
to do
when he
with
got
like
him killed.
racism. The old one, the new one, his backstory's all messed up and stuff like that. But I haven't watched it. I'm gonna reserve my.
I'm gonna put my review. I'm gonna put
I'll
my
watch it.
review up tomorrow, and then
Well,
y'all can
isn't
go
Jordan
based off
Peele?
of whatever it is that I said, huh?
Isn't Jordan Peele behind the new Candyman movie?
Yeah, he's a producer.
Okay, because did you see the announcement of his newest movie about to come out?
Yeah, it's called Nope.
Yeah, so
But
look, I just want to with each of his movies has a theme, right? With Get Out, we already know what the theme of that was. With Us, with the Tethers, that was like an allegory for like immigrants and stuff that come over here. Black people that look like us, talk like us, but they're not really us. I wonder what Nope is going to be, because you notice he casted the Asian dude that, from Walking Dead in Invincible.
Glenn.
Yeah.
And it's gonna have Glenn from The Walking Dead, Keke Palmer, and Daniel Kaluuya. Like
I'm so
that's
tired of
like
Daniel Kaluuya looking
that's like
lost
as
in
far
every
as.
movie he in. That nigga look confused in every
And
role he plays.
you know what's so crazy? Like about because I follow Jordan Peele on Instagram. This guy literally like the last thing he posted before he posted the poster for that movie was something from last year. And he didn't post anything else on his Instagram page. And then exactly a year later to the day, he posts the poster for his new movie called Nope. And you had everybody in the chat trying to figure out and decipher what it's going to be about, because I can't really tell what it's going to be about, because the picture,
stop Asian hate.
Because like the poster it's like it looks like it's in a field, and it has a hot air balloon, a cloud. It looks like a circus is going down somewhere on the ground. I can't really make out what he's trying to convey, but you always know that you're going to get some kind of a message out of it. So we probably not going to see a trailer for it until probably the end of the year or be the beginning of next year, because the movie's supposed to come out. I think like in the summer of next year.
Well, the reason why I brought that up was because, like you said, every movie he does has a message behind it. Like I said, Us, it took a while for people to even understand what the concept of Us was about. I think it took about almost 6 months for people to really understand what he was saying with Us, with the whole tether thing. And I know that's a term that we use within the community now, but people didn't understand that originally. So with
what I liked about what he did, he took a classic song of "I Got Five on it" and turned it into a horror theme.
Yeah.
Just like he did with Beyonce, "Say My Name," he did the same thing.
Oh yeah, with Candyman. Yep.
So look, with Nope, this is me guessing, because everything that he does has a meaning behind it that translate into real life. And with him having an Asian cast member, I'm thinking it's gonna be something along the lines of basically the Asian people are going to be looked at as the victims, when in reality they might be the villains. And I think that's going to be like an allegory for this whole Stop Asian Hate movement, where they're playing the victims, but in reality, y'all be victimizing black people just as much as the white folks.
They victimize everybody. Look at what Donald Trump said. It came from China.
China.
It came from China, man. All right, my bad to y'all, yo. My bad, yo.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the poster right now, and like I said, it's like they're in a mountain. It has a cloud with like a string hanging from it, like you know when you used to go to them car dealership, they used to have the string with the flags hanging on it. It looks like that, and it's hovering over what looks like a town or a circus or a carnival, and I can't make out what it's going to be. Like I'm looking online and I'm trying to figure it out. They don't even know. So it's like we just gotta wait until that time comes. The only people that know what it's about is Jordan Peele and the people attached to the film. But it's supposed to come out next summer.
Like I said, I wouldn't read too much into that poster, because just like with Us, you know what I'm saying, with the original poster, the teaser poster for Us, man, we never would have guessed what that was about.
And what's so crazy too? The name of the movie is called Nope. That's a term that black people use a lot.
All the time. But look, so like again, Get Out. you know what I'm saying, get out. What is it, like an allegory for get out of Coonan, or get out, get out the
Get
sunken
out the
place or
sunken
whatever.
place.
Yeah, and with us, like I said, with the whole tether concept, people that look like us, people that talk like us, people that dress like us, but they really not us. You know what I'm
And
saying?
then look, then check this out. He put them movies together back to back. Get
Yep.
Out and then Us. Get Out of the US. That's what I took of that shit as. I went and got my damn passport.
Man, shit, where we gonna go? White supremacy global.
Listen,
My
man.
my brother in China right now.
Listen, man. I don't care. I don't care what nobody says. Listen, man. I'm never leaving America, not permanently. Okay,
Right.
This is my
Same.
home.
Same.
This is my home. This is Black Americans' home. We built this damn country, and we are entitled to stay here. This is our
Facts.
decision. No one
Yeah.
else's. This is
I get
ours, and we
offended.
can claim it.
I get offended when people say something like, "Well, if you don't like it, then leave and go." That's why I say, "And go where?" Like, anti-black racism is a global system. Like, this shit ain't just in America. Look how they treat
Man,
black
look,
Mexicans. Look how they
the
treat black
world.
people
I
in
don't tell
Asia.
them that. I tell them just straight leave. You leave. I'm not going
I
nowhere.
don't.
What you gonna
I
do
don't
Facts.
about
tell
it?
them. Look, when they say that bullshit, talking about you want to leave, go, bitch. You gonna pay for my damn plane ticket? Our ancestors. Our ancestors got here for fucking free. They ain't nobody spend no money to get our people here. They ain't nobody pay shit to come here. If our people ain't pay shit to come here, I ain't paying shit to leave this motherfucker. You, especially if I'm going on somebody else's terms. That's something out. If you don't like it, leave. You
That's what I'm
want me
saying.
to leave?
That shit is so offensive. That shit is
Pay for
offensive
my
as fuck.
goddamn airfare. Pay my fucking plane ticket. Pay for my trip. If you
So
want me to leave that bad,
So you mean to
fuck
tell
that.
me we built this motherfucker from ground zero, and now I'm supposed to just leave it and let everybody else enjoy the spoils? Now you got me fucked up.
Look at the screen and read what it says. Nope.
I
That's
can't
my
wait to see a
response.
trailer. I can't wait to see a trailer for that. I can't wait because I want to know what the double meaning is. Because like I said, Get Out, Us, both of them had double meanings behind it. So I want to know what the double meaning is for Nope. And I'm thinking it's going to have something to do with this recent Stop Asian Hate shit. Like I feel like they're going to be looked at as maybe like within the world of the movie, they may be looked at as the downtrodden, weak people, but in reality, they probably the ones pulling strings and shit or looking. I don't know. I'm just speculating. But
Maybe it's
yeah,
got something to do with the nasty ass food they be serving in every black town. Maybe that's what it's about.
what if it's
Get
a
that Greek.
virus?
Let's not forget about them damn nasty ass web markets they got over there. I just got to call that shit out.
Man, my brother is in Beijing right now. He been living in Beijing for the past year and a half, man. He be showing me some shit. They some nasty fuckers.
I know y'all was clowning Umar Johnson earlier, but one of them speeches he was giving, that nigga had me dying, bro. He was talking about, man, how the hell y'all gonna go to Chinese place talking about some that shit y'all eating is some chicken. Chicken wing look like this, and then he bit his arm all fucked up looking. They were like, that regular chicken, it got that retarded arm like that, but that chicken be all swollen and fucked up.
Man,
But
I like Umar, man. I really
steroided
do.
chicken.
I like
Because it's
Umar,
a
man.
dog.
He
That's
bad with
why.
money.
You know what? The brother that just said that about the dog, like no cap. There was this Asian buffet in Wilmington. Me and my family used to go to all the time. This shit was called the Mai Tai. And that shit, I remember because they used to like how restaurants throw away the food that's left over. They throw away the food. They don't give it to the homeless. But this restaurant, like they would be giving it to stray animals, cats and dogs that would be hanging out in the alley behind the restaurant. But one thing I noticed that didn't nobody else seem to pay attention to was
They
like
don't eat their own food. You ever seen them eat their own food?
the cats and dogs, the stray cats and dogs that used to hang out in the alley behind the My Tiger. You could see them from the parking lot. Like I started noticing it was fewer and fewer of them. Every time we went, like each time, and then what I'm saying, lo and behold, a couple months later, like the Mai Tai got shut down. Like they find out that they were serving motherfuckers cats and dogs, and I was like, oh my god! I was like, that's where the poor strays was going. Like they was chopping the motherfuckers up, serving them to people and shit. I was like, damn. And I
remember when I
tried
was
not.
in I remember when I was
I
in
tried.
college. I remember when I was in college in my freshman year, back in '07. We lived on the campus. We had two Chinese spots. We had one that was more towards the entrance of the campus, and we had one that was in the back of the campus. And one was called China Wok, and the other one was called China Kitchen. Actually, no, I take that back. They were both. They were both in the back of the campus. They were across the street from each other. And in my freshman year, we were used to see all these stray cats just running around the campus. Like we would see kittens and full blown cats, grown cats running around the campus. Now, this is back in '07. When we came back in 2008, we did not see one stray cat, and we immediately looked across the street. I said, "I bet you they got a hold of them cats when we was in here, and they skinned them
That
and they
meow
cooked them."
mix was real, huh?
But these is real. These real events. Like I believe every word of what he's saying, because you know what I'm saying. And he's talking about 2008. So this like when I was graduating, get ready to. He went to college. I went to the military. My story was from when I was a kid, because the my time. Like Wilmington shut that shit down like hundreds of years ago. And I believe the people that ran that restaurant, they was the ones that burnt down the Fuddruckers across the street from there. Like they probably did that shit out of spite, because like, you know, on that part of them Oleander Drive past the mall, like the only place that was really fucking with my tire, like as far as how much they stayed packed, was the Fuddruckers. You know what I'm saying? And not too long after the Mai Tai got closed, it was only like a month later, the Fuddruckers out of nowhere, fucking that shit just it blew up. It got burnt down.
Damn, I
You
ain't
know
had
what I'm saying?
Fuddruckers for so damn long.
Yeah, you don't see them that much, but you know what I'm saying? That was the only one Wilmington had. And you know what I'm saying? Not too long after the Mai Tai got shut down because of their cat and dog scandal and shit, then the Fuddruckers
Where you at, North
disappeared.
Carolina?
Yeah, that happened in Wilmington. I don't live in Wilmington, but you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Okay.
That's the
I'm
closest
down here.
town.
I'm down here
here
in
we are.
Georgia, so that's
Oh,
what I'm
I'm right
saying.
there. Awesome. I'm in.
That's the closest town to where I live, because where I'm at, like everything is like 25 to 30 miles away. So where I live, if you ain't got a car, you fucked. 'Cause if you wanna go to a movie theater, shit, we gotta drive like 20 minutes just to see a McDonald's. It literally it ain't shit where I live, like nothing. The main
Yeah,
source of
I'm in
revenue.
the city. I live smack dab in the city of Atlanta. So yeah, I be seeing some crazy shit, dog. And one thing somebody pointed out to me about the Asian restaurants was, they was like, "Have you noticed you ain't never see them eat their own food at the restaurants?"
Cause that's not Asian food.
Right.
It's the shit that they serve us, that shit, it's Americanized, you know what I'm
Cat rat and
saying? That's
dog
it.
on cat rat and dog
It's
chow
it's
mein.
not it's not authentic Asian cuisine. That's why they don't eat it, because it's not their food. They call it
Cool
Chinese
dog.
food,
So
but that shit is not real Chinese food. Now, if you go to a Japanese Asian restaurant, like the shit there be legit, like they should be real. But all of the Chinese food places, like it's not authentic Chinese food. That's why they don't eat it. It's not their food.
well, we have it out
Yeah.
here in the Bay because we have such a big Chinese population. So we got like two major Chinatowns in Oakland and San Francisco. So they eat their food around here. But you know, that's how you know the food is real. If you don't see any of the Chinese people eating the Chinese food, they're gonna be. You best believe you eating cat, rat, and dog. You know,
Cat,
compound.
rat, and dog. Lord have mercy.
Cat, rat,
Nah,
dog.
rat
Listen,
too.
cat, rat,
Yeah,
and
like
dog.
I've heard. Yeah, I've heard stories like shared stories
Rat
where
chow
you
mein.
like people where they've actually found like rats cooked into the food, like where they would look and they would like people will open it up and you would see like the tail or the foot sticking out. I'm like,
Yes.
nah,
Yeah, that shit
nah.
real. That shit real, cause I ain't trying to fuck nobody up that just ate Chinese or whatever. But like that shit real. What TR just said. Cause if you notice, any other restaurant you see that's got a bad sanitation grade from the health department.
Okay, cool.
If you do that, if you see them restaurants, you know what I'm saying, you will see some rats here and there. You know what I'm saying? At least outside the restaurant. But you notice you never see no rats around Chinese spots. Not just cats and dogs. You know what I'm saying? That restaurant, they got found My tie got busted because, like I said, they used to you saw them on your campus at school, TR, and then you came back, they was all gone.
Yeah.
See, you came
Looking
back and
like
they was
looking
all gone. But
exactly. Yep. They found all those stray cats and they got rid of them. They couldn't do it while we was there because they know we would have seen them, so they had to wait until we were gone and off of the campus. And when we came back, I was like, "Where are all those stray?" And the thing is, it was a lot of stray cats like that we would see, and it was like we didn't see not one, not a kitten, not a grown cat, none, and they were all gone. And we immediately looked across the street and said,
yeah, see,
"I bet you they
see,
got a hold up."
they did it all at once where you was at. See, the my tie, cause my family went there so much. Cause I ain't gonna lie, the food was banging. Like, and it was a buffet. It wasn't like the other spots where you order one time. Like, you could go back many times as you want. But
Also,
they
also, it
they
sound like
they did it
Golden
gradually.
Corral, huh?
How was that dog?
Yeah,
How did it taste?
it was an Asian golden corral pretty much. But they didn't do it all at once, TR. They got rid of their cats and stray dogs gradually. And that's how I noticed it.
Man,
You
you
know what I'm
eat at
saying?
Chinese buffets, you a wild boy. I don't trust them Chinese buffets.
And like like somebody said in the chat, if you look at the wet markets, you'll see the gruesomeness right there. Where if you go on YouTube and type in the wet markets, you'll be actually able to see what they do when they catch those dogs and those cats in the process of them killing them right there in front of you and skinning them and then hanging them up on the hook and off, like literally right there in front of your face. And
I bet
I'm
that shit
like,
look like a snuff film.
it looks like it's just like torture. Like it looks like torture porn that you're looking at.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, like I said, my brother, he in Beijing, man. He be showing me some nasty, nasty shit they be doing out there, bro. Like they be doing gross shit. Have y'all be seeing them videos of them biting the heads off of animals and shit?
Oh yeah.
And it be like the little dainty little Asian girls too, like little dainty little Chinese girls. They don't,
It's
it's
a
just like,
delicacy.
bro,
You know, they
nah.
don't get much food out there in China. You get out there to the countryside. So yeah, they eating rats, they eating raccoons, snakes, squirrels, possums. I mean,
I'll
it ain't no
try
different
some.
than what they do
I
in
ain't gonna.
Yeah, I'll
Louisiana.
never forget one time when I was in college and I was because I went to a HBCU and I went to a school in the South. So I was around a lot of people who was from the country, and I'll never forget one time. It was this one girl. They used to always call me by my last name when I first got there, and they said, "Have you ever had coon before?" I said, "What is that?" Like that was my initial. So I was like, "What is that?" She said, "Raccoon." I said, "No." I was like, "What?" And she said, "Oh, you don't know what you're missing." Well, and then she went into the process of telling me what they would do when they would catch it and how they would clean it and how they would cook it and season it and everything like that. So I will humbly pass on that. I said, just the thought. So y'all out there catching possums and raccoons and deers and rabbits and
I don't
Yes,
even eat the
sir.
snakes.
chitlins.
Yes,
And
I
sir.
don't care what nobody
In
say.
that
wild
gumbo.
boar. Let's not forget that wild boars.
But that ain't
Yeah,
nothing but a pig. Shit. A
No,
furry
no,
yeah,
it
pig.
ain't no
I don't mess with
pig.
that.
You get hungry
Wild
enough,
boars,
you'll eat
them
all of it.
motherfuckers,
Trust me.
they dig burrows and shit underground. Like
You'll eat some
that ain't no
coon if you get
pig.
hungry enough. Trust me. Y'all ain't been that hungry enough. You'll eat some coon, you'll eat a horse, you eat a dog. You get hungry enough, brother, let me tell you, you'll eat any goddamn thing that goes on that plate. You'll be like, yes, sir. Now please have another. Coon is delicious. Snake is
I heard
delicious.
that
I
like
had
down,
deer.
I heard that frog legs is like a delicacy down in New Orleans.
It is.
It
It
tastes like
is,
chicken.
along with
It tastes like
alligator.
chicken.
No, it don't.
Because my family from Louisiana, so yeah, I done had some crazy shit before.
So is my family. No, it don't taste like chicken. It tastes like frog legs.
to me like alligator, just like alligator. Alligator tastes
Yeah, it's
like chewy
chewy.
chicken,
It's chewy.
like chewy chicken.
It's a
You
difference.
know what? I could never bring myself to eat no fucking alligator under no circumstance. Just because I know what they used to do to our babies down there in the South Bayou,
Shit,
Louisiana,
it's
and
karma at
Florida.
Right,
that point.
That's why
right,
I eat
right.
it.
I can never
That's
eat
why
no
I ate it.
alligator
A
either
little
or
bit of
no
payback.
crocodile or none of that.
Yeah, that knowing they used to use black babies to bait fucking bull alligators just so they can make wallets, belts, and shoes and shit. Nah, fuck that. I ain't never eating
That's
no
even
shit.
more reason to eat them motherfuckers. That's karma.
That's why I eat it. Exactly. That's delicious.
But one thing I said I wanted to do
Seeds.
one thing I wanted to do whenever I go to New Orleans, I said I'd have to try some crawfish. I need to try a po' boy and some beignets.
Crawfish
Oh
ain't
yeah, you
bad.
tripping.
It's just
Po'
a
boy,
freshwater
delicious.
shrimp. Po' boys is delicious, with the shrimp, and beignets are awesome. They're like French donut, basically. You got to go Cafe Du Monde.
And you know, just eat, man. Just go to all the different restaurants. They got a ton of it, and season excellent. If
I'm
you're
gonna do
ready to
that.
spend some,
I'm gonna do that one
spend
day.
some time. Yeah, you got to get
Oh,
down
I
there.
can. Oh, I can believe it.
It's delicious, and you're gonna eat some
So
alligator too. Trust me.
this reminds me of a conversation I saw people, little diaspora wars going on online. And I saw somebody trying to talk shit about like Black American food, but I'm like, motherfucker, we have so much variety to our food. You can't even say our food is nasty. Somebody was trying to say, oh, that's deaf food. But I'm like, man, Louisiana by itself got a bigger palate than Jamaican food.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? Like it's like black food up north is different than black food in the south, and shit, black food in the south different than black food in Louisiana, which is also in the south. You know what I'm saying?
It's funny too. You said something about Jamaican. Like one of them motherfuckers was somewhere on a different video trying to clown how black people eat and shit, and I shut that nigga right up. I'm like, motherfucker, what y'all
Listen,
eating besides some cocoa bread and some beef patties? What the fuck y'all eating over
Right.
there? And that nigga shut
listen,
up.
listen, black food, just like black music, is American food. Okay, I don't give a fuck what nobody say.
Exactly. Man, listen. I don't, and the thing is, even when it comes down to other FBA folks, I don't think they understand how vital we are to this nation. Like everything that's considered popular in the United States really came from us at the end of the day. Like every fucking thing.
I always said that. I said black people, especially, us, who are from here, we are the trendsetters of the world. Like we make everything cool. We make everything pop. We make everything trendy. It's
True
just
that,
the
TR.
unfortunate part. It's just the unfortunate part that we don't get the credit, which is why I did that video about the black TikTokers going on strike and leaving PC in the dust to fend them for themselves and looking stupid all over TikTok trying to do them dances. And what was so funny to me, and I didn't do a follow-up video, but I'll talk about it now, was seeing how struggling they were over there trying to create their own little dances. It was so funny because a lot of the black people who was boycotting TikTok, they went back on TikTok and started mimicking the dances they were trying to do. I said, how is it that black people have so much rhythm that even when they try to be off beat, they're on beat?
Exactly. Like, look, people gonna laugh at this shit, but the first time I heard about a TikTok or knew what the fuck it was, you know what I'm saying, from rest in peace to King Von, you know what I'm saying, his joint 2 a.m. When I heard 2 a.m., that's when I first learned about TikTok. When he said, make them dance, I ain't talking about TikTok. I was like, what the fuck is a TikTok? And then my homeboy Brandon brought his phone over here. Oh, I got an account on there. Look at this. Look at this. I say, well, what the hell is it though? It was like Instagram and Snapchat and all
I
that.
still haven't got hip to it yet. I just still
Yeah, I ain't got none of that
Vine
shit.
is where I stopped at. Vine was lit. I ain't gonna lie to you. Vine was lit back in the day.
It's too
I
much.
ain't got none of I ain't got none of that shit. I ain't got no Twitter, no Facebook, no Instagram, no Snapchat, no TikTok. I ain't got none of that shit, man.
You just got a YT.
Just YouTube. Yeah, really. That's it.
Twitter, and Instagram, the only two I use, and I only got on Instagram because I was banned from Twitter for the past year. So
yeah, I ain't got none of that shit. I ain't got
Twitter
none of
is the
that.
only one.
And
I like Twitter
see
because
the thing is with me, like doing these videos, I feel like I have to have as many social media accounts as possible because I mean, like that's the only way I can reach as many people as possible.
Yeah, you got a platform.
you got
You know what I'm saying? You got a sizable platform, TR, you know what I'm saying? You know, you got a reason for Twitter and stuff, but I ain't
And here's another thing: you got to use the system to beat the system, man. That's always what I say.
Yeah, that's the reason why I got it because ain't no reason. Do we have a what's the black version of Twitter or Instagram or YouTube? We don't have one yet. So until we build our own platforms, this is what we got to use.
Well, shit. When Tarita Sheed tried to come out with his own platform, folks didn't support it.
Black Junction is the closest thing to YouTube you gonna get. Black Junction and it's another shit that's like a mimic Facebook for black people. They call it Our Time Now or some shit like that. But one or two fucking times button heads with a couple of the females on there, and I deleted that shit.
It's another one that RZA be talking about all the time. I forget the name of it. Damn. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Because RZA keeps talking about it's another platform that we need to gravitate to. I give
Mr.
it
Man,
up.
just a Raekwon Inspector Deck.
And MECHOD, man.
Yeah. My bad, yo. He said real, so that shit set me off, man. You know what I'm saying? Salute
RZA
Wu Tang.
Islam. Yeah. Salute to Wu Tang, but RZA Islam. My man, to be specific.
Salute to old school hip hop.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Oh, salute the Star, man. Man, this is my B1 sister in the chat, man. Star in the chat. She said we the
Hey,
moral compass of the world too, and I highly
some chick
agree with
named
that, man.
Star. What's up? How you doing, sis?
We personify all the values that the U.S. claims to be about. Black folks actually personify that shit. That's why I'm like, this is
Yeah.
our fucking country through and through. When folks talk about, well, you got a U.S. flag in your bio, I don't want to hear what the hell you got to say. My nigga, what other flag should I put in my bio then? What flag should I put in my bio that's not affected by white supremacy? Hell, you got a Nigerian flag in your bio. That shit wasn't even a country 80 years ago.
Or like them
Nigerian
people
flag,
did,
if you include
like them people with the France flags after that shooting over there. You seen a bunch of Negroes with France flags on their damn profile. They putting them flags and they putting LGBT flags on there, but you don't never see the red, black, and green shit on they shit. So I'm like, you can put up France and you can put up that LGBT shit, but you can't put up the red, black, and green. That show you where the fuck your mind is at. That show you where you
Exactly.
at in the goddamn
like
sunken place.
and going to what Nino said, just like Israel was not an official country 80 some years ago. But let me be quiet because I don't want to get Mr. Torian in trouble. So
yeah, you can't talk about them folks.
Hell no, not at all. They'll pull your shit quick.
Well, that's what we
Man.
get for not building our own platforms, 80 something years ago and 90, 100 years ago,
Well, that's the thing though. It's not from a lack of trying. We just been hella sabotaged. We've been sabotaged.
Yeah, every time we build some shit, they tear it down, they burn it up. Look at Tulsa.
What you gonna do? You gonna sit up there and not do nothing, or you gonna rebuild it again? I mean,
or
it's a choice.
we sell it out. Look at Barry. Or we sell it out. Look at Motown and Barry Gordy's shady ass. He sold that shit out.
We got to have
but this is also what happens. It goes beyond just of them tearing it down. What happens is not only does it get torn down, but it gets replaced by something that they construct from what we already did, claim it as their own, corner the market. That way you cannot fit in there anywhere. I'll use this as an example. We all say that black women should definitely be the cornerstone of the hair industry. Like they should have that on lock without a doubt. But we see that the Asian community has that on lock. Like you can't go anywhere. Like you can't go anywhere in a black community and not see an Asian's own hair beauty supply store, whatever the case may be, even down to the nail shops. And I remember a couple years ago doing a video about a black woman who tried to open up a beauty supply store, a black-owned beauty supply store in a black neighborhood. But they told her because it was in a certain mile radius of an Asian-owned store, she could not put it there. She would have had to put her store in some other place that was out of her reach just because they were there. So what did she do? She packed up her stuff and left and went jet setting over to Japan and set up shop there.
See what you just said, like to the brother that was like, why can't you build it on your own? Like shit like that right there is why. You know what I'm saying? It's not that we don't try, and it's not that we just give up after they tear our shit down.
I'm sorry, that's unacceptable. I mean,
and let me say,
talk, man.
And let me say this, let me say this. Let me say this about the Asian community and the Latino community now. Since the so-called dominant community's numbers are dwindling, don't be surprised if they do. Don't be surprised if they do what they did with the Irish and the Italians.
Well, they're doing it with the Afghans.
Hold on.
They're doing it with the Afghans right now. That's what I was about to say.
Hold on. But don't be surprised what they do with them and some other groups that they're gonna classify them as white all of a sudden when we know that's not the case.
They already are.
They already are.
Yep.
Yeah, like
Afghans
I said, like North Africans and Middle Easterns. If you look at the census, whenever you get a chance, Google race classifications on the census. They consider white people to be anybody from North Africa, the Middle East. Though they already classified as white. So when all these East Indians, all them Afghan refugees they bringing over here, guess what the fuck they are classified as legal? They're
Just like about
classified
that
as
story
white.
about that, just like that story about that. I think he was a that black Egyptian doctor back in the 70s who wanted to come over to America, but they wasn't going to allow him to come over here unless he classified himself as white.
And see,
Even
here's
though
the thing.
even though you can look clearly at him and tell this was a black man, like he was light skinned with an afro.
And here's the thing. Guess who was the original Egyptians, the ancient Egyptians?
But we already know that. But
They
Egypt
keep
has
on
been
saying that
conquered.
They keep on saying that. Sorry to cut you off. They keep on saying that Cleopatra was white for years, man. Bullshit. She was black.
No,
Yeah,
it
that's
depends on
right.
which
I said
it
it.
depends on which Cleopatra you're talking about. It was multiple Cleopatras. I think the most famous one, she was like mixed race though, and she was laid up with the Romans.
That's why Lisa Cabrera made that video talking about James Brown was white, because they put out that bullshit mannequin statue of Cleopatra with a white woman face. So Lisa Cabrera made a video. It was like, yeah, James Brown was a white man. You know what I'm saying? That shit was funny as hell. But I like the way she put the spin on it. But that's what they do.
So back to the Marvel shit, and it ties back in with what we talking about. The new Marvel movie, The Eternals. One thing that's bothering me, like with the Eternal shit, is when they in the trailer show them coming to Earth with like doing like I guess early years of human civilization. Man, all the early humans in that motherfucker is Snow White. I'm like, man, get the fuck out of here. The further back in history you go, the blacker
They
the
at least
folks.
gonna have a
They did that in the
mixture.
comic
Come
book
on now.
back in the day, back in the 80s. They did that. I mean, Marvel is white on. Why is anybody expecting them to be black? I don't understand that. That's a white on company.
True
Oh, for
that.
sure.
True that, Black Voltron. True that.
But I guess my thing is, man, you know, because I say, man, I credit me being quote unquote awakened around 2015. Yeah, I ain't never been on no coon shit. But as far as my third eye really being open, that was around 2015, man. I can't even watch TV like I used to because I always see all the coded messaging in that shit. Like even when Black Panther came out, I got one of my best friends. That nigga still mad at me because I was making fun of him for acting like Black Panther was some type of revolutionary act. I'm like, dude, this is a white-owned company, bro.
Correct.
Like, what Kanye
Negroes
say? The
was-
white man getting paid off for all of that.
You saw
Like,
them
nigga-
Negroes in the movie theater and stuff. They dressing up like it's
Dashikis
coming
and
to
shit.
coming to America. I mean, they had dashikis and King Jaffe, motherfucking lions on their chest, bringing buckets of chicken, and it's like you ask them,
Yeah.
"You understand what this Black Panther's about?" Oh yeah, it's about the Black Panther Party for self-defense. Now this is Oakland. They saying this dumb shit. All right, and it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's a comic book movie, and they're like, "Oh, I didn't know. I had no clue."
And like I said,
Ignorance.
man, it's just now that my third eye open, bro. That's why when y'all was naming movies and stuff, I fell off because I used to be a huge movie head. I used to go to movies at least once a week.
Same.
Like my whole
For
life.
real? You did that
Yes.
shit?
Hell yeah, because that was what me and my pops used to do, man. Man, every Friday or Saturday, man, me and my pops would go to the movies and go watch a movie and shit.
Yeah.
But like
Movies back then were cheaper to go to. Them concessions were still high,
And
but
right.
it was
and
cheaper to
movies back
go to them.
Yeah, you had the $2 theaters back then. I remember them days.
and movies back then were actually good. Just saying.
Yeah.
I guess I'm old because I remember dollar movies.
Well, shit, we
Yep.
still got a dollar movie out here in Atlanta. We still got a dollar movie. I always smell like Badusi
Shouts
in
out to
there.
the ATL from MKE.
Shit, I was born in Milwaukee.
Speaking of movies, y'all, did y'all
You
know
was?
Yeah.
that they making a remake series of The Spook Who Sat Behind the Door? And guess who's directing it? Lee Daniels.
I already knew that.
It's gonna be garbage.
It's a series,
You know
not just a movie. It's gonna be a whole TV series.
Man, Leah Daniels can go to hell. Leah, not Lee. Leah Daniels.
Yeah, well, ever since I seen what that shit he tried to pull with Dame Dash, man, like I ain't never fucked with him since. And I'm glad.
Before that,
Monique. How about Monique?
Yeah. But the shit with Dame got my attention because Dame pulled up on him at that little thing, that little
Quick
party
Dance
with that.
Festival. Yeah.
When Diana Ross was performing, like that nigga,
Pull him on the smooth. Where my money?
Hell yeah, man. Where my money?
He about to turn the Spook Set by the Door into a fucking LGBT goddamn fest, man.
I would say I don't know if y'all saw this movie, but it came out back in 2009 and it was called Orphan.
Yes,
The
yes,
horror
that little
movie.
girl,
I never
man.
watched. I never watched that. I never seen that
That
movie.
movie,
Bro, watch it.
that movie was so good and probably had one of the best plot twists ever.
Yeah, that twist caught everybody off guard.
Yeah, go watch it, bro. That was a good movie, man. That little woman was. I think she was 12 years old. The actor, she was 12 years old, but she went from. Well, I can't say too much because you ain't seen it. But there, go watch it, man. Go watch it.
It's like when I first saw like the preview for the movie, it pulled me in, but I was like, I don't know what I'm about to go in to watching this, but I know it's going to be good. And I remember I had went to see it with my dad because he wanted to see it as well. And when that plot twist came up, everybody in that theater literally threw their hands up and was like, "What are you?" Like it was that kind of response.
Yeah, that was a good plot twist. I love a good plot twist.
She was so cute. She was so cute. I see her. She had sit everybody else outside playing, and she in there painting. But then the shit with her painting. When the fluorescent light came on in her room, the dad was in there. I was like, "Oh shit! Look at all this!" She went from painting little beautiful, nice little kitty pics to that stuff. I was like, Jesus.
And you know what? It kind of reminded me of. Remember that movie, The Good Son, with Macaulay Culkin?
Good son.
Oh.
It came out back in the early '90s.
That TR going way back, boy. God damn.
I know. The last Macaulay Culkin movie I remember, like when he was still young, was the one where he got stung by the bees and died. What was the name of that damn?
Oh, My Girl.
My Girl. Yeah, that was my shit. But good son. I don't recall that one. Like I'm big
watch
on,
that.
like,
That was a movie where Macaulay Culkin he was playing a very mischievous, delinquent type of kid. Yeah.
Hey, by the way, shouts out to Macaulay Culkin for standing by MJ. He was one of the very few to do it.
Yeah.
Definitely. Kept it a G.
I believe that's part of why his career in Hollywood took a turn. You know what I'm saying? When he started to grow up, the white people stopped fucking with him because he got all cold.
Actually, more so his dad, because I looked at like a documentary about Macaulay Culkin, and his dad was the way that he was describing how his dad was. He said his dad was very his dad pushed and everything like that for him to get. I put it like this: when Macaulay Culkin started acting, he was doing like small roles. He wasn't like at the Home Alone space yet. He was doing roles where he was just a supporting character, and his dad was pushing the studios to give him more money than what he should have been receiving, even at that age, even for the little parts that he was doing. And then when Home Alone came around, we know that was his breakout role. Everybody knows about that. And I think that's when he said he made his first million was on Home Alone. And of course, at that age, he couldn't hold the money, so his dad was in control of the money. So I think it was more so of his dad being very controlling of his career, and he didn't find it to be fun anymore, even as a kid, because his dad had too many hands in everything that his dad should not have been. So basically, his dad is what made him want to leave the industry.
Well, shit, just like Gary Coleman, every child actor, man, that really work hard and get to where they is, man, their parents always fuck it up for them because they asking for more money.
I believe that's what my question was.
I believe
I was just gonna say really quickly. My question was with Macaulay Culkin. Now, was his dad fucking off the money, or was he on some Joe Jackson shit where I'm being hard on you, but it's for your best interest?
No, he
fucking off the money.
No, he was like a control freak. Like he was controlling all of the stuff that Macaulay Culkin had and everything like that because he felt he could. Because at that age he wasn't able to be in control of his finances, and that's usually how it is in the industry. When you have child actors, like usually an adult is in control of that. But like someone said, it was almost like a Gary Coleman type of thing where he was like holding all of his money, and I do mean every last dime of his money. You got to think, if y'all didn't know, Macaulay Culkin is a New York native. He and his family are from New York, and he basically, like someone said in the chat, he was a money grabbing psycho. Like every role that he did, he pushed for Macaulay Culkin to get more money, but the more money he asked for, the more money he took. So Macaulay Culkin, it's almost like Macaulay Culkin got an allowance, but he wasn't getting the amount of money out of the allowance he was supposed to be getting because his dad was having so much control over all of the money that he shouldn't have been having control of. And then I always heard stories that when it came to being on set, his dad was a nuisance. He was annoying. Like he
So his pops
literally
was a
like
pimp.
so basically in a way, if Macaulay Culkin ever got blackballed out of the industry, it was because of his dad and his antics.
It's so funny you brought him
Has
up. 'Cause
any-
I was looking at his Instagram yesterday. It's so funny you brought him up. I was going through his Instagram yesterday. I don't know what spurred me to go look. But I'm like, let me see what the hell Macaulay Culkin doing. And I was looking at his shit, man. And it seemed like didn't he have a drug issue at one point?
Oh yeah,
I think he
still
did. I
does,
think
but
he did. I think he did have his own his issue with drugs for a couple of years, but he's since then has cleaned himself up. Now he looks a
Right.
whole lot. He's gone to rehab. He looks a lot healthier
He got a
now.
podcast too.
Have you
Yeah,
got?
he looked like he's a whole lot. He's in a better, way better space now.
Right.
Have you
That's
got?
that's why I like the stand up that freaking what's the name? Dave Chappelle did this on Sticks and Stones. Like he was making a joke about MJ, kind of like what Hollywood expect, but he put a twist on that shit. He was like, man, if MJ was really as bad as they say he was, wouldn't he have got Macaulay Culkin? Think about it. Macaulay Culkin hung out.
Because Michael Jackson and Macaulay Culkin were very close. Like the first time we really saw them together was when he was in the Black and White video, and I think, and then he would sometimes go to Neverland. He would hang out with the family, and I think that was probably one of the few times when Macaulay Culkin was happy because he wasn't around his dad. Like if you look at the videos, because there's a whole bunch of videos on YouTube when Macaulay Culkin is at the Neverland Ranch where they like playing like with water balloons and stuff like that, just having fun. And you can tell that he was genuinely happy to be around Michael Jackson and his family, opposed to being around his family because of his dad. Like if you look, you can't even find that many pictures of him and his dad. And when you see those pictures, you can always tell that he wasn't happy. But when he was Michael Jackson, he was always smiling, showing all 32 teeth.
But that's because Michael Jackson could relate though to being a child star and all the things that come with that. So he probably knew how to appeal.
Macaulay Culkin said that. That's why they were so close, because they had similar experiences with their dad, but at least Joe Jackson didn't fuck the money up. I'll say that.
Yeah, he did. And like Jennifer said in the chat, Macaulay Culkin is Michael Jackson's kid's godfather.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Have you guys ever watched this movie called 2012? Just curious.
Yeah. End of the world.
Yeah, it's like a guilty pleasure for me. It's not really a good movie, but it's like a guilty pleasure. But think about it. Almost everything in that movie would pan out in real life to a degree. Only it would be like 10 times worse. Because the rich and the wealthy, they would be getting all the seats and shit, and we would be left behind to fend for ourselves.
Well, shit, you see they trying to go out into space.
Speaking of those disaster movies, and the person that just said that, they're going into space. Freaking Bill Gates a couple of months ago was talking about building some type of network out in space, just outside the atmosphere, to shield us from the sun. Because it's not that we getting closer to it, but the sun is aging. It's millions of years old already, but it's just coming into maturity, because the sun is actually a baby star. It's one of the newest stars in our solar system, but it's aging now, and they expand, they get bigger. So the sun will turn into a red giant, but in doing so, it'll start to reach closer to our atmosphere. That's why the earth is heating up. It don't necessarily have to do with global warming and the shit that we doing here. It's because shit in outer space is getting real.
Well, I think Bill Gates
was talking about building a network and basically some kind of sun ray softener, and it'll blanket the planet.
He was talking about blocking out the sun, but ain't that what they did in the Matrix that started the whole robots taking over and shit? It was the first thing they did. If you ever watched the Animatrix,
the person that was talking about the catastrophe movies, it's one called Geostorm, and if you've seen the movie Geostorm, the shit that Bill Gates is talking about is exactly what they did in that movie, where you had this group of people that sabotaged the system, and they basically tried to destroy the planet. But that shit, he had a network of satellites blanket in the orbit outside the atmosphere, and it was controlling the weather.
Well, known personally, I think it's a mixture of what you said and global warming, because to me, global warming, that shit is real.
Hey, let's not say
It's
we, because that shit pisses me off when they be like, "Oh, humans, we destroying the world." Nah, 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 nah. Let's be specific about what humans are doing that shit, because it ain't black folks doing that shit. We ain't the ones fucking up the planet. And I don't
Right.
put
Speaking
that
of this,
witchcraft on me, Ricky Bobby.
Exactly.
speaking of disaster films, one of my favorite disaster films is The Day After Tomorrow.
I
yep,
love the
Yeah.
day after tomorrow.
yep.
You talking about
Yeah,
with Mysterio,
yeah,
aka
yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
Jake
kicking ass
Gyllenhaal.
Jake
Yeah,
Gyllenhaal.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
Jake
remember. I
Gyllenhaal.
remember. Yeah, because I remember seeing that back. I had went with some people I was in high school with back in '04 when it had came out. And the thing is, I didn't really know too much about the movie because I didn't really see any advertisements about it. But I said I heard the title. I said, let me go see this movie because I'm like, I don't know. By the time I got out of it, I wanted to go right back in and watch it again. Like that movie was that
Yeah.
good.
That's one of my favorite movies. But speaking of Gyllenhaal, didn't he say he don't take baths? Ain't he one of them white folks that's talking about they don't
Yeah,
take baths and shit?
Yeah, that's what I
yeah.
said.
Yeah.
So,
He
no,
kicking ass
no.
Jake
Yeah,
Gyllenhaal.
What's
yeah.
that
About the
talent,
shower and
man?
everything. Yeah.
What's that
T.R. did a
Somebody,
talent?
video on him already.
Yeah, I just
somebody,
recently did a video about him.
somebody
That's hella
put up a
funky and
meme
nasty.
talking about that Spider-Man movie where he played Mysterio, and they was talking about some the way it wasn't his spider sense isn't how Peter saw him. They smelled him coming.
Damn.
But
Yeah,
nah,
like
like
that, that whole thing that they got going on, saying that they like don't shower or like, I only clean my kids only clean when I see the dirt on them. I'm like, nah. I'm
No,
glad you're letting us know this
Torian,
now,
no,
so
no.
I'm glad you're telling us this now, so we'll know how to deal with you from a distance. Shout out to Janesta for sending me that super chat.
Look, this ain't nothing new though. This is what white folks been doing. They just being more open
Oh
about it
yeah,
now.
oh
And
yeah,
I know the
exactly.
Moors turning in their graves because the Moors like, boy, we ain't talking folks shit.
Middle ages,
well,
anybody? Has anybody forgot about that? I mean, white folks been funky like this for a minute. I mean, I remember
I
being a
remember
little
one time.
kid.
I remember one time on years ago on Twitter. I had got into it with somebody on Twitter about about white people smelling like wet dog when it rains,
Mm-hmm.
and somebody got wind of me tweeting about that, and we had a huge back and forth about it. I don't even know how they even saw that. They got so upset. I said that it must be true because you know what they say: a hit dog will holler.
Every
just
time.
like
The irony.
you know, you know what other animal that's in, you know what I'm saying, in the human genus that they in particular share some of the same blood type as monkeys. They smell like wet
Oh
dogs
yeah,
too
oh
when
yeah.
it rains.
The
I never
Neand
understood
the
why black
Neanderthal
people look like monkeys because if you
This,
shave a monkey, what color is he?
is white.
And then look,
White.
guess what else they got in common with monkeys that they just openly told us? Monkeys don't like water. Monkeys don't like water. They can't swim.
And and it's funny because it's funny because they have like those DNA testing things, and one of them is 23andMe. And I just like a while ago I just happened to go and look up people who were doing like the DNA test results, mainly black people. I said, but let me just go and look up what a white person will say about their DNA test results. And one thing they all had in common is they had a percentage of Neanderthal DNA, and that was a common theme with
Yep.
every last one of them. And one of them, I don't know if he was aware of it or not, but he seemed to be kind of happy that he had Neanderthal DNA. I'm like, I don't think that's something to be happy about considering what the Neanderthal is. But okay.
And it's
Yeah,
to black people that wonder, you know what I'm saying, how much of a connection and lineage they have to white folks. Just, you know what I'm saying, see if you got the RH factor in your blood. You know what I'm saying? Thank God I don't. My mama do, but I don't. You know what I'm saying? So if your blood type is AB, A, or O, RH, positive or negative, yeah, you know what I'm saying? And somebody,
Yeah, because
somebody in your, yeah,
I
somebody in
did
your
one.
lineage.
I remember I had did one of those ancestry little tests or whatever back in like 2015. This was literally right before I started going more main focus with the videos that I'm doing right now. And if I had my old channel, my original channel, y'all would have been able to see that video that I did. And I had did one, through the ancestry, and mine had came back like 89% out of Africa, and then they broke it down in percentage wise throughout the different countries. The other 11% came from the Iberian Peninsula. Do y'all know where that's at?
I've heard of
Spanish,
it,
you
but I
got that
can't tell you.
Spanish in your blood.
The Iberian Peninsula is
Spain.
basically over in Spain.
So look, because I'm a red nigga, like, you know, I'm red as hell, as y'all can see. Folks automatically be assuming I'm mixed and shit. I'm like, nah, my mama black, my daddy black, both they parents black, you know what I'm saying? But I've never done a DNA test, and I don't want to, because I can trace my native ancestry. I'm one of the few people that really dead ass can trace their native ancestry. Like, I knew my great grandmother. She died in 03 when I was 12. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and if I show you a picture of her, it's no denying that she's native. Like, because I know,
Yeah.
but
I
my point being,
seen mine too, but you know, I got into an argument with a white woman on a, you know what I'm saying, one of them chatting sites, because she, you know, she slid in my DMs. I liked the picture, and then I guess she wanted to check out my profile. She slid in my DMs and she started trying to flirt, and the
that's what she was
Karen
conversation
at
trying to
his
swirl.
finest. Karen at his finest.
the conversation was cool up and, you know what I'm saying, until the point like where we started talking about her sons, because she had black sons, you know what I'm saying. She don't really deal with white men, but I didn't really
We
start to
know.
snap on her. I didn't really start to
A lot of
snap on
red
her up
flags.
until I ain't start snap on her until, you know what I'm saying, she came out. It's like she was trying to get me to be happy about the fact that she said, I look, you can't be all the way black. You look like you mixed with something, blah blah
That's
blah. And I'm like,
offensive as fuck.
yeah,
Folks
I
do me
told
like
her
that all the
that.
time.
That's what I was getting at. I told her that,
It's
you know what I'm saying. I'm like, I was like, no, my mama is black, my daddy is black, both my parents black. My mama looked like she an Indian, but she black. And my birth certificate say black, so I'm saying black, and that's the reason I don't say African American, because just like y'all was saying about people from Africa can say they American once they get citizenship here. Charlize Theron from South Africa,
She can
so
say she African.
she can say she's African American, exactly right. So I say black. I don't, you know what I'm saying. But I told her, why come when white people run into somebody black, whether it's male or female, that's got genuine beautiful features, you know what I'm saying? And this was some years ago, so I was a lot better looking back then. But I mean, shit, you know what I'm saying? Just because y'all run into a black person that's not super black, that don't look like an oil spill, which ain't nothing wrong with fucking the dark skinned people. That's beautiful.
Right. What is
You
wrong
know what I'm
with black?
saying? Exactly. So I told her, like, why come when y'all run into somebody black where y'all find attractive features on, y'all always got to say we mixed with something? That shit pisses me off. I just told you my
Indoctrination.
mama
That's what
is.
it is.
I just told you my mama is black and my daddy is black. Stop trying to put other shit in my DNA. I just told you I'm black. Well, y'all act like black people can't be beautiful without being mixed with something. Stop doing that
Well,
shit.
this ties back in with my original thought about the DNA test and shit. Like I said, I'm one of the few black folks that dead ass can trace their native lineage. Like I said, I can show y'all a picture of my great grandmother. Clearly, she native as fuck. But guess what? Both her parents were enslaved. Both of her parents were enslaved. She was the original Black Panther in the Lowndes County Panther Party in Alabama. The OG Black Panther Party, the one started by Stokely Carmichael. If you matter of fact, it's a documentary that was on PBS, and we ended up finding the clip with her and my great grandmother in it. They two of the brightest motherfuckers in there, but they was original members of that party. And the reason why I don't
Lowndes
believe in the
County,
DNA, Alabama.
Alabama. I'm sorry, Nino Black. Was that the Lowndes County Black Panther Party?
Yeah, my
Down
family was a part of
Ricks?
that. Down there in Fort Deposit.
Yeah, that's originally where they got the Black Panther name from.
Yeah,
That's
my
straight up
family
history right there.
My family is a part of that. Matter of fact, I got the clip of the PBS documentary on my Instagram. But my point being though is if I take a DNA test, and I hate when people try to tell me, oh, everybody, all y'all Negroes, talking about American FBA folks. So all y'all think y'all mixed with Indian, whatever. And that shit's so offensive to me because I dead ass can trace my
Because
shit.
we are. Some of us are.
Right.
Exactly.
But man, look, I ain't gonna say some of us. I say the majority of us, because if you really study history, only 6% of the black people that was taken from Africa and brought over on the transatlantic slave trade, only 6% of them came to North America. Only 6%. All these niggas couldn't have possibly brought over on slave ships. The math on that don't even add up. Think about how many
Exactly.
people.
A
Think
lot
about
of
how
them
many
got
people
sent.
died on the way over here. It was
a lot of
already
them
black
got sent
slaves.
to South America and to the Caribbean. You know what I'm
Brazil,
saying?
yeah,
So
Brazil,
fucking
Colombia.
Yeah,
and
yeah. Like
and
it's
let's
like
think about
when the slave trade started. When the slave trade started, the first stop that was made was in South America. That was the
And,
first
rem-
place
and
that they went to before they came here to Jamestown, Virginia, which was the first stop in America,
and
which
So,
we now
so,
know is
so
the U.S.
just to finish my thought really, really quickly, though, about the DNA shit. When folks be like, oh, if you think you're Indian and do a DNA test, and I ask people all the time, out of all the natives that was already here and they were reclassified as Negro and they were enslaved along with the Africans brought over here, what would they show up as on a DNA test?
exactly. And
and
then
remember, y'all.
the Gullah Wars were a mixture. If people remember the Gullah Wars, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That inspired, because Nat Turner just he wasn't the first. You know what I'm saying? He was just the most famous of the slave rebellions. But that shit
Right,
started the
right.
Gullah Wars, and the Gullah Wars was a mixture of Aboriginal Native Americans that had their land stolen, which was the ones that didn't die off from smallpox and all the other damn diseases that they brought over here. The ones that survived and didn't and got captured into slavery and worked and lived alongside black people. They fought alongside black people to get out of slavery, and they also had children with black people. You know what I'm
But the thing
saying?
is,
So
those people were black too, and that's the point I'll be trying to make to people. That listen,
yeah,
black is a big umbrella. Think about it. East African looks different than a West African, and
Remember,
both of them look different than a South African, but they
but got,
all still black. And
but
that's the
guys,
point that I'll be trying to make to people. I'm sorry, Spider. Go ahead.
yeah, you're okay, man. But guys, remember, before America was the way it was, man, with slavery and everything, there was still us here. They don't teach us that, man.
And
they're
that's
not
that's my
gonna.
point. And that's the point that I was making. It was already black people here. Like I said, I'm one of the few people that can
Correct.
trace my native ancestry, and that's one of the things my great great grandmother, we call her Red Mama. That's one of the things Red Mama always told us. She was like, "Listen, we was already here." She's like, "I ain't no African. Don't call me African."
They
But the
never
thing,
gonna teach that. They never
but
gonna
see, but
teach that because
well,
that debunks they narrative of Christopher Columbus or white people discovering America. That shit debunks them. That you know what I'm saying.
Oh,
So
they
they
already
never.
and that's already been debunked because now you know how Columbus got a whole day in October, but they pretty much like, nah, we're not gonna acknowledge that anymore. So what they did was they called it Indigenous Day. They
Indigenous
still have
Peoples Day.
Columbus.
Yeah.
They still have Columbus Day on the calendar, but now I think in the last couple of years, a lot of people have been exposed to the truth about the scam artist known as Christopher Columbus. I call him a scam artist. And now the indigenous people now have laid claim to that day as their own day and just completely written off
man,
Columbus Day.
I almost got into
And
I shit
rightfully
you not,
so
I
to a
almost got
degree.
into a fight with a quote unquote Native American the other day. I went to the little vape store because I don't smoke tobacco no more. I went to the vape store, little white Native American in there, whatever, was talking about him being, indigenous and all this other shit or whatever. I said, oh, okay, well, shit, I got indigenous lineage too. And he kind of made a face like, yeah, right. So I pulled up the picture of my great great grandmother and showed him. And this nigga made a comment like, well, I actually look it though. Boy, I'm like, boy, you
You
see,
should have
look,
you
you
should have just
motherfucker.
told them that because your family came from the Dawes Rolls. You a $5 Indian. You
So
ain't
look,
no
and that's the
Exactly,
thing.
$5 Indian.
My family been trying to get on the fucking Dodge rolls. Like I'm telling you, like, but the thing is, because they kept denying us though. Like I said, we can trace our native lineage, but they kept denying us being on the Dodge rolls, bro. And I'm
And a
just like,
lot of
bro,
look, I'm glad you brought that up, your encounter with that dude, because some of them motherfuckers and a lot of them don't have the direct blood relative native, you know what I'm saying, heritage to the, you know what I'm saying, original Indians and original blacks that was here.
that motherfucker look
That
like
they
Dave Bautista. That's what he looked like, Dave Bautista.
yeah, and that's I got in. I had my eighth grade math teacher. I'll never forget this shit, Miss Arita Rogers. Fucking she heard me talking to somebody. Like I wasn't even talking out loud for the whole class. Like the whole class was talking, but it was the same situation. Like it was a white girl, you know what I'm saying, and I guess she was feeling how I looked, and she was talking about this and that, and that was before I know the shit that I know now. You know what I'm saying? And she was saying, you look like you might have some native in your blood. And I was like, well, I don't know for sure, but my mom, my mom really looks it. But I look at her mom as real light skinned, but my grandma Lumi, like they was real Indians, you know what I'm saying? Her mother was full blooded Cherokee. And soon as Miss Rogers heard me say that, she came running over there. It's like, I wish black people would stop that. Always claiming to have a grandma or something that's full blooded Cherokee. If you don't have a birth certificate, this and that, or if you don't have DNA proof that you got native in your blood, you need to quit saying that shit.
It's
And
funny
I
how they
never.
want to ask the people who paperwork, the people who historically wasn't allowed to have paperwork. They ask us to see our paperwork.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I never forgot that shit. That shit happened when I was like 13, 14. I was in the 8th grade. I never forgot
I
it.
will say this though. I will say this about black folk, like Foundation of Black Americans that claim Native. Really do your research, because a lot of us do be trying to claim Cherokee, the 5 civilized tribes. In reality, nah, I ain't denying our Native ancestry, but more than likely it probably wasn't one of them tribes, because those motherfuckers was the Mongoloid tribes and they was anti-black than a motherfucker. In fact, they fought alongside the Confederacy to maintain slavery.
I know, you know what I'm saying? I know, but the thing is, like I say, I never forgot her saying that shit, and you know what I'm saying. And I see today, you know what I'm saying. She ran up saying that shit, but you know what I'm saying. The least little thing the government put out that might benefit black people, you notice how quick Native Americans is to latch on to that shit. You know what I'm saying? And they want to claim, yeah, they want to claim they black. Then you know what I'm saying. And that shit pissed me off.
No,
And so
cut them off.
Knowing the shit that I know now, I cut the white chick off. Like when she was, like I said, talking about, well, you look like you mixed with something. I'm like, no, I'm not mixed with shit. Yeah, I got that shit in my family. Yeah, I got grandparents that was native, this, that, and the third, but I don't claim that shit. I'm black.
But
my birth certificate say I'm black.
Hella black, and my daddy's black as hell. That's how mixed I am.
Exactly.
I'm black as
y'all
well.
talking.
Exactly.
Y'all talking about
But I was just gonna say, man, like I said, man, yeah, I'm red as hell, but man, that's what I'm saying, nigga. Like my mama black, my daddy black, both their parents black. Like I think we.
I'll do them one better. If I get pulled over, what you think they gonna look at me as?
Exactly.
But one thing I wanted to do because I'm actually about the industry. I didn't realize he was on here for 5 hours. But it's great. No, we good. Like I said, because I want this one to go a little bit longer, than usual, because we celebrating 40K. But one thing I wanted, before we wrap all of this up, because someone mentioned it in the chat, and shout out to Janesta because she mentioned it. Y'all heard about what happened or what's going on with Dylan Roof, right?
Yeah, he's getting executed.
The judges upheld the execution, for him to be
That's
executed.
some bullshit.
What? No, that's a good thing.
That's a good thing.
Good.
Oh, you said upheld. What am I thinking?
They upheld it. They because his attorneys were trying to take it off and I guess maybe just have him just serve the rest of his life in prison. But no, they said, nah, you're still going to get on that table when the time comes. And I think Lisa talked about it on her channel, and I think they said it was like 3 different judges, and they all unanimously voted, yes, you're getting the injection. Like there's no way that you're not going to not get it. So
how long
before he get it? I don't know, because that's the thing. Because remember what happened with James Byrd, right? The last person who got executed from that was in 2019, and he killed James Byrd back in the late 90s. So that's the only thing about when it comes to those executions. It takes so long for it to actually happen, unless they find a way to unless they find a way to really speed it up for it to actually occur. But the good thing
takes it so long though.
Shoot, I need to look that. I need to look that up. Discuss that amongst yourselves while I try to look that up.
Because my whole point is, if we know, okay, he's being sentenced to death, we can take him out right now. Like,
they almost did. They almost did. That's why they had to transfer him to another facility, because somebody almost got him when he was in the shower. I think somebody who worked there left that door open though, because he wasn't supposed to be in there with anybody else. Because they already know that they want his head. They want him. So wasn't it that black guy, the one down in South Carolina?
Yeah, that brother.
Ben Stafford. He almost pulled a Christopher Scarver on him. And when people found out what he did, black people put money on his books and he got out of jail. I said that was one of the most on cold things black people did that year.
And like, and y'all was sorry to change the topic at the end of the video, but y'all was talking about the Indians. Like I said, the Italians. Where you think they come from to a degree? That's all I had to say.
Well, shit, they separated from Africa by the Mediterranean Sea. Shit, Italy is closer to Africa than Georgia is to Texas. But we all know that.
I found it. They said, and it's exactly what I thought it was. So basically, what it's saying is, it says in the United States, prisoners may wait many years before execution can be carried out due to the complex and time-consuming appeals procedures mandated in the jurisdiction. As of 2020, the longest-serving prisoner served over 29 years. Who was executed was Thomas Knight, who served over 39 years in prison. So basically, they have to wait for all of the appeals to dry up before they can go ahead with the execution. So if, say, for example, someone who's on death row is stated to get executed, if they run out of appeals, say within a year, they can get executed by that following year. But if they have so many appeals that they can go through, then they have to wait till all of those appeals are done and they have no more, and then that's when they go through with the execution. And of course, they're not going to use all their appeals at one time because that will be a waste. So they spread them appeals out to stretch out the to elongate the time before they actually put them on the table and inject them. So I don't know how many appeals Dylan Roof has, but the fact that 3 judges unanimously decided that they're going to uphold his execution, that's a very good thing. So he's literally on borrowed time right now. So it could be like a any day thing. I'm not exactly sure when it's going to happen, but I wouldn't mind that being streamed, because they don't televise those executions. I want to actually see the thing go in his arm. I want to see him shaking like a leaf or a fish out of water. I want to see all of that.
Okay, they're gonna prolong them appeals as long as possible because you know how the court system works, man. The longer shit drags out, the more
that's
money.
What just said.
The more money generated,
Hey, y'all, this was sorry to cut you off, Voltron. This was a great stream, y'all. I have to say.
I'm glad y'all was able to come. I'm glad y'all was able to come through. Like, this is probably the longest stream I've ever done.
Right.
I had a question.
Worth every second.
Wasn't Dylan Roof out here talking tough? Like, he wants to be a martyr and, he's going to give up all his appeals. What happened to all that tough talk,
It didn't happen. He thought it was going to actually, work in his favor because, he had this thing premeditated for months that he was going to do this. Like, he actually had a few places that he had thought about going to. Like, I remember when they said he had thought about going to a hood in South Carolina, but he realized he said he wasn't going to make it out alive. I said, "You're right about that. Why didn't you go with that?"
He was going to try to go to the projects on the south side of Columbia. They would have shot his ass up out there.
He already knew he wasn't going to make it, so he said, "Let me go to this church," and then that's when he carried out his plan. And yeah, like you were saying, he claimed he was talking real bold, like he was going to get all of this stuff. He was going to get off. He was they weren't going to get him. Well, it looks like all of that didn't work because he's currently on death row right now. They upheld the decision for the execution. So all we're doing right now is just counting down the days until he actually gets it.
But really quickly. He wasn't really saying that. He was actually saying that, he wants to be a martyr for the white supremacist cause. He doesn't care if he dies. Execute me right now. And I'm like, yeah, kill this little bastard. You know what I'm saying? Shoot him up with battery acid. Give him what he wants. Hope he dies slow. But he wants to be all tough. Shoot his ass up. And now all of a sudden he's getting all these appeals. He's got these lawyers prolonging this thing. Now he's gonna be on death row for like another quarter century. I mean,
in a way, he actually, in a way,
die for the cars.
In a way, and you know what's so crazy, interesting that you mentioned about the martyr thing. In a way, he did become a martyr with this because before this, South Carolina did not have a hate crime law on the books until he did what he did. So in a way, he became a martyr like through that. So in his own way, he made history by becoming the first person to commit what would now become South Carolina's first hate crime.
Well,
Yeah, because what he did was the same year. Matter of fact, they exonerated. Well, not exonerated. They basically pardoned George Jr. Stinney Jr. Rest in peace to him. You know, because that was damn a hate crime for sure. But it wasn't on the individual. That was on the entire court system and state of South Carolina.
but
You
that
know what I'm
shit's
saying?
symbolic in the motherfucker because he dead and gone. So what good did that do, man? That's the type of shit I be talking about, man. They be giving us backhanded compliments and everything else, man.
Yeah,
They
that's
killed,
what they
they
do
murdered
though.
It's
that
like
little boy.
they also like they did with Jack Johnson.
Yeah.
Yep.
They
But
laid down short.
what can we learn from this Dylan Roof situation though? Because you see what type of Negroes he went after, right? And that's not to say, Lord, just I don't want to misinterpret it. That is not to say those people deserve to die at all. But one thing I want to say is take note that who did he target? He targeted church-going Negroes who was welcome into a white person in their circle.
Soft
target. He knew a soft target. And I talk
He
about soft
targeted
targets all the time.
zombies, man, brainwashed fucking zombies,
And
bro.
you know
That's
what's
what the church
so
do.
crazy? And you know what's so crazy? He could have had a 10th victim, which was I think a little girl who was there, but they said that the little girl was smart to play dead. Like she just found I know she's got to be traumatized in multiple ways because she had to witness people that she saw weekly literally get slaughtered in front of her, and then she said that she had to play dead by laying next to or up under a dead body covered with blood.
It was two survivors. It was two survivors. The little girl and her aunt that was there with her at the service. Because the aunt, I don't know if she was an usher or not, but he ran up on her towards the back door where he came in at on his way out after he thought he killed everybody. She was sitting there, basically in the kneeling position, praying, begging, blah, blah. Because she got on camera. She spoke up. Her and the little girl told their story. The little girl was like, yeah, I hid up under a pew in between two dead bodies. So he thought I was dead. And the woman told how he was getting ready to walk out the church. And she was by the door on her knees crying. And he walked up to her and told her, shut up.
Hey,
and then he made her stand up. Then he said, do you know why I'm gonna let you live? And she said no. And he was like, somebody need to stay to tell the story. So them the only two people that got out alive. That little girl, I think the woman's like close to 70, but yeah, it was two survivors.
Hey y'all, this was a great experience. I'm about to get up off of here.
We all about the clock out.
I love this live stream. I love talking to y'all, corresponding with my fellow brothers. This is a real black man panel right here. So peace out. Y'all have a good rest of the evening.
All right, cool.
Peace to you,
yeah. Well, first off, I appreciate everybody who came through, everybody who came onto the panel, everybody who came and showed love. Though everybody who donated, if I got any new subscribers, welcome to the show. Y'all are definitely in for a treat. It's definitely not for the people who I guess you can say wear their heart on their sleeves, because we all know how I get it in over here. But shout out to everybody who's part of the 40K subscribers that I've garnered. Everyone knows the ups and downs that I've had with this platform. This particular channel right here has been going strong since 2017. So we are it'll be 4 years in November when I created this channel, and here we are right here. And here's the 40K more. I'm definitely appreciative of all of the I guess you can say the support that I've been getting from people like the ones on the panel, the people that's in the chat, people who watch, the lurkers, because I know I have some people that be lurking as well, that come through every single day. I do these commentaries for y'all. It's a lot, but somebody has to do it, and I definitely am glad that I could just simply be the vessel to put these stories out here, even though mainstream media might put it out there, but I'm gonna put my own spin on it, because we know they like to half-ass it, as we like to call it. But this is definitely, this is just the beginning. We still have, way more to do. There's way more stuff to continue to talk about. And also, before I end this, going forward, my Freestyle Fridays are now going to be on this channel. So that means when I go live on my live stream channel, doing like regular topics and everything like that, like I usually do for 3 out of the 4 weeks of the month, that will be on the live stream channel, the Rain in Real Time channel. The Freestyle Friday, like the one I'm having today, is going forward going to be on this channel, mainly because I don't go live on this channel like at all. This is like the first live I've done on this channel in over a year. So I just wanted to build up that other channel. But I want to have the main channel be like the free for all, where how we have conversations like the one we had right now. And this was a very great conversation that we all had. Shout out to all the people that came up on the panel who are not up here right now from earlier. Definitely y'all contributed heavily to the discussion. We went around the world with these what we talked about. And the reason why I have this is because y'all are so used to hearing me talk every single day. And I like to hear from y'all. That's why some points when y'all were talking, I just sat back. I didn't even interrupt because I was at that point, I was just listening. Y'all always listen to me, and this is my opportunity to listen to y'all air out whatever it is that you have to say about whatever particular topic. And y'all definitely hold very good conversations. And I always say we need more voices in this space because it's hard when it's just a few of us. That's why I'm so glad that I'm not the only one over here. So also shout out to Harvey and True Oil Family and Lisa Cabrera and Nicole's View, Jason Black, Professor Black Truth,
For
Tariq Nasheed,
sure, for sure.
all those others who also lend their voice to talk about certain things. And one thing I like about that is because then it feels like it's a weight lifted off of my shoulders where I feel like I don't have to talk about every single, also Seiji Hito as well. It's a weight that's lifted off my shoulders where I don't have to talk about every single thing because I get sent so many DMs, I get tagged in so many stories, I get so many emails that I cannot talk about every single thing. So I know that, just know that if I'm not getting to any story that y'all send me, it's not that I'm ignoring you, it's just that I have to be I guess you can say real particular about what stories I want to talk about or something that will really interest me to really go in on, and one that I know that other people may not be talking about, such as that story with that girl at the Costco. Like I said, I could not ignore that story. I definitely had to talk about that because mainstream media really isn't going in about that story the way that they should be going as a concern for a Black girl who we assume is probably in some kind of trouble, especially with the whole Devontae Hart situation. We have to learn from that situation all in and of itself. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and cut it short because I could be on here all night just rambling. I don't want to do that. So I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream on that note. Shout out again to everybody who came through. Shout out to everybody who donated. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the chat. Anybody who was new, definitely stick around because there's a lot more that we're going to be talking about. And that's one thing I like about my channel. It's going to constantly be in rotation of stuff to talk about because it's the news. Like you can never run out of that to talk about. Like, that's one reason I started this channel was because I wanted to give a Black perspective on something that was lamestream while giving my own take on it at the same time. So with that being said, y'all enjoy the rest of your evening. Y'all be safe. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. And I will talk to you all later. Tomorrow, the videos will be back in rotation, 10 a.m., 2 p.m., and 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Peace.
Get that WAP coin.